Moore's Law had predicted, and I think much faster than most people expected. And to a great degree, the change in computing architecture towards massive parallelism that is driving artificial intelligence today is also what has driven mining within the blockchain. So there are three interrelated concepts, technologies that are driving the world today. Is the blockchain and cryptocurrencies have forced advances in hardware that allows artificial intelligence to now start eating big data in a meaningful way. So as we know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other cryptos for proof of work mining consume more energy now than, say, Ireland, to the point that 17-year-old Greta Thunberg has identified proof of work crypto systems as a significant global warming threat. As we know, computers worldwide are competing to mine the next block and win some crypto and write the next block in the immutable ledger. As history has shown in technology, the solution to today's problem invariably creates the next. And in the context of what's occurring with blockchain, this is indeed true. So demonstrated here is the creation of one blockchain, Ethereum 2.0, which launched on December 1st, or Beacon Chain, and addressing the current problem of energy abuse will be creating hundreds, if not thousands, of parallel blockchains that will solve today's throughput problem, and by implementing a proof of stake as opposed to a proof of work architecture, will solve the energy problem and, of course, invariably create the next problem. On a blockchain, immutability is a great thing, but immutability is also a double-edged sword. I don't know how many times in the middle of the night for different banks I had to come in and fix the systems, invariably by some corruption that occurred within the data. And the good thing about blockchains is the data is immutable. And the bad things about blockchain is that if you get bad data into the database, it's impossible to remove. Remember the DAO. So there's some challenges in the context of implementing the next generation of blockchains. I don't think that it's possible to talk about anything that's occurring in the world today without some mention of COVID. Is that COVID is devastating the world. And to me, what is surprising about it is that the stock markets around the world are reacting positively, while the people in the lower echelons of society are simply being devastated. And I find that aspirations of what the blockchain may do hopefully can possibly address some of the great inequalities that are being created today. So if you take a look at the markets in terms of what's happening, you'll see that stocks in 2020 have just skyrocketed. At a glance, NVIDIA is up 150%, and NVIDIA started to rise because its parallel graphics architecture was perfect for mining for cryptocurrencies. Amazon, not surprisingly, is up 80%. Netflix, when people are stuck at home, is also up 66%, and not surprisingly, United Airlines is down 44%. The surprise to me here is that AMD, which now produces better, faster, and cheaper chips than Intel, is up 135%, while Intel itself is down 11%. How quickly the mighty have fallen. The other surprise that I didn't chart here is Tesla this year is up a whopping 800%. So that Tesla's market cap is now more than Toyota, Volkswagen, and Honda combined. Tesla sells less than $400,000 a year, while Toyota and Volkswagen sell over 10 million each a year. We are in some very strange times. Now, if we take a look at what has happened to crypto in 2020, I don't know how well you can see the colors on the graph, so I put some of the percentages in the middle to demonstrate that in the last year, crypto has outperformed almost every stock in these uncertain times. Surprisingly, it's even outperformed gold. If you take a look at it, you say, oh my God, Chainlink was up over 500%, Bitcoin 150%, Ethereum close to 300%, and so on. And at first glance, you say, wow, look at the numbers here. Cardano up 300%, Chainlink up 473%. You can say, my God, what a year for crypto. But I think in the long view, you have to look at it in context. And the context of that is that from their all-time highs, every major cryptocurrency is down. So bottom line, crypto is still insanely speculative. It goes up and down like a yo-yo. So if you take a look at what is happening in different countries, you'll see that in countries that have unstable currencies, that crypto is increasing in popularity. Is that although to us in countries with relatively stable currencies, crypto seems wildly speculative, but for countries like in Argentina, where the peso has gone from 13 cents to the dollar, or sorry, 13 pesos to the dollar, to 82 pesos to the dollar, is that crypto is relatively unspeculative. So to some, cryptos are highly stable. To others, they are obviously unstable. But if you take a look at blockchain, the reality of what's going on here is that Bitcoin, which originally had many aspirations, but at a max of 7 transactions a second, was unable to do much more than aspire new ideas. And Ethernet, which peaks out at about 15 transactions a second, both of which are limited for the vast majority of applications. As a variety of many banking, telecom, and aviation systems, I would have trouble personally trying to develop a system that would fail if it went to, say, 17 or 18 transactions a second. In banking and telecom, they're typically in the thousands per second. Now, the one that can achieve high volumes is XRP, but I suspect that many CIOs of financial institutions that implemented this technology for foreign exchange are no longer with the firm, for the simple reason that although it's up recently, it's from its initial height, it's down 85%. Its aspirations was to become the norm for foreign exchange, to undo Bretton Woods and the current predominance of the US dollar for foreign exchange. But that simply didn't happen. And most of what is occurring in terms of cryptocurrencies is simply speculation. Now, in terms of developing real applications on blockchains, one has to be aware of what Brewer's cap theorem is. So on the right of this chart are relational databases such as SQL Server, Oracle, or PostgreSQL. On the top, you have what are called base databases. And on the left, they're base databases. And I'll get into this in a second. Each base is a base database that has an architecture with a single point of failure, while Cassandra has a masterless one. But basically what the CAP theorem states, that it's impossible for a distributed database to simultaneously provide more than 2 out of the following 3 guarantees. C is for consistency, like the C in ACID in SQL databases. A is in availability, in that to achieve 100% availability, and to be partition tolerance, and that is, in effect, to have no single point or node of failure. So to be a little more specific, if you take a look at these ERC20 based tokens, in technology, the solution to today's problem almost invariably creates the next. So many crypto assets are based on what is in effect the gold standard of ERC20. ERC stands for Ethereum Request for Comment, and 20 is the proposal identifier. But this de facto standard has a serious problem that it can lose a validated transaction. This fact is almost never mentioned, but by their design, they can and will drop validated transactions. In the literature, it is typically defined as time to finality. For example, Ethereum will achieve finality in likely a couple of minutes, and blockchain likely in about an hour, before you can be 100% sure that your validated transaction is deep enough in the ledger not to be forgotten on a shorter sidechain. So if I can give a really simple example of this, if you have a distributed ledger, and here in Canada, let's say the databases throughout the world are the same, and here in Canada, I want to take 20 whatever crypto out of a particular blockchain, and concurrently somebody wants to take 20 out of the same account, in effect, in India. And by definition, when the information is propagated between the databases, and I only had 25 in my account, by definition, one of those 2 transactions has to be rejected. Now, I'm not saying this is a showstopper, but in the context of designing serious systems, is that you have to accept and manage and hedge the risk that a validated transaction may be dropped from the database. So you either have to mitigate that risk or you have to accept it. And I think in the context of many applications out there, it has been accepted. Now, if I can go back a long time, I'd like to do an analogy. And I was working for Citibank in 1982, and I got a phone call from New York to come down to New York, and we'd told that Walter Wriston, the CEO of the company, had decided that we were no longer a financial institution, that we were an IT company and not really a bank. And to make his point, he'd bought a transponder on Westar 5 so that we could have near instant communication across the Atlantic. And then we called a meeting to see what the heck we could do with a satellite. So the first opportunity was pretty obvious, and that is, say, IBM stock was traded in multiple exchanges. And depending on what the exchange rates were at that particular second and what the prices were on the stock markets at that particular second, there were clearly arbitrage opportunities. So the first thing we did is we leveraged the arbitrage opportunities. The second thing we came up was with the idea that what we could do for large multinational corporations, typically American, is we could give them real-time visibility to all the accounts in all the different countries. So we spent years developing this particular application. And although we would be losing foreign exchange revenue if the subsidiary of the company was long pounds in England and short euros in India, and conversely had the opposite effect in other different countries, what we would be able to do is allow the institution to transfer money between the accounts internally without going through our foreign exchange desk or us getting fees. And we were so convinced that this powerful utility, if given to multinational corporations, would be such that to better manage financially, they would put all their accounts into Citibank. So I remember flying over to Paris and meeting the CFO of the subsidiary of an American car company and demonstrating what the system would do. And he immediately told us that if we implemented this system, he would immediately move all of his funds out of Citibank. And we sat there stunned. We were giving them a super powerful utility, and he said he'd stop doing business with us. And what we learned is that once a quarter, he flew to Detroit, and he had a chance to look at his numbers, understand them, massage them, and present them. And the thought that he would give Detroit real-time access to his accounts was something that was simply untenable to him. And the point I'm trying to make here is that you can find a great technology, and obviously there are thousands of satellites up there. It's a very useful technology. But when you start with the technology and then look for the business problem, it's very easy to miss it. So let's take a look at what the hype cycle from Gartner. I don't know if you've seen these charts, but Gartner believes that technologies simply go through a period of innovation to a peak of inflated expectations, to a trough of disillusionment, to a slope of enlightenment, to a plateau of eventual productivity. So what they argued in 2018, that with blockchain was slipping into the period of the trough of disillusionment, and it would be 5 to 10 years before it was effectively and productively used. So if we take a look at what they said recently, we're so deep in the trough of disillusionment in terms of implementing applications that it's not even mentioned on this chart. There are some interesting technologies that are evolving. Carbon-based transistors, unlike silicon-based transistors, don't require heat to create them. So in effect, unlike the chips today, with carbon-based transistors, you may be able to create three-dimensional chips. And given we've moved from a transistor first discovered in 1948, about the size of a fingernail, to 171 million transistors per cubic millimeter, is that the advances in terms of computer speed that are upon us today are likely going to continue. So let's take a look at some of the more interesting and more relevant technologies out there today. Ethereum is simply defined as a global open source program for decentralized applications. About half of the crypto coins out there run on the Ethereum network, even the tethered ones. In 2017, CryptoKitties overwhelmed the Ethereum network, and many transactions were lost. And that, if you're developing serious production financial applications, a technology that loses transactions is one you have to be very nervous about. Ethereum 2.0, which the initial phase one of it was launched on December 1st, or Serenity as they codenamed it, is a transition from a proof of work to a proof of stake architecture that, among other things, hopes to address the power consumption issue and the throughput issues. Genesis, the next phase, will be triggered when 16,032 ETH deposits are moved over to the new network, where they'll be frozen for a significant period of time, but they will receive interest and more ETH. The rate of the interest will depend on the participation. If it's a large participation, the interest rate will be lower. If there's lower participation, the interest rate will be higher. The new architecture basically is to have many multiple concurrent blockchains with a central beacon chain that will manage the other chains called shard chains. The architecture is not yet to be finalized, but in my mind, based on my experience in terms of banking, I think of it as central banks and basically a clearing system. So today's ETH will not be the central chain. It will become one of the shards. So Beacon will keep them all in sync, or in my mind, in my linguistics, it'll clear transactions between them. It'll be redefined as a super highway for Ethereum tokens. Anyway, so the idea is that you can still make money, but not mining for Ethereum. You can be a validator, and proof of stake, you have to, in effect, put on the line in terms of acting as a particular validator. So like some cryptos out there, they're not going to be 20 nodes validating what's occurring on there. They're talking potentially about 262,000 validators on 64 shards, although the number of shards could go much higher than that. So in this new paradigm, you can still earn Ether from Ether as opposed to mining for Ether by being a validated node. Whether or not this will decrease or increase the value of ETH is yet to be determined. So AAVE is the word in Finnish for ghost. It's an open source, non-custodial liquidity protocol for earning interest on crypto deposits and borrowing assets. In the last year, it has gone from 36 cents to a high of over $90. It's based on ERC20 or Ethereum. What happened is in January, it shifted from a decentralized peer-to-peer lending model to a pool-based strategy. It allows users to create their own decentralized money markets. So the A protocol, depositors provide liquidity by depositing cryptocurrencies into lending pools, which will allow them to earn interest by lending. Meanwhile, borrowers can obtain loans by tapping into these lending pools in either an over-collateralized or under-collateralized way. So in effect, AAVE has become a crypto bank, which does what banks do in terms of mitigating risk by spreading it over a large number of borrowers. So effectively what A is becoming is a crypto bank with depositors and borrowers without the bank. Polkadot has got a lot of attention recently. As a Web3 Foundation project, Polkadot allows developers to build and join blockchains together, facilitating cross-chain communication by connecting different blockchains onto one unified network. The one advantage of it and Polkadot and Cosmos is that they both can ensure finality. With Ethereum and with blockchain, is that if there are, say, 7 or 8 or 9 blocks that have been built after your transaction, you can be pretty sure that that transaction is immutable. But theoretically, there could be a longer chain out there that could come and erase what you're doing. So what Polkadot and Cosmos do, among other things, is they ensure finality. And to me, what is very cute about Polkadot is they have a couple of protocols. One they call Grandpa, Ghost-Based Recursive Ancestor Deriving Prefix Agreement, which is basically their finality gadget, and BABE, which they have acronymed as the Blind Assignment for Blockchain Extension, and that's the block production mechanism. What's notable and interesting about Grandpa is it reaches agreement on chains rather than on blocks. So that speeds up the finality process. Okay, to me, another one of interest is Cosmos, which is a recent development. And once again, it's another network connecting many independent blockchains. It describes as zones. The zones are powered by open source Tendermint Core a high-performance, consistent, secure, Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus model. The primary zone on Cosmos is called the Cosmos Hub. The Cosmos Hub is a multi-asset proof-of-stake cryptocurrency system with a native token called Atoms. The hub and zones of the Cosmos network communicate with each other via an Internet Blockchain Protocol, or IBC, which can be metaphorically thought of as a TPC for blockchains, so Cosmos claims. Inter-blockchain zone token transfers can go through the Cosmos Hub, which keeps track of the total amount of tokens held by each zone. At the high level, Cosmos is a secured protocol in place for many blockchains to securely send and receive transactions and messages to each other via the Cosmos zone. And to me, one of the big questions, and I'll get into this a little bit later, is why are there so many blockchains? Is there a really need out there for 1,000 blockchains? Chainlink is another one that is of great interest to me, like Cosmos and Polkadot. Not just the fact it's gone up 100% in the last year, but like Cosmos and Polkadot, they're middleware. It standardizes and validates smart contract inputs and outputs. So it's a general purpose framework for building decentralized networks that give you smart contract access in a secure and reliable way through its data inputs and outputs. Each decentralized Oracle network consists of a collection of independent node operators, a method for aggregating data, and pre-made chain links that act as middleware to give you access to any API you want to leverage for data or external purposes. So what Chainlink does is it simplifies, obviously, access to the blockchain, and it also simplifies access to other data sources that can derive events and smart contracts. So for instance, let's take, I don't have a good Indian example, but let's take California. And there, say you can't buy fire insurance. However, you might be able to set up some insurance product without actuators, without adjusters, without salespeople on a blockchain that if your particular zone from a satellite perspective is burned, that you get paid. Now, obviously, people who buy this insurance without the insurance companies may not get the kind of return that an insurance company would guarantee, i.e. the price or the value of their property. But if your house burns down and you have some insurance, I don't know, say $50,000 or $60,000 that would help you get settled on your feet, as opposed to being left homeless, there may be some possibilities in terms of doing it. So to me, I find this technology interesting in the context of it simplifies the creation of smart contracts based on external data, as well as what's happening on the blockchain. So there are obviously blockchains without cryptocurrencies, without the problems you run into in terms of finality that you run into with proof of work or proof of stake systems. Corda is an open source blockchain project designed for peer-to-peer business. Originally, it had JP Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, the National Australia Bank, and a whole bunch of others involved in it, and they pulled out. But nevertheless, they were able to develop industrial strength software that is the only blockchain that the IEEE has given its stamp of approval and resulting credibility to this blockchain. The other major blockchain that is evolving is industrial strength, can manage high volumes, and is something that is outside of the crypto space. But in terms of much of the potential of what blockchains can do, it's a very solid piece of software. And I believe I saw Brian Behlendorf on the list of speakers, so he obviously can speak to this far better than I can. But Hyperledger is a technology that originally, some of it came from Fabric, if I remember correctly, came from IBM. And Indy came from Intel, but it has developed into a strong industrial strength suite of products that recently have included Caliper, its performance benchmark tool, Cello, for on-demand deployment of blockchains as a service, Composer to simplify developing blockchain networks, smart contracts, and so on and so on. So in terms of what's happening in the world, it's most disconcerting in the context of what this virus is doing to those whose skills are deployed outside the context of a virtual office. And it's most disconcerting. The rich seem to be getting richer, and the middle class and the poor seem to be getting wiped out. So to me, it's interesting to look back at some of the perspectives of different economists in the context of what's happening. So Keynes, of which the majority of central banks are still tenants, argued that capitalism is the astonishing belief that the most wickedest of men will do the most wickedest of things for the greatest good of everyone. Milton Friedman, who believed that markets were the best solution to everything. If Central Park in New York should be a park or it should be condos, let the markets decide. Public schools, that's silly. Let the markets create schools and compete for students. So Milton Friedman was a philosopher and an economist who believed that markets solved everything. And he argued that a society that puts equality before freedom will get neither. A society that puts freedom before equality will get a high degree of both. What is interesting to me is there was a fringe theory of economics that basically argued that government spending money, government spending a lot of money, is fundamentally a good thing. And it has had different names over the decades, but it's currently called modern monetary theory, which believes that government deficits are okay, that they should be used extensively to grow the economy to its full capacity, enrich the private sector, eliminate unemployment, give free college, support green energy, that they believe that a large government deficit in reality reflects a large private sector surplus. So basically, MMT, which in the United States is best represented by AOC, believes that large government deficits, if they don't cause inflation, and at the moment it would appear that we are in deflationary times, is fundamentally a good thing. So whether or not the blockchain can result in a more decentralized, equitable world that many in the movement had envisioned has yet to be determined, but I certainly hope it does happen. So the General Counsel of the NSA, Glenn Gerstle, said, the unprecedented scale and pace of technological change will outstrip our ability to effectively adapt to it. That the digital revolution has the potential for pernicious effect on the very legitimacy and the stability of our government and societal structures. So in summary, we are in a period of technological divergence where rapid new advances reacting to many other things, COVID-driven fiscal deficits, and a rejection of centralized authority are driving a plethora of blockchain innovations. In parallel, the demand and profits from proof-of-work data mining hardware for crypto are driving new generations of exponentially more powerful parallel processing architectures. These hardware advances were created for crypto. They are turning out to be perfect for the rapid advancement of deep learning and neural networks, creating systems that now As the rock Tommy once said, that can see me, touch me, feel me, and heal me. We are living in most interesting of times. These times will call for visionaries to lead us through the most rapid societal changes that will have ever occurred. There is no doubt that blockchain will be one of the technology enabling this new future. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for an amazing presentation. We have one question in the chat.
Okay, let me find Zoom here.
Should I read the question for you, sir?
Yes, you should. I don't see it.
Okay, no issues. The question is like, how much of digital revolution can be attributed to the blockchain innovations?
I think as of today, not many. I think if I can go back to my satellite analogy, is that the potential is well understood, but as of yet, crypto is not mainstream, is that blockchains are not mainstream. And to a certain degree, if you look back at the evolution of history, is that there's Google and there's Bing. And let's take another example. There was WordPerfect and there was Word. Is that what happens typically with the technology is that sooner or later society converges onto one or a few technologies. And in the context of what's happening in the blockchain space, there's still hundreds, if not thousands, of potential systems out there. There's got to be 100 or 200 or 300 smart contract platforms. And as a former CIO, I can say for one, is that until there is a convergence of the technology, and you can be sure that the particular technology that you choose to deploy on is going to be there in 5 years or 10 years, you are very reticent to deploy on it. So I think in some ways, I mean, I was talking to a CIO recently in Denver, and I asked him what he'd done with blockchain, and he said he'd done 8 prototypes. And I said, what happened to those? What was the result of those prototypes? And he said 8 press releases. So in some ways, until there is a convergence on technology, I think that its potential impact will not be fully felt. And in the context of developing transformational systems, clearly Hyperledger is the most likely place that is going to predominate.
Okay, thanks, Bob. One more last question from Ganesh. Ethereum is very slow. How to fasten it?
Sorry, if what is slow?
The question is like, Ethereum is a slow blockchain. How to fasten the network?
Well, the thing is that if you have a network where 1,000 computers have to coordinate, you're going to end up with a very slow process. That's just inevitable. If you had an ATM system, if you had a bank machine system developed on Ethereum, is after you keyed in your PIN code, you'd have to wait 3 or 4 minutes to be 100% sure that transaction was on the blockchain. before it could dispense cash. On Bitcoin, it would be an hour before it could dispense cash. So in some ways, if you want speed, the way to achieve speed is to have fewer computers required to coordinate the throughput. So with Ethereum, to keep many people in the game and interested, they concluded their next architecture, Ethereum 2.0, is going to have thousands and thousands of validators. And by definition, to go through that process, it's going to be not the sub-second 30,000 transactions a second throughput that you typically need for large financial systems.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Thanks for the wonderful session. We appreciate you being here. Hope we can join the next BlockHash Live 2021.
Okay,
Thank
my
you.
pleasure.
Thank
Good
you.
night and good morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hello and hi everyone again. We are moving to the second session of the second day of BlockHash Live 2020, the third International Blockchain Summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself, Anshu. It's an honor to invite our second guest of the day, Prasanna Lohar. Prasanna has listed himself among the top 50 CIOs, top 50 influential leaders, top 100 security influencers, and among the top 50 innovators. Mr. Lohar is a master in fintech and has over 18 years of industrial experience in engineering and development, organization strategy and governance, risk audit compliance, business process management, enterprise architecture, e-commerce, payments, artificial intelligence, big data, IoT, blockchain, etc., etc. He's currently working as an innovation head and technical architect at DCB Bank. He has already mentored more than 250 startups in technology and enterprise domain. It's an honor to have Prasanna Lohar at BlockHash Live 2020. He will be keynoting the conference on Blockchain Key to Rethink Your Digital Identity. Before we start, housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, kindly drop them in the chat or question box in your Zoom panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Now, without further ado, over to you, Prasanna Lohar. Thank you for having you today.
Yeah, very good morning, everybody. And it's always great to be here at BlockHash Live every year. Organizer, can you just allow me to share my screen? Yeah, okay.
Sure, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, just. Yeah, screen is visible, right?
Well, sir.
Hello?
Hello, it's visible, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's visible, yeah. So friends, very good morning once again. Today we'll talk about a topic around the blockchain, and one of the primary use case where not only one nation but every nation will look at how digital identity can be really retransformed. So I think we recently faced, or some of the countries are facing this challenge of pandemic coronavirus, right? So, and during this scenario, what we have found importance of digital identity, right? Say example, if you are really get to know okay, how many citizens are affected by corona today. So we are leaving out those citizens who do not have an identity. I'm not talking about digital identity, but identity. That is why it very makes sense for every country to know, and globally we need to know as in a world how many of them really impacted. So I think the challenge for every country is a different. So we'll talk about how we have seen rise of identity, digital identity, what are the different challenges in digital identity, and how blockchain can be really act as a radical change agent to move on. So something about me. So I work in a DCB bank as a innovation in the architecture head. I primarily take care of digital. So as introduced by organizers, I am one of the mentor of the Kerala Blockchain Academy also. So let's begin. So I think what we have seen in the last 20 years, right? So every 20 years in the world, we always see something comes and changes our world. Say example, in 1995, internet came in, our changes our world, and we can't imagine our life without internet. Or 10 years back, 10 13 years back, we have had Android or iOS adoption, and globally I think we can't imagine our life now without mobile phone, without Android or an iPhone. So I think we have to really see what is that comes and really changes the world every 20 years. And in the current era, when we are in 2020, and 2020 is one of the year wherein the world has really seen a lot of challenges. I think collaborative development of underlying systems and various governments, right, it's coming together, will really change the world we operate digitally. So I think that's a motto of my presentation. Looking at in India, can we imagine our life without Aadhaar today? Right? Say example, Aadhaar can be utilized for opening of your bank account. Aadhaar can be utilized to get a SIM card from a telecoms. It's on the fly. So there was a day like I got a SIM card, it got activated after 2 days or 3 days. Today it's not a situation. It gets activated immediately. Bank account opening. So when I had opened my first bank account way back in 2000, it took around 30-35 days to open back. Right? If I ask some of us who are listening, right? So would you like to open your bank account after 35-40 days? The people will say, I think your system is not really having a very good digital identity program, right? So I think almost every bank in India has adopted Aadhaar. And why I'm talking about bank, because bank really plays major role in life of a citizens. Bank for financial inclusion or providing the better financial services to the citizens, banks does provide very good role. And if you do not have identity, you will not be able to open a bank account. So as a part of a boosting economy, or as a part of a digital transformation at a country level, 2009 we started this journey under guidance of Nandan Nilekani, who was earlier part of Infosys. And within a 5 years, this system was available for use. Since 2014 till 17, we have seen adoption of these systems everywhere, right? So that's the adoption which we have seen from 2009 till 2000 March 2017. Almost every citizen in India is on Aadhaar. And there are studies do say that Aadhaar is one of those massively built system, much more secure, very good architected system, and moreover, it's a largest data set for any country. And other countries do look at how Aadhaar is being implemented. They also want to replicate the same kind of stuff in their countries. But while we see the adoption of Aadhaar it was a massive, at the same time, Aadhaar has gone with multiple ups and downs also, right? Say example, Aadhaar, I will say it is a centralized database and a very good technical stack, but does it mean that it is a centralized or a single point of a failure? It could be yes or no, right? So we might have a DR set for Aadhaar, but all the data, just imagine, is available in Aadhaar, and it is got compromised. It got so what we have seen in the last 3 to 4 years, Aadhaar was always in the news, not because of Aadhaar system, but because of the in transit. When the customer is entering Aadhaar number somewhere on some web application or some of the banking application, from there, while the transaction reaches to the centralized Aadhaar system and giving back a response back, the data is lost. There were a lot of concerns around privacy. There are a lot of news, right? So many Aadhaar being stolen, right? So I think Aadhaar is a massive digital identity program, but at the same time, look at, there were other points. A lot of frauds are happen on Aadhaar. Lot of the system might be very secure, but the overall ecosystem is not secure. It's not giving right experience to the end users, right? So just imagine the Aadhaar system, which is on the left side, wherein the customer comes onto some channel, say ATM or a website, or on some mobile channel, and the transaction starts, and through some request goes from that channel to the Aadhaar server through multiple hops. So every bank has its own Aadhaar eKYC server, and as well as this provide this response to the one of the service agent. Okay, it could be ASA or AUA. Like, so these are the entities which are being authorized by the UIDAI. Okay, so I think in this complete hop, your Aadhaar uh, Aadhaar is always available in between systems, and customer doesn't know whether, when and where my Aadhaar is getting utilized. Now just imagine I create another architecture against this Aadhaar system, wherein the biometric device, wherein customer is putting Aadhaar or his finger or iris, as well as the data wherever it is going from the channel to the intermediate servers and UIDAI. If I keep all of them under one chain, under one blockchain, right? The blockchain Aadhaar service, something like that. And whenever the request reaches to the UIDAI node, I give a consent notification to the customer and says your Aadhaar being utilized. That customer will be very happy. That customer will feel that my Aadhaar is safe, and this is how it is being created. We'll talk about why it is really required, because today customer doesn't know where my Aadhaar being utilized. So that could be the case everywhere in every kind of a digital identity systems. So primarily today we'll talk about various trends in the industry, that why identity is required. First of all, different digital identity variants we'll talk about, and what are the challenges around those variants, and how blockchain comes as a change agent or as a survivor for all of these digital identities. And we'll talk about some of the local and global use cases where identity is very important. So current trend, recently we have seen, right? So Elon Musk, or there are other Bill Gates and several other giants has from their Twitter account, it was being Twitter being said that, I'm living great life, I'm doubling BTC payments and so on. And these guys, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, they were not aware whether how their Twitter account being hacked or used. This was one of those recent Twitter attacks, right? And we could have really avoided if we would have really utilized a consent mechanism for Elon Musk or Obama or Bill Gates, right? So at least there should have configuration key. I really want to use consent, right? So that was not available. Moreover, primarily I can utilize a blockchain network out being there, right? So another example where the current trend is a sustainable development goals. By 2030, we as a world, we want to meet these guidelines. No poverty. It means that not a single citizen in India should be poor. Zero hunger. Every citizen in India, every citizen in Africa or any other country should get food. How? How will I come to know how many citizens are there? Good health and well-being. We are now understanding importance of, because of Corona, the good health. But as a country, do I know how many citizens are there and how is the health index of every citizen this moment right now? So today in India, we have the Aadhaar Setu application, which will tell you about only Corona. But as a country, do I have a registry, health registry, since child has born and till the death? Am I tracking his health? Do I know how the good health of every citizen I'm tracking? Good education, right? Or gender equality, clean water, sanitization, and there are other like this 17 sustainable development guidelines being decided in 2013 by UN. And as output, like we have some of the programs like Make in India, Swachh Bharat, and there are many other programs which Indian government is tracking. They are tracking on a weekly or a regularly basis. There is a site for tracking tracking the progress of 17 sustainable development guidelines at a state level. But when we want to track, are we really tracking it well? There comes a solution like what UN and World Economic Forum says: zero poverty, zero hunger, good health, and some of the other sustainable development guidelines. You can track it with the blockchain-based systems or AI, with the adoption of emerging technologies. So understanding of a digital identity, unless you know who are all there under identity, you will not be able to track poverty or health or hunger, or there are many other life on land or climate actions and so on. So, and today 1 billion people are estimated lack of identity itself. So we don't know what these people are. Who are all these people, right? Out of those 7.6, this report is around last year, 2019, by McKinsey. So 3.4 billion people have some form of ID. Before 2014, we were not aware in India how many people are having identity. It was a mess for an Indian to open a bank account. It was a mess for an Indian to open take a loan. It was a lengthy process. Buying, selling land, or taking electricity at your home, going for a rent in another state, or a registration of your company in another state, are the still same challenges for even if you have Aadhaar. 3.2 billion people have some form of identity and a digital trail. What does it mean? It means that only we just know half of the population on digital identity, right? We aid to cater. So at any point, does the government has a single dashboard, how many citizens are there and what's really happening around their food need, the poverty index or education index or health index? The answer is no. Although we have a paper-based identity, it is not helping. We have Aadhaar, still it is not helping. So how do we really move further? That's a challenge in front of us, right? So we spoke about these challenges. So today we use Facebooks or Twitter or Instagram or Snapchat and so on. But on those social media, we don't have a button. We don't have a button switch off. We just have a button, log in and put your some data, and people keep on posting their photographs, videos, and there, once they are there, their trail is there. You don't have an option single today to know who is watching your content. You don't have an option today that today how many people are viewing your content, how many people are tracking, liking your content. Moreover, if you want to come out of the Facebook for 1 day or 2 days, that facility is not available. Because even if the facility is made available, still your data will be always there. Post announcement of a GDPR, the things are becoming more and more complex. How do we handle this data or digital data, right? So apart from digital data, this paper-based your passports or I have seen multiple cases in my experience. People are having more than 20 Aadhaar cards. How is it possible? How is the integrity of Aadhaar can be really made available? It may not be inside inside UIDS system, but outside of UID system, people do carry these plastic cards. They can create these cards, right? But how do we authorize these? How we are capturing attributes of this, or how we are authenticating? There are three principles for every digital identity. How are we authorizing? For what purpose you are authorizing? What are those attributes like date of birth, name, are we are capturing? And how you are authenticating? Is it authentication against that paper or this card, or it is an end-to-end? That is why it is very, very important for when your authentication or authorizer we are tracking, it should be end-to-end. It should not be only at a server where authentication happening. It should be at a consent has to be provided to the customer also. This is one of the like private property boards, right? This land belongs to me. Even if I know, still I have to put this land belongs to me. For what purpose? Because in some of the countries there is no adequate infrastructure, right? The land doesn't have an identity. It does have, but it's not digital. It's a paper, right? So many within India, so there are so many states, they have a only identity of your land or your home is a paper based. It's not digital. Even if it's digital, it's not on blockchain. So recently, last year I was in touch with the Uttar Pradesh government. They have digitized all their lands. Now they just have to put it into blockchain. Telangana government has done a couple of pilots. Andhra Pradesh government, they have done a couple of pilots for land registration on blockchain. Dubai, Estonia, all they are the front runners in the public sector use cases on a blockchain, where real estates or buying, selling, it's always happen on blockchain. I think from where my fruits are coming, from where the goods are coming, from where my medicine is coming, from where the stuff which I'm utilizing coming, it's a very, very big question for every citizen in the world now. Post pandemic, I really want to know if I'm ordering a food, from which restaurant is coming. Is that restaurant is authentic restaurant? Is that restaurant is having a proper license to run a hotel? I would like to know, as a end user, I would like to know. The food is one of the service, but there could be 400 plus service where I want to know whether I'm dealing with the right corporate. where I'm providing my information of identity to get a credit card or debit card, where I'm providing information to right person or right company. The traceability of this whole aspect is very important. And as customer has become more digital savvy, they are asking this question to you. They are asking this question to corporates: is it safe? Are you taking care of me properly? And at the same time, corporates are also saying, who has really ordered this something from Paytm? Is it really a proper guy? Who is there on this OLX? Is he really selling materials? Does he have a proper digital identity? So I think traceability among both user aid and service provider is very, very important, right? So one of the use case like insurance chain, right? So once the car is being dashed, how soon you are getting this insurance claim in your account? 10 days, 15 days. I have seen in my case 20-21 days. But tomorrow, if I build a blockchain based insurance, blockchain based insurance, I think it's gonna be very easy, right? Because your Aadhaar ID, your car, your bank account, everything will be on same chain. Your IoT device in the car will identify how much is the claim, how much is the damage, push that information on the same chain to your manufacturing company, which is connected to your insurance. It calculates insurance, gives back to your bank account, and your as identity is connected to your bank account, your claim is there within a no time. Is it possible? Yeah, it is certainly possible, provided your digital identity is mapped to your bank account. That's why very, very important. Although even if you today it is allocated, your Aadhaar it is mapped to bank account, still it takes a lot of time. Why? Because the insurance or many, they are all not on same page. Okay, so coming back, e-voting is available, right, in India, but still, are you confident that your data is secure? Look at Estonia. E-voting on top of blockchain is available, right? That gives a guarantee for end user that my vote is safe and it's counted, right? Or say example, today we talk about only workspaces or automobile or digital media or something like bikes, or these things are on marketplace, co-working spaces. You don't have to buy a place and start working. You can always go for a service. Ola, Uber, right? You can always, you don't have to buy a car to go to reach out to your office. You can always go for that service. Food or food preparation from. So I think while you're availing for this service on a marketplace, more and more challenge will come for a trust. Who is that guy who is ordering? Ola and Uber, right? Is he really authentic driver today? He's driving. Right. So the workspaces you are going for or you are under digital identity. You are visiting nearest hotel. That hotel will ask you the some paper like Aadhaar, but he doesn't know that is it really actual Aadhaar. Is that your system Aadhaar system has to be integrated on same chain with Aadhaar? Is it possible? It's possible, and that will really boost a lot or remove a lot of frauds and so on. So today, your individual corporates are changing. More and more customers are going on to the on mobile. They are more on technology. They are more tech savvy. They want to control their own data. And at the same time, banks are also moving away from your bank branches or mobile banking. They are providing their services onto some other channels. They are providing some service, authentication service on biometrics. They are providing their banking services on Flipkarts or on Paytm or a phone pay or Google Pay or some kind of other mobile app. So how data is secure for that customer? Right. So I think it's very, very important that physical and digital identities are gonna be connected. There is a need of evolution towards technology that are simpler, easier ways to the user. While we are doing this complex architecture with open banking and for end user, it should be very easy, passwordless banking. Or look at his biometric has to be connected with some blockchain and utilize it, and he should have a consent. I think while we are entering in this individual corporate changes, and once 5G will come to our life, these changes will be more challenging. It will not be easy. Customer will be more expecting those services from you. So as I was talking about IoT era, 5G, right? So your cars, car sharing, ride hailing, smart logistics, marketplaces, monetizing service. I think vehicle to cloud, everything will be on chain. Identity key will be your voice or a thumb or a biometric. So are these things are secure in the IoT era? So these are all current trends and challenges, and more or less I know where all we can use blockchain, right? So today we might be in era of internet and mobile, but tomorrow when we'll land in this era of IoTs, we need to talk about digital identity for your car. We need to talk about digital identity for your refrigerator, your all of those gadgets. Does this belong to you? Does this belong to a primary digital identity? Right? So it's very important for us to understand while we are at era of internet and mobile, when we enter in the connected platforms, does this smart house where I'm sitting or the smart office is connected to you? Everything will have a identity to understand, right? So I think these are the, and moreover more as I already told, right, it's the corporates and customers are changing. Today customer could understand basic digital advantage, but for tomorrow customer is going to enter in a bank branch and you should know who has really entered based upon his identity, based upon his consent. And as soon as you enter, customer will get a message that you have entered in the bank branch, and would you like to connect to a branch manager? If you say yes, if you provide a consent on that app, then only branch manager will come out and will greet you. And that too, he will greet you with a name. Mr. Bob, you have entered. How can I really help you? Is it possible in the current architecture? No. We need a smart contract. We need blockchain based things where your mobile phone and the overall banking system are on the same chain. When I'm doing shopping at a shopping mall, right, and come out of the shopping mall, shopping payment should happen seamlessly based upon my behavioral, based upon my facial, based upon my thumb or a pen, or a palm. It all depends upon how I'm utilizing this. While I'm going more and more digital identities, it makes sense to secure them, and there comes blockchain to really secure us identities. I spoke about how banking was operated earlier in a closed ecosystem. Customer used to visit bank branches, that's it, or mobile banking or internet banking. But today, this same customer is now talking to multiple other things apart from bank: telecoms, governments, utilities, IoT devices. So it's an your closed ecosystem today in 2020 is going to become, it is always already on that journey of become open ecosystem. So it's very important to understand for this customer, for this corporate, who are all them are on the same chain. You need a proper identity. So at the end, in this digital world, are we safe? How do I know that entity what is to be claimed to be, right? How do I know that it means that service provider is going to know about me? How I make sure myself that they will not misuse my Aadhaar or my information? These questions are there for a customer. But at the same time, corporate said they also have a lot of questions, right? How do we know this guy who is going to open a current account or bank account is actual guy? How do we transact with them on a regularly basis? How do we deliver right customer experience service to this industry? So these questions are there with us as of now. So are we safe in this blockchain world? Answer could be yes. Blockchain identity management could replace password and fix many of the hacking problems. This is what I can say right now. How? We will talk about it. So example, some of the use cases are already there based upon blockchain. Say example, IBM blockchain, the traceability which I was talking about, right? How your food is reaching out. We have implemented that. Good. We have implemented, like, I should know what is that raw material, what is that product being kept at a shopping mall or retail outlet. I know after scanning that barcode, I will come to know from which a palm oil plantation or from which refineries, the complete traceability of that food I will come to know. No problem with this. Moreover, insurance claim, which I was talking about, if the car crashes, insurance will come back to your account, provide all of them are on same chain. It's also possible with the help of blockchain. So these use cases are there. So let's talk about furthermore What is this digital identity? We've spoken about the current trends, what is really happening. So let's talk about what is this digital identity all about. So apart from India, like others, there are multiple countries have their own digital identity. In Sweden, they have a very good program, 75% adoption, which is for a bank ID. EID at Estonia, almost 90-95% adoption is being done for all the public sector use cases. More than 300 plus use cases are running on blockchain kind of infrastructure. But at the same time, there are some countries where national identity is there, but still the adoption is very less. Look at UK, 10% adoption. Look at Secure, 50% adoption in Canada. Look at national EID program in Nigeria or digital identification programs in Argentina, 10%. I think very less of countries have done huge adoption. Proudly said, India is there, or Sweden, Estonia, Dubai will be there. So I think it's a global challenge, right? So for in front of us. So approximately, as I rightly said, 1 billion people doesn't have any trail. We don't know who are all there digitally. They might be living, they might be having access of food and all, but when we want to achieve that 2030 sustainable development guideline, why are we leaving this 1 million people? So what is a digital identity? Is unlike a paper-based ID, like a license or passport, some of you are guys carrying in your purse right now. You're carrying all these cards right in your purse. Digital identity is something which is available remotely over digital channels in a simple language, right? More, if you make more complex, digital identity is verified to a high degree of assurance, unique, and established with the individual consent, and protect and use privacy control over the data. In a nutshell, we should know end-to-end traceability of utilization of this digital identity. It authenticates your identity over digital channels through one or more channels. That's the digital identity. So furthermore, if you look at identity is a collection of what? Identity is a collection of data or information that describes an identity. That information may come from your individuals like age, height, date of birth, fingerprints, or accumulated. So these are inherited attributes, right? It is always available with the individuals, right? Your fingerprint, biometrics. These are accumulated health records. And the lastly, which is assigned, I have assigned this Aadhaar number or national identifier number or telephone number or email address. So these are three different types of attributes: inherent, accumulated, and assigned for individual. Similarly, for your corporates, they have their own identities, or the assets like land and all, they have their own identities. So digital identity as a whole, we should know these 9 parameters out of this inherent, accumulated, and assigned. So what I mean to say, identity has a three things. Okay, attributes, which is in between, we spoke about what is this attributes all about. Authorization, how I am utilizing these attributes or identity, and how I am authenticating this. So if I'm putting my Aadhaar number, how authentication happened by bank, I'm utilizing for bank account. So this is around authorization. What is that I'm authorizing? Biometric, right? So combination of all these things remotely, digitally, we will treat it as a digital ID ecosystem. This is all about digital identity. And who are all the actors utilizing today digital identity? Normal citizens like you and me. Identity providers like UIDI or a PAN, or relying parties who are entities or accepting your services, government, and finally complete ecosystem where all these people are talking to each other, all these entities are talking to each other. Today they might be talking in a client server mode, tomorrow it could be blockchain mode. So primarily how it works, the user presents a set of attributes, and these attributes are authorized, and the service is given back to the customer. So primarily, once again, digital identity is a combination of various attributes for individuals or corporates or assets. Could be inherited, could be captured ones, and could be nominated or given. And this digital identity has to be authorized and authenticated. The whole ecosystem will call it as a digital identity ecosystem. And so today, with a digital identity against physical identity, much more security, much more privacy and control, better user experience, flexibility. Imagine I want to open a bank account, it happens immediately today. And it's far more secure compared to the paper based. It's far more very good user experience. I don't have to stand in those long queues for a bank account opening and so on, right? So there are quite a lot. So finally, digital identity should, good digital identity should have these 4 properties: verified, unique, and established the individual consent. This is very, very important, where blockchain plays complete role, and protects user privacy and ensures control over personal data. The digital identity, which has all these 4 features, I will treat it as a very good digital identity ecosystem. Let's take example of Aadhaar. Protect over user privacy, ensures control over personal data. It's lacking. It's not there. Great. It is unique. Fine. It is verified, authenticated. Fine. But established with the individual consent, it is lacking. So whenever you are there in any of the country, any of the state, look at which digital identity system you are utilizing as a corporate, as a country, or as a individual, and look at all these 4 properties. If that digital identity ecosystem is not aligned with these 4 properties, there is a room of improvement. And there comes blockchain and says, I will provide all of these 4 properties to you. Isn't it that great, right? So there are different types of digital identities. Biometrics, under biometrics you have fingerprint, face, voice, DNA, ID cards, right? Or you have a supporting like barcodes and QR codes, or mobile IDs on your mobile phones, OTP or smart IDs, or like this fraud risk based. So I think there are different ways of digital identity. Now these are all attributes, right? Understand? So these are all attributes. Now there are more than 6,000 plus identities in the world. Imagine, in a scenario like a corona, I think how will I capture all of these digital identities? Can we not have a single identity across the world? Can we not, at least at the India level, should have a single identity and work around that? So there could be different attribute form factors, fine, but it has to be attached with the one single dynamic identity, and it should be always there with the customer. It should not be stored somewhere in the some storage. It should be consent, at least should be available with the customers. With a digital identity, there are multiple applications. I think everybody knows, like food, or travel, or e-government, telecoms, smart cities, healthcare, everywhere digital identity being utilized. So primarily there are a lot of benefits of the digital identities. I will not go much into that. The advantages could be for consumers to get better service, or workers to get aligned with the proper employers, for SMEs, for asset owners. So I think there are a lot of advantages. If you dig out more advantages, you will find further more advantages for these worker employees. How do we really hire a right guy in the company? How do we do the automated background verification? Today, a guy who has a one clearance certificate from their previous employer, he is able to apply it for multiple jobs. He has multiple offers. What happens due to this purpose? The employee will go with only one company, right? He will produce that certificate, clearance certificate with the last organization, to one company. He will get an offer letter, and he will use that offer letter everywhere. These are like frauds. At least a company who has provided offer letter should know how his offer letter being utilized somewhere else. Can we not have all the employers under one chain? Can we not have all the education systems under one chain providing education certificate? Similarly, you have a multiple use cases, right? For a consumer or a SME, right? To get a proper loan. Today, SME against one property, they can avail loan for multiple banks. How? Why they can do it? If a SME has gotten a loan from one mortgages, and that should be tracked under blockchain, so that he visits another bank for the same mortgages, another bank should highlight, you already have taken a loan for that property, my dear friend. And he should intimate that another bank, please take care of this customer. He could go an NPA, he may not repay you because he's asking more loan. So that is very important to role of a digital identity. Tax paying, right? Or there are multiple use case, asset owners for land ownership, or sales and purchases. So these are all the examples where you can utilize blockchain. So primarily digital identity has a lot of benefits we spoke about. Now let's talk about the challenges in digital identity. The challenges could be So whenever you look at any digital identity, every digital identity will have these 6 attributes, goals, starting from is it standardized, how you're collecting those attributes, how you're collecting those data of individual, how authentication is happening, how attribute exchange is happening, or how authorization is happening. I told, right? Again and again, please remember, attribute, authorization, authentications are primary stakeholders or primary pillars of digital identity. So, and finally, your service delivery. For every of these pillar, from that digital identity, there is expectation for a goal. Say example, authentication, providing mechanism for linking user to the attributes, or service delivery, providing efficient, effective, seamless service to the users. But in current digital identity, go everywhere in the world. Apart from these goals, against every goal, there is a problem. Authentication, there are weak authentications. Lack of coordinations and consistency, there are no standards. There are complex authorization rules and relationship. You have a PAN, you have Aadhaar, you will have a digital DigiLocker, right? There are, so as a company, I need to integrate with everybody, everything, and how long I will keep on doing it, for how many years? So we need to address all these 6 goals for every digital identity. While we are addressing 6 goals, it's a dream come true, right? Dream come true digital identity system. It's going to be possible, may not be, right? For a country who is starting his digital identity program afresh, it's possible for them to take care of all of this. But while that system is going to come in our life, we can always utilize blockchain in our life. Okay, so these companies are trying for providing that services. Say example, Facebook or are doing better authentication with a single OTP or so on, right? Truly are good at a service delivery or attribute collection. Or we have a NAMI or a trust who are better in authorization. So as a single, we don't have anybody. So what to do till we deliver, till we have this effective identity system? If you have to create this effective identity system, we should know how do we tackle all these 12 parameters for people, business, and society. It could be around fraud, it could be around information exposure, or how do you are capturing data, service acquisition, so on. Let's take example in banking itself. In a banking, inefficient and costly onboarding process, is it? Yes, it's inefficient. If you want to, I'm not talking about those banks who are already on a digital mode of opening account. The banks are there, banks are always there in the bank branch also. It takes minimum 5 to 6,000 INR to open a bank account, and with a multiple process, multiple operations, and end user doesn't know when his bank account gonna get opened. So there are multiple such parameters, business problems are there for opening a corporate or a retail bank account. Multiple views of customer, right? High fraud rates, difficulty of tracking the ownership, highly manual and time consuming process. So this is an illustrative, and there are more problems in this very complex we spoke a lot about. And these are all because why? Because you have multiple attributes. We have a variety of ID documents in a country like PAN, Aadhaar, and so many things. Right?
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
A lot. So I think there are a lot of challenges in a nutshell in a digital identity.
Hello, Prasanna Lohar. Am I audible to you? Yes, sorry
Yeah.
for interrupting. We are running short of time. Can we take the questions now? Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can. I just provide me around 5 minutes to close my session. Then we can.
Sure. Thank you so much.
So friends, there are challenges around all these areas. So today we have challenges up to client server. Tomorrow the things will go on IoT. Then we'll look at user centric and self-serving kind of identity. So in a nutshell, what we have seen: centralized identity, federated identity. We are in mid of a user-centric identity, and certainly we have to adopt self-sovereign identity for end users, for your identity around your devices. So blockchain-based digital identity is very important because it will resolve all problems, because digital identity will not replicate. It will be tamper-proof, and the process will be tamper-proof to capture or authorize. So there are multiple programs today which are happening on a digital identity. There are 3 types of programs. Enterprise, within one bank, how do I identify a customer? consortium between one bank and another bank. How do I do the use cases like a KYC, centralized KYC? Like how can I utilize same KYC among other banks? And a self-service identity, which is a public kind of ecosystem, wherein how do I identify the end user? Like programs like Sovereign Network on Hyperledger India. So typically, when you look at putting blockchain-based digital identity, look at these three flavors. Self-service identity we spoke about. How does it really work? In a nutshell, there will be always a user authentication. Identity will be issued by a issuer, and that will be available in a blockchain registry. And the customer will be always asked for an consent, which will be verified whenever he is doing a transaction or authorization authentication. That is how the future of every digital identity should be. This is an example where how a credit card can be utilized. Okay, having credit card, this card is a tokenized into some other card, and the customer is provided with consent. Then only purchase will happen under their digital identity. It can be utilized by various things like school, governments, banks, by multiple users, right? So once again, we will have a wave 3 wherein a self-sovereign identity implementation will be part of every ecosystem. And the benefits for, again, although challenges were there will be benefit for all of these individuals and businesses and the government. There are other programs like Civic, UPort, the Sovereign are under such things, and multiple use cases which you can see. I'll talk about KYC. In Japan, this centralized KYC is being implemented, sharing KYC, right? Or you talk about in India, I am working with the Infosys and other for providing the 15GS or taxpayer services for a digital identity. There are multiple things, at least in India, Telangana government, they are working on a land kind of a registration. Cross-border payment, we need digital payments, a digital identity, or you talk about trade finance, or you talk about your complete banking will go on a digital identity or a blockchain-based kind of a banking, or you talk about supply chain, you talk about agriculture, where the most fraud does happen. We need all these identity like Aadhaar card to be utilized for paying out actual money to the farmer, actual rate to the farmer. It will happen provided complete cycle comes onto the blockchain. Sharing those content onto the media and internet content, but the royalty is not received by the content creator. Can you not create this digital identity based upon a blockchain? This will be around enterprise. It will not be public. It will be around a consortium kind of digital identity. There are three types: enterprise, consortium, and self-sovereign. So this will be around a consortium kind of. IoT, when IoT will come into picture, it will be more challenging. So that's how blockchain will come into the picture. Solar Coin is one of the program which I am working closely with Uttar Pradesh government, where utilizing the identity for each house is very, very important. Complete city can come under a digital identity based blockchain network like Estonia or like Dubai. So that could be the one of the use case. Many countries are doing globally various digital identity programs or various public sector use case where they need a proper digital identity. Open banking, tomorrow current banking will go on to open banking. It's very important to understand which fintech, which startup is calling your API. Are they utilizing the data properly? Are they taking care of data privacy compliance and so on? So can you not create that blockchain network for open bank? That's also very good use case. Startup being funded by the investors, but investor doesn't know how the money is being provided. So since onboarding of the startup, providing a digital identity to the startup, and the money is given, then complete traceability of a money transfer and how that money is being utilized by the startup can be tracked under a DLT based money transfer. Security is another example where we can utilize tomorrow's IoT based use case we can utilize. So finally, what I want to say that digital identity base is a rife of disruption, and the blockchain technology can do it. The next gen identity technology will rely on a blockchain based application for transactions. Will the potential is a massive, right? Blockchain can be reutilized properly, but my dear friends, will it happen? Are we going to really implement blockchain everywhere? Answer could be yes or no, but answer will be always yes down the line 5 years. One of the program which World Bank is doing, that ID4D, which is a non-profit organization, where they are looking at how we can incorporate all the citizens under one identity. Right, it will be helpful for a digital development, social protection, health, financial inclusion, governance. I think more and more collaboration needed among countries. More and more collaboration needed among those corporates who are doing these, who are targeting the 17 sustainable development goals. And the answer is finally, you cannot survive without your identity or so-called digital identity, and digital identity has to be there on a blockchain or a DLT kind of a network. This is a message. This is message for me. So the wait is over. The time for now us to act and implement the digital identity on blockchains. So thank you so much again, Kerala Blockchain Academy, for having this BlockHash every year, and always great to be here every year and imparting whatever knowledge I have in favor of ecosystem development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prasanna Loha. You kept virtually every member of the audience hanging on every word. It was absolutely an inspiring session. Quickly, we'll have a note on the questions. We have 2 questions in the question box. The first question is from Arulu. Where are the present-day challenges to bring land registry on blockchain?
Yeah, so land registration blockchain, the challenge is like I was talking about, every identity requires attributes. How are you collecting those attributes? Now let's look at, when you talk about assets, the land registration come around assets. So how are you capturing these assets, right? It's very, very important. So today, the challenge first itself, that how are you capturing this asset of a land registration? This is very, very important. Once you capture, then digitize those records. Then only you will be able to put them under blockchain. So in India, I think if you take a consent of, I think UP government and Telangana government have really captured this data under digital records. Now they just have to put these records under blockchain. If you look at the screens for this asset, what is the nature of this asset and ownership, this has to be captured first of all. So as a part of the digital identity, which are those attributes of these assets? Are we capturing all these attributes? Then comes actual implementation of your blockchain around a land registration. The challenge today we are facing, how do we capture these attributes of the land registration? Today, there are good governments like Telangana, Andhra, UP, they always say that they are doing it. But in a nutshell, we have to really see as a challenge we are really implement. So in a nutshell, the answer for this question is the blockchain is not a answer for that. The answer is that how are you collecting your data under digital mode? Then it's very easy to implement under blockchain.
Yeah, we have one more question. What are the hindrances fintech institutions facing in implementing the blockchain technology?
I think it is very, very good question. Whoever has asked this question, fintech industry. What is this fintech industry? Fintech is a solution or one of the solution which bank does offer to their customers, and we as a bank collaborate with that fintech for that solution. We don't want complete banking to be implemented by fintechs. Every fintech should have a journey. So complete banking can be implemented by combination of multiple fintechs. Now, my friend, what happens to a fintech journey? Fintech should know what is that solution they are providing to the bank. We need to know, is that solution is really aligned with the problem statement which a bank is facing. If it is aligned, I am sure, I think I will really see that, I will as a bank will see that how do I implement that solution from the fintech. First challenge, fintech doesn't have so much of channels or liberty available to interact with the banks. Today we have a regulatory sandbox, or tomorrow all the banks are not that tech savvy to really adopt fintech. That's the first challenge. Second challenge, within fintech itself, why they are going for blockchain. They should understand why they are implementing blockchain. Is that really right solution for them? Third thing, like availability of the banking ecosystem to practice that a fintech solution. Hardly 5 to 10 banks are available with the APIs and so on. That could be the one challenge. But I think whoever is listening here, as a banker, I assure, if you are a fintech and if you really want to work for a banking kind of a problem statement, for a CKYC, or could be for any of the lending solution on a blockchain, or say example, I have adopted 3 fintechs for implementing live blockchain use cases, right? The ATM authentication we are bringing on a blockchain, data collection for the loan which I have given, and rechecking audit, we are doing it on blockchain with a fintech only. So it depends upon the fintech how they are approaching banking industry, and are they approaching right industry. But in a global, the more support has to come from top, from a government. Although there are some initiatives that happen, hackathons does happen, but end to end, right? How I'll take care of the blockchain startup index of every blockchain is very, very important at a global government level. That is missing. We have some strategy papers, we have some IDRBT fintech or in NITI Aayog, but we need a blockchain officer and champion at the India level who will take care of education, who will take care of these fintechs, who will take care of corporates, who will take care of standardization blockchain, and will take care of research and development in the blockchain. And we'll see actual use cases for a country like India. When this China or Estonia kind of a country can do, why India cannot do? We can do it. I think the problem is at a larger level, at a governance level. Incentivization to these fintechs, how it will happen, right? So I think we need a blockchain kind of unit and blockchain officer at the India level who will take care, or at state level, who will take care of these taking care of fintechs, not only fintechs, but other areas like education and research and development, standardization, and so on. I'll be very happy. We are relying on hyperledgers or Ethereums and so on, but opportunity here today to create more hyperledgers, to create more platforms, or collaborate with the existing hyperledger Ethereums and bring hyperledger more robust. I think that kind of a work is missing. That is why fintechs are lacking this program, this kind of thing. And the final thing, I think cloud service provider has to be also very liberal enough to provide some incentives to the fintechs to operate on or experiment. Amazon or Microsoft, they are doing it. They do offer some of the credits or something like that. But there has to be a single window 24/7 for fintechs to experiment. So I appeal those Microsofts, IBMs, Amazons, or Hyperledgers have a single window which is available 24/7 for this fintech community. Give them opportunity so that they impart in your journey. So this is in nutshell, my dear friends. I want to say that how fintechs can be really get on to the next level.
Thank you, Prasanna Loha. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure being with you all today. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Look forward to collaborate furthermore. I am available on LinkedIn, and you can always get in touch with the Kerala Blockchain Academy for any connection with me.
Thank you. Thank you, Prasanna Loha.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir. We'll start the session in 3 minutes.
Okay. Shall I join after 3 minutes?
Hello and hi, everyone. We are moving to the third session of the day. Welcome to the second day of BlockHash Live 2020. Myself, Anshu. It's my privilege to walk you through the panel discussion on blockchain adoption in Indian context. We are honored to have special guests who are experience enriched and versatile in their respective background. A warm welcome to the respected delegates. Let me introduce the speakers of the hour. Dr. Saji Gopinath. He is the Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Digital Science, Innovation and Technology. He was the former Director and Professor of the Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Kerala. Also the CEO of Kerala Startup Mission, a central agency of the Government of Kerala for entrepreneurship development and incubation activities. Under his visionary leadership, the state won many accolades, including the State Startup Champion, Kerala Management Association Technology Leadership Award in 2019 for the second consecutive year. Welcome Dr. Saji Gopinath to the panel. Next we have Dr. Rajashri MS. She's the Vice Chancellor of APJ Abdul Kalam Technology University, also the former principal to the Government Engineering College, Barton Hill, and LBS Institute of Technology for Women. an active academician with demonstrated history of heading several higher education institutions focusing on computing and IT-based academics. Also a researcher with a PhD degree in computer science and engineering from IIT of Madras. I welcome you, ma'am, to BlockHash Live 2020 and the panel. Next, we have with us Jayesh Ranjan IAS. He is currently serving as a Principal Secretary of Industries and Commerce, IT and Electronics and Communication Departments of Government of Telangana. He is a recipient of the World Bank Social Capital Visiting Scholarship in 2002 and British government's Gurukul Shiving Scholarship in 2005. He is a part of the National Pool of Trainers in Leadership constituted by the Government of India and is involved in training and mentoring the newly recruited civil servants. On behalf of KBA family, I welcome you, sir, to BlockHash Live 2020. Next, we have with us Mohammad Y. Safirullah IAS, a 2010 batch IAS officer. He is the present Additional Secretary of the Department of Electronics and Information Technology of Kerala Government. He early served as the Ernakulam District Collector, Director of Kerala State IT Mission, and Deputy Secretary of IT Department and Project Director of eHealth Kerala. On behalf of KBA, I welcome you, sir, to BlockHash Live 2020 and the panel. Last but not least, we have J.A. Chowdhury. He's the chairman of the Indian Blockchain Technology Standards Committee, also the general partner of Succeed Innovation Fund and founding director of Software Technologies Park of India. J.A. Chowdhury was one among the key architects for setting up the International Institute of Digital Technologies at Tirupati, also setting up the IT ecosystem in Hyderabad and Cyberabad. He also served as a founding member for Portal Player, which was responsible for designing and manufacturing the core silicon chip for Apple's iPod. He is currently mentoring many startup companies in emerging technologies. It's an honor to have you all today at BlockHash Live 2020. It's my privilege to welcome you all to discuss the adoption possibilities of blockchain technology in India. Welcome all, and thank you for joining the panel. Thank you for sparing us your precious time. So before we start, a little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Over to you, Rajashri, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity to moderate this panel, which consists of members from different segments, each one of which will contribute tremendously to the adoption of blockchain in the government context. So I have roughly given a few themes to the speakers based on their alignment with the topic suggested for the discussion. And it will be like this. Dr. Saji Gopinath will be dealing with the role of education, research, and startups in blockchain technologies for fostering blockchain adoption in India. Shri Jayesh Ranjan IAS will be discussing about his experience with blockchain adoption in Telangana and views to share from a national perspective. And Shri Mohammad Y. Safirullah IAS will take us through the global scenario in blockchain adoption with focus on its relevance to India. And Shri J.A. Chowdhury will give us insights on the standards for blockchain and how standards can become an enabler for adoption and the present status of what is happening in the standardization efforts and the plans that India has ahead to make blockchain adopted to its full potential. So we all agree that blockchain it's theoretically, we all state that it is a very promising technology for adoption. It provides a trust-based collaboration platform, and which brings in various parties like government organizations, businesses, and private enterprises, everything onto this platform for various operations of the government, and creating even virtual enterprises. Though it is grouped with other jargons like machine intelligence, machine learning, IoT, and all these, there's a tendency to group this technology as well with these kind of emerging technologies. But there is a fundamental difference that comes in, because there is a lot of thing that needs to happen for the adoption of this technology as such, because of its distributed nature and the various stakeholders and the complexity involved. It is not only individual solutions and products and services that can be built, but it has to do with lot of things in the formulation of policies from the government, because it fundamentally affects a lot of our institutional structures, our organizations, our governmental operations, our financial operations, and the conventional processes that are followed as what do you call, as manifestos in the governance. So it is the adoption, successful adoption means successfully addressing these fundamental structural and organizational concerns and policies to bring it to operational side. This is not as easy as it is said, because it has things to do with the government of India and also the state governments. If they are trying to touch upon for this, for a specific solution, then it has to deal with multiple concerns, and all these cross-cutting concerns make the adoption of blockchain in the Indian context. So we have experienced people from all areas to talk to us on this, and I request Dr. Saji Gopinath to speak on this. Though I have given an indicative theme, you are open to speak on your views on this, so that at the end of the panel we are able to come up with some rules to follow, or some actions to take it forward, because the whole of the discussions that has been happening yesterday and today, everything will be fruitful only if we are able to list out a few action items. So Professor Saji Gopinath, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Rajeshri, and Chairperson of this panel, and esteemed panel members. As Dr. Rajeshri has rightly pointed out in the introduction, blockchain, as we all know, that it's a very transformative technology. So compared to many other industry 4.0 technologies, here it is not just a small change, but it's more of a fundamental change which we are expecting. So when we look at education, research, and the application, which is currently happening primarily because of, or primarily driven by the startups, we may have to look at from that perspective. We know that even though in a country like India, where blockchain offers such a large amount of opportunities, and this BlockHash Live this year and the previous years were discussing about various such opportunities, even today the real adoption is actually very small. Of the projects which are actually being implemented primarily by government and even few by the corporate sectors, you can see most of them are at the POC level. Only around 4 to 6% are actually gone into the production level per se. So that is basically the reason why we need to actually start looking at. And even when you look at the startups, the amount of investment which has come to Indian startups compared to the global space in the blockchain is also not very, very impressive. So one of the reasons could be that as a fundamental technology, it is important that the technology has to pervade into various fields. But today, if you look at the education of startup in the country, we can actually divide them into 2 or 3 buckets. We have, if you look at primarily the education or the training is happening in the technology space. And that also done mostly by the private players. There are national institutions. If you look at the national institutions, you have IIT Bangalore, IIT Hyderabad, IIT Bombay is just starting, and IIT Kharagpur. These are the few of the top, and IIT MK through the KBA. So these are the few top institutions who are actually getting into the education space per se. but it is still not prevalent. Maybe one course may be there, but a full-fledged blockchain program is still not prevalent in the other universities and other education institutions yet. Even though Amity has a program, it is still not gone into the level in which, if you look at compared to data sciences, or if you compare that with analytics, or if you compare that with AI, these are the areas where today most of the universities are actually creating the talent or developing the talent. To that level, blockchain has actually not been gone. But much more pressing need, I think that is something which we may have to look at, is that leave the technology institutions, because when you are a fundamental change, you require the law institutions to study this. You require the art institutions to study this. You require the other institutions to study that. The amount of blockchain education into such institutions is actually almost virtually nil in the country. And if you look at even in the business schools, IIM Indore has got a program, and few other IIMs are actually offering one or two courses on that. But even now, that has not gone into the level which would have happened. And this has to be looked at from the study which NASSCOM did a couple of years back, where they were speaking about a quarter-to-quarter increase in demand of around 40% in blockchain technologies and related talent. Even with such a demand happening, we are not seeing enough number of the blockchain education across the various domains per se. But I believe good point is that today the education is global. You have global universities coming and offering programs. Even in India, all these institutions, whether it is IITs or IITs, they're all using online platforms. So the availability of the technology courses are there, but need to increase more. But application of this in multiple domains is actually something which is a gap. I'll leave it there. Maybe after later we'll have more discussion on that. Now, when you come to the research part of it, which is also equally important when you look at the technology, we know that one of the challenge with the early forms of blockchain is interoperability issues, the power consumption issues, and many of the technical issues were actually being highlighted in blockchain 1.0, blockchain 2.0, etc. And over the years, there is a substantial amount of technology development which is happening over there. And even research also can be divided into two parts. You can actually look at one part primarily focusing on the technology, which is primarily looking at the theory of the blockchain, the DLTs, models. You look at the security, privacy, and related aspect of it. The second is on the application, which is primarily driven by the public sector. Niti Aayog has come out with a strategy paper in the beginning of this year, where they actually identified the sectors where the blockchains are actually being tried out, whether it is in the pharmaceutical supply chain, whether it is in the claim management supply chain, the insurance supply chain, the university certification supply chain, and actually come out with several practical issues which when you start implementing it on the field. Now, I'm still not sure whether such issues are actually coming under the domains of research in the social sciences, in the humanities schools, in the management schools yet. While there is a substantial amount of masters and PhD theses are happening in the area of blockchain technologies, the application research issues in a large country like this is actually something which is also need to be looked at. We also have some private or corporate research institutions like IBM Research, etc., which is also advancing this field into the next level person. Now, it is actually heartening to note that some of the global blockchain companies are now actually instituting research fellowships in the country. And I'm sure that many of you may be familiar with the Ripple has actually selected out of the 17 universities, which their University Business Research Consortium, which they are selecting 17 universities, 2 of them, IIT Hyderabad and IIT Bombay, are from India. And they are actually supporting postdoc as well as doctoral research in this area through the support. So such corporate supporting the research, corporate supporting blockchain research is actually a way forward if you look at the research point of view. So we have 2 elements here. One is an element which primarily looks at the technology and fine-tuning the technology, looking at the gaps in the technology and addressing it. And parallelly, there should be a field of research which looks at the real adoption issues, looking at challenges, because we still have challenges on the standards, we still have challenges on the unified formats, and also the inefficiencies in the conventional system. So these 2 things have to go parallelly into the research field per se. Now, finally, let me also put a little bit on the onto the field of startups. And as we know that when the Bitcoin came, it was actually maybe a period of startups. It's a golden period of startups. You have a lot of ICOs and others have come, and startups have actually gained a substantial amount of traction in that. But following that, you have also seen a number of startups who are engaged in the blockchain technologies, and most of the POCs in the country are actually driven today. It's true that there are some large companies like IBM, etc., involved, but substantial amount of thing is actually happening through the startups per se. Now, the latest traction report says that India today has around 218 startups who are working in blockchain technologies. Obviously, this number is small compared to the global number on this, and this number is even much more small when we're looking at the investment which has come to Indian blockchain startups. Many of these 218 have got either seed fund or maybe a Series A fund into the range of maybe up to maybe 8 million or something like that. Typically much smaller amount, but there are maybe few who have got a larger amount also. And if you look at globally, if you look at the applications, only around 30% of blockchain startup applications happen in the exchange and trading, which I think is not something which India is favoring. But other 70% of applications happen in other things. How do you actually make the transaction solutions, looking at enterprise blockchain solutions, looking at ecosystem development solutions, identity, security, authenticity solutions. So those are the areas where multiple levels of startups are actually working. And there are startups who are doing well, but the numbers again has to go up in this area. And it's also, even the Niti Aayog report also have actually looked at, and even other research reports in the Indian context also looked at. They found that the real, if you look at the various sectors of the country, and like Madam rightly pointed out at the start, this can actually work on all the fields. The real application has happened, or applications happen more in the fintech and related aspects. And in India, especially in the BFSI, is the area where many of the startups work. But of late, it's actually moved to the other areas. Even in Kerala, along with the startup, the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategy Council is actually started a POC in the area of healthcare, in the area of retail, in the area of manufacturing, etc. But these are all recent adoptions. But over the period, I believe that you will see many number of startups coming in this area. But what is required is you also require a large growth, because blockchain as a technology have to become popular. A large amount of adoption has to happen. And when a large amount of adoption happens, the venture capitalists also will be keen to actually invest onto the startups, which actually go into a virtuous cycle as such. But we need to break that. That is, I think, the challenge which we need to look at. How do we actually break from this POC, maybe pilot, to a full-fledged application models? As we see many of the cases, it is still driven substantially by the public sector, by governments. Very proactive governments are driving it. The corporate sector has also had to play a very big role now to see that blockchain is as a technology is actually have huge amount of potential. And once that happens, I think this whole three elements of education, research, and the implementation will come hand in hand. I think that is some of the issues which I'm sure the other eminent panelists also will be throwing light on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Saji, for walking us through those three pertinent areas which has a lot to contribute to the adoption of blockchain. And you have brought out an important aspect, the need to have different domains to come together, not only from the application point of view, but also from education and research point of view, to come out with strategies for the adoption, especially in the formulation of public policies when it comes to restructuring the existing systems of governance. And those remarks and those pointers, data pointers on the startup and the abysmally low startups in the country is also worth mentioning, because we need to do something out there. Only if there is promise of adoption from the government and other entities can such startups will come up, and they will be able to contribute meaningfully. And more important thing is, it's not transforming an application to the blockchain technology, but it is the value that it is bringing. So we need to have actual case studies, like Government of India in the Niti Aayog document says that it has to take the ease of doing business as a vision that is to be implemented using this technology, which brings in tremendous value, which is accepted by the public. That becomes very critical for the adoption. So with this, the next panelist, we have Sri Jayesh Ranjana IAS, and we have an extremely eminent case study here. We have a person who has been driving the blockchain district in Telangana, and there are certain listed out application areas like the land record cleansing exercise with involving more than 10,000 villages, then the certificates of class 10 and class 12. So we read about all these, and as the in the motor vehicles department, it is to track the life cycle of vehicles. It could be for any inventory for that matter. It need not be for vehicles alone. So some models, if it comes out successfully, it can be replicated across various other domains also. So we have a person to speak us about this, which really worked on such a hub, creating an ecosystem, bringing in all the components like startups, government organizations, private entities to showcase the real applications of blockchain. Over to you, Sri Jayesh Ranjana IAS, for enlightening us on your efforts and putting it from a national perspective for us to take it forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chancellor, and very good morning to fellow panelists. Greetings to all the attendees, all the viewers. As Madam introduced, I work for the government in Telangana, and for the last 5 years, we have focused on use of blockchain to solve some of the most challenging topics which the government face, and obviously through the government vehicle, it helps lots of people also. So Madam spoke about some of the use cases that we have already launched very, very successfully. And some of these use cases are now becoming more and more common in other Indian states also. Now, practically school records, etc., university records, etc. I guess so many schools, so many institutions, so many universities throughout the country have shifted to blockchain-based technology, which provides document security and makes it tamper-proof, etc. Land records also are getting blockchain enabled in many other states. But I would like to highlight two very important use cases that we are working on, and maybe if time permits, I'll give a few other examples also. But these two things which I want to share about are really going to be very path-breaking. They will show to the whole world what is the importance of blockchain. And I'm very confident that once these two use cases become live, they're at the design stage. But once they become live, I mean, people will talk about them, and the entire stature of blockchain in the technology basket, that will go up many folds. So the first use case that we are working on, and it is 10:25, as I can see from the clock where I'm sitting. In 5 minutes from now, at 10:30, our teams are making presentations before Government of India. So this is about vaccines. Now, all of us know what is the importance of vaccines today. I mean, everyone is looking forward to the vaccine. And of course, vaccines are at a very advanced stage of development. I'm happy to share with you that Hyderabad-based companies actually have taken a lead in development of vaccines. There are 3 Hyderabad-based biotechnology companies who are leading the race, besides one which is located in Pune. And it is expected that the indigenous vaccine, the Indian vaccine for COVID-19 will be ready maybe by in a month's time or so. And then mass vaccination programs will start. Now, we all know that tracking and tracing the vaccines also, the entire chain of vaccine supply is also very important. And it will be very important also to maintain the integrity of the vaccine. See, I live in Hyderabad. Hyderabad is not only the vaccines capital of the world, but it is also the pharmaceutical capital of the country. And we have seen in the past so many cases of counterfeiting of medicines, etc. Unfortunately, there are some unscrupulous elements who do these kind of things. They make fake medicines, they circulate those medicines in the open market, and obviously it is first of all, it is very criminal to do such a thing, because a person in good faith, a patient in good faith, if he eats a fake medicine, not only will he not get cured, but he may also lose his life. So we are literally playing with the lives of the people. So there are unfortunately such criminal elements, and of course the police is doing what they need to do, but technology also has a solution. So since, as I said, Hyderabad is a very important pharmaceutical center, a few months ago, maybe around 7-8 months ago, we have started a small pilot. So as Mr. Gopinath mentioned, some of the blockchain initiatives are still at a pilot level, POC level. The one which I'm referring to is also at a POC level. We started a blockchain-based trace and tracking solution for cancer drugs, for anti-cancer drugs. But the POC has given very positive results, and therefore we have now got emboldened that we can do this for the entire vaccines management. And as you know, for a country of 1.3 billion people, so many vaccine doses will be required. And obviously the whole country has to be covered, the entire length and breadth of it, and multiple cold chain stock points and then distribution points. And I mean, a large logistics infrastructure will have to be, of course, not completely created afresh, but will have to be requisitioned to ensure that the vaccine reaches the farthest corner of the country and every person gets this vaccine, so that we are able to get back to our normal lives. So we have a solution which has worked well for the cancer anti-cancer drugs counterfeiting, and we are now offering. We have written to the government of India. The government of India found merit in our concept, and today at 10:30 a.m. our teams have been called to the health ministry to make a presentation before the joint secretary. So hopefully in a few minutes the presentation will start, and I'll be also waiting very anxiously to get to know from them what exactly happened and what is going to be the next step. But I'm very confident that whether our team's solution is accepted or someone else's solution is accepted, but the blockchain based technology is the one which is very needed for a massive large scale program of this kind, where there is always a risk that someone unscrupulous will try to game the system or will try to as I said, play with the lives of the people. So this is one very important thing. And tomorrow, as we all know, the emergence of this vaccine is being awaited for months altogether now. And this is the only hope that all of us have today. And tomorrow, when it is done successfully, and then once it comes into public light, that blockchain-enabled technology secured this distribution, imagine the kind of confidence it will build on blockchain systems and all that. So this is one case which I want to talk about. It is still a work in progress, as I said. Evaluation is happening in Delhi, and it will take a while for them to communicate the decision. But the fundamental technology is ready. As I said, it has been tried out in a small scale on this cancer drugs counterfeiting, and we have been able to show how every batch which is produced in the pharma company can be tracked and traced using this blockchain systems. The second case study that I want to talk about is also something extremely significant. In fact, that also will be a game changer, which is regarding remote voting or home-based voting. Now, we all know that elections have their own dynamics in our country. I guess in Kerala also some elections are going on right now, or maybe they got over yesterday or day before. But elections keep happening in our country, and we all know that there are all kinds of deficiencies in the present electoral system. Now, we are working on a very important project, and while the project is hosted by us, our blockchain district, but lots of very eminent professors, faculty members from IITs, from other kind of eminent organizations, they have contributed their inputs and their knowledge in this solution development. So this is a home-based voting. So which means that you don't have to go to a polling station to cast your vote. It is the Estonian model. Some of you may know that in Estonia, no one needs to, there is no concept of a polling station. Everyone registers online and votes online. So obviously, when you are voting online, there need to, first of all, it is you only who is claiming to be the voter. The identity has to be verified and confirmed. So there is a methodology that we have developed through which voter identification can be foolproof, and it can be checked for accuracy, etc. The second part is, how do you cast your vote, and how is your vote stored? By maintaining the secrecy, as well as it is tamper proof. No one is able to kind of play around with your vote. And this is where we have been able to bring a blockchain enabled solution. We had elections very recently, just about 15 days ago, for Hyderabad city. The Municipal Corporation of Hyderabad conducted its elections. And because of this COVID situation, the election authorities, the State Election Commission, felt that this can be offered as an alternative to elderly people who are kind of skeptical and who are in a vulnerable situation. I mean, who's going out and standing in queues, etc., will lead them to a greater risk. So this is a request which had come to us from the State Election Commission, and in time for that election, we have completely prepared the solution. Everything is ready, but unfortunately, the State Election Commission was not able to get the act amended. You need because in India there is no concept of e-voting or home-based voting. There is an act which governs voting, which does not talk about these things. So the legal experts pointed out that unless you amend the act, the sanctity of this process will not be accepted. And if anyone goes to the court and challenges it, then you will not be able to move at all. And earlier to Hyderabad, there were elections conducted in Bihar, as all of us know that. So in Bihar elections, the facility was given that those who are elderly or those who are COVID positive and who are recovering or who are in home quarantine, they can come at the very end at 6 o'clock. And then the last 1 hour will be reserved for such people. So our Hyderabad election commissioner also relied on that methodology. And he also kind of, I mean, we could not run the e-voting module, but he allowed the elderly people and the COVID cases to come and vote at the end. But the point is that we have been able to develop that technology. We could not demonstrate it because the law amendment could not happen. But we have readied the technology, and we are hoping that in our state of Telangana, there are forthcoming local body elections, not for the entire state, but a couple of municipal corporations are going to vote in the next coming 2-3 months. And if the pandemic scenario remains as it is, the necessity to have this kind of a remote voting and allowing the elderly and the COVID positives to vote from the home itself without compromising on any aspect of their identity impersonation or their sanctity of the vote or tampering possibilities, etc., etc. So we are very keen to roll it out, and hopefully, since there is some time, the State Election Commission should be able to get the law amendment as well. So these two are, in my opinion, these two cases, the COVID vaccine case and the e-voting case, these will be milestone use cases, which will confirm to the whole world that blockchain solutions can be very, very effective solutions. Of course, blockchain cannot be implemented anywhere and everywhere. There are certain kinds of scenarios, and VC Madam Garu mentioned in her opening remarks that only in cases where there is too much of distributed activity, there's an element of mistrust, there's lack of transparency, one person does not know what the other node is doing, and so on and so forth. So these are the ideal scenarios where blockchain implementation will work the best. And in our opinion, the vaccine case and the remote voting case, these two cases are the perfect cases. And they will give confidence to other states and other users also to adopt blockchain wherever these kind of circumstances prevail. So, I mean, as I said, there are many other Telangana examples also, but these two, which in my opinion will be the defining examples, I wanted to share these with you, and I'll be happy to speak about other examples also, maybe in the next round of interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Jayesh Ranjan, for those very fascinating case studies. And we are all looking at the pandemic and how to address the pandemic effectively, contain it. And the tracing and tracking of vaccines is very significant. And we hope your proof of concept will win, and we will adopt in the entire country for people to get motivated with such examples, which really touches the life of people. And then coming to the second, so we are used to work from home and teach from home, and now it is vote from home. That is really really good, and there are very good takeaways for people to work on. Whoever is listening to the panelist, it is very interesting. And you also brought out an important aspect which we have been discussing all along: amendment of the act. That is where things get stuck with, and that has to be considered along with the launch of the application or the proof of concept itself. You have to see what is existing and what the law says, what the ordinance says, and then how the system can be changed fundamentally. So thank you. And we have really benefited from these examples. Now I request Sri Mohammed Vaisafirullah IAS to speak to us on the global scenarios of blockchain adoption and the opportunities in India, because you are with the department which is the nucleus of such activities, empowering the e-governance and other which plays a pertinent role in connecting all other departments to exercise the governmental functions. Your remarks will definitely help the audience to get real insight into things. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, eminent panelists and the participants. I would like to dwell on 2-3 points today. One about the global scenario and about the opportunities for blockchain in India, and a couple of pilot projects that we are doing in our state of Kerala. As we know that in January 2020, Niti Aayog came with the Blockchain India strategy. And over a period of time, particularly in the last 2-3 years, there has been a lot of momentum in this particular area. If you look at a few indicators worldwide about India, where we stand, first one about the ease of doing business, we have come a long way forward. In the 2020 edition, in the ease of doing business, our country is ranked 63. However, if you look at two of the sub-parameters which contributed to the overall ranking, one is about enforcing contracts. If you see enforcing contracts, India stands 163 out of 190 countries. The second parameter, sub-factor, is about property registration, where we stand 154 out of 190 countries. These two are the areas what I would like to point out, that is in enforcing contracts and the property registration, where comparatively across the globe, we have a lot of scope for improvement. The second rating is about the Transparency International, which is about the perceived level of public trust, where we are ranked about 78 in 180 countries, among 180 countries. So in these two indicators, we understand that there is a issue of trust in many of the public systems that is there. And therefore, blockchain offers a lot of scope in this particular area. Shri Jayesh sir was pointing out to various examples in his state and in our country on the use cases of blockchain. We all know about the Amravati Land Record Management System, and also about the way in which Gujarat Narmada Valley Fertilizers and Chemicals Corporation had also worked in seeing to that the subsidies are linked to blockchain issues. In this context, from the international experiences, what I feel is that we have scope in 4 areas. The first one is a financial market settlement. Many of the stock exchanges across the globe, for example, the Australian stock market, even in our own country, we are doing a lot of pilot models for settlement. And this has tremendous opportunities in terms of reducing the settlement cycle from T+2 to almost real time. So the first application where we can expand this is in the financial market area, where the trust is the foundation of all transactions. The second area where I see a lot of scope is wherever the financial subsidies are transferred, like the one I talked about, the fertilizer subsidy, or any other substantial subsidy in terms of maybe an MSME related or industrial subsidy. So wherever the subsidies are transferred based on some government scheme, we can use blockchain to see to that the subsidy transfer is real time and also authenticated. The third area where we have a lot of scope for improvement and application is in the area of agriculture. We have a lot of geographic indicators products which are sold at a premium across the globe. For example, the entire route to India was discovered based on the access to agriculture and spices product in general. So if you look at in Kerala, the spices from Kerala and many places in our country command a premium price across the globe. So if we can have a unique form of geographic indicator which is blockchain authenticated, there will be a lot of prosperity in this particular field. The fourth area of application is in about the certificates in basically the human resource management. We have a lot of certifications, degrees, and continuous trainings. And whenever this recruitment or even in governments, when we see a profile or the CV of a candidate, it's important to see that these are authenticated. And this is an area where there is a tremendous possibility, and it is something that can easily be done because the certificates and degrees are done mostly by a well regulated mechanism, and even the training certifications at the company level is highly controlled. So this is an area where easy adoption of blockchain and the results of such an adoption can be easily seen. So these are the four areas I like to point out. Now, India, I find we have a vantage point because we have the necessary infrastructure in place. About when we talk about the mobile penetration, we have a good mobile penetration and it's vastly increasing. The broadband availability is also increasing, particularly in the rural areas, with various projects of Government of India, right from National Optic Fiber Network to BharatNet, and the recent expansion in the areas of public Wi-Fi. We have the trained manpower, and more importantly, we have the unique ID, Aadhaar, which is the largest biometric authentication system in the entire world. In Kerala, we have a few pilot projects which are running, basically like a proof of concepts. One is in e-health project. We are trying out an Aadhaar vault, and one where the biometric identities can also be encrypted and stored and validated using blockchain mechanism. In e-health project, we are trying to create an electronic health record for all the citizens, and by using the blockchain, we are trying to explore if the authentication mechanisms and the trust of the public in general can be increased. Where, for example, as a citizen, one wants to know if someone has accessed the Aadhaar, the electronic health records illegally or with permission, or where it has been used. So all this can be stored, and it can be validated later on, both by the individuals and by technocrats and by whoever the neutral agency who wants to verify. So this is one area I find that electronic health records can be expanded, in a big time in our state, and I feel across our country also. The second project which we are trying to initiate is about geographic indicator in agriculture sector. Again, about the spices and certain other GI products which are used, which are commanding a premium price across the globe. And this is something that we want to see, because one of the major concern of the buyer is that whether this product is genuine or not. There are a lot of claims for organic products and genuine, let us say, Idiki spices and things like that. So we want to see if this can be done. The third one is in the areas of certificates itself, and to link it with the biometric systems to see how we can use blockchain in this particular area. I'd like to conclude by putting two critical factors for success. One is that, in my view, as I believe eminent panelists would agree, is that blockchain is not a panacea for all problems. Where systemic issues exist, the systemic issues have to be corrected. And blockchain can help us in addressing the trust issues. But in areas like, for example, land record management, we have been trying to do a lot of things over a period of decades, but but not met with successive results, because the issue is more systemic in nature, and where it can be tried out in certain areas where there are lesser systemic issues, but it cannot be seen that this particular technology can solve all the issues or replace the systemic concerns. The second one is about I feel we have to differentiate between technology and trust in the technology. For example, we talked about elections. The first time the electronic voting machine was used in India was in the district of Ernakulam in North Paravur constituency in the year 1982. And 22 years later, in 2004 general elections, EVMs was used across the entire country 100%. So it was almost a 2-decade journey where firstly the legal systems were changed, various litigations happened, the public trust was gained. So the point I'm coming to is we need to differentiate between technology and public trust in the technology. Yes, we all know that EVM is non-tamperable and it's solid and all those things. But whether public trust it or not, that's a different ballgame where we are talking about the human element. So this I find is valid even in blockchain. We all know about digital DLT technologies and about blockchain encryption mechanisms. But to what extent will public trust this? That is a critical question we all have to answer. So the adoption of blockchain would also depend to a large extent on the extent to which public start trusting the technology. So as it's not sufficient that only technocrats trust DLT technologies and move on. So we should be able to build on the public trusting mechanisms and things like that. And that is where one example that I said about eHealth project, where the electronic health record, if you can encrypt and use blockchain, that would be easily seen and understood by any common layman or citizen, and even by third-party, verifiers, to see that yes, it does work, and that will start building the trust system. So these are my initial comments, ma'am. Thanks for the opportunity.
That is interesting, Safi, and all those the areas where it can be tried out. Like you said, the last point that you brought out is the how to bring public trust. So one of the mechanisms we can think about from your first point, like when you say blockchain is adopted for financial settlement, you assign some parameters when the reducing the cycles of time, and it is because of this technology. I don't know to what extent that kind of model can be used for increasing trust in people, but that seems interesting. And then all the other points like subsidies, these are all things which reach people where it can be used. And this agriculture geographic indicators, KBA is already working on such a project, I believe, the Agri Chain, where this sort of thing is tried out. And in the certificates and HR in educational institutions and with employers, let me also extend it a bit further on the new policy shift that you would have noticed on the ABC, the Academic Bank of Credits, where you can you can do some courses and take it after a few years, and then so there it will be really fascinating to keep track of the credits you have earned from IIT Bombay, and then you bring it back to IIT and see how. So if such a framework can be built for ABC, implementation of ABC, it will be really interesting. And one thing we face when we look at implementation in actual systems which are running, where we see potential opportunity for blockchain implementation, is how to integrate it with the existing framework. Can we have a system which takes a few aspects alone, and then the system implemented using blockchain successfully overlays what is existing. So that is where one fundamental implementation difficulty or challenge would come in, because completely revamping the existing architecture and bringing in something new powered by blockchain will be we can't be, the continuity of business has to be ensured in educational institutions and giving certificates, everything. So we do have a system which is completely on a platform which admits students and gives degrees, but when such a transformation comes, how well you can bring it in. So that is also something we can think about. So that is really interesting, looking at the global success stories and how we can bring it to the country, and also the efforts of a state like EHR, which is a very promising area to work upon, because there are also subsidies in treatment and everything is involved, which can be easily captured and authenticated. So the trust issues and the technology and trust in the technology, those are very, very important, as you pointed out. Now I come to the last panelist, Sri J. Chowdhury, for enlightening us on the standards, the efforts on standardization, and how this can be an enabler for bringing in blockchain solutions to the governmental systems. So over to you, Sri J. Chowdhury.
Right. Thank you, madam. Good morning to all the panelists. Thank you, madam. It's a very enlightening discussions today, particularly from government of Telangana and also government of Kerala. The kind of blockchain applications which they are working on, they're unique applications. So as Safi was also mentioning, this is just not the pure technology issue. A lot of systemic issues are also there. For example, when we implemented the blockchain in the Amaravati land records, we were not able to take that further because we need to change a lot of local laws, Government of India laws, state government laws, and the land registration process itself has to be changed. So such systemic issues are there for blockchain technology implementation. Unlike other technologies where you bring a new technology and that technology can work for all the applications. Here, lot of issues, local issues. Also, for example, Jayesh Ranjan brought out the voting, electronic voting. Why they were not able to implement, again, systemic issues, and local laws have to be amended and all that. So in spite of all that, I think how the Indian, some of the state governments like progressive state governments like government of Tamil Nadu, government of Telangana, Kerala government, I think a lot of new case studies are being tried out. And in fact, I've been following the other countries also. Compared to all the rest of the world, the kind of case studies on the blockchain technology happening, there are more case studies from India compared to any other country. And that's where the advantage, this thing, and most of the state governments, not only they understood where the blockchain technology can be implemented, where it cannot be implemented. These issues also, I think, unlike other governments, were blindly following blockchain, whether it is useful or not. In our this thing, definitely there is a lot of improvement is there. So as far as the standards are concerned, this pandemic, because of the pandemic, there is an impact on some of the discussions. We were supposed to meet physically to discuss on some of the new standards. There is a delay because of that. Otherwise, I feel that in about a year's time, the ISO is going to issue the blockchain standards. See, once the standards are issued, today for a common man, which blockchain have to be implemented? Whether this blockchain, as Safi was mentioning, public trust is missing. So for to get the public trust, you need some international body to, okay, this is the standard, international standard. It is once a company follows the international standard, its interoperability is there, and no other issues also will be there. So definitely I see there's going to be more implementations to come once the ISO International Standards Organization issues the standards globally, particularly for smart contracts. Definitely that standards are going to come fast. And as somebody was mentioning, it's a trust protocol. Blockchain, unlike other protocols, blockchain protocol itself is a trust protocol. Particularly in the current situation where common people are worried whether my money in the bank will be stolen by some hackers and all that. There's no trust. And if they don't have trust in the digital system, if the farmers are losing money because somebody is hacking their bank accounts and taking away the money, then the whole digital system will come to a big halt. So technologies like blockchain definitely can provide some solutions to bring the trust. For example, today, a lot of digital currencies, not Bitcoin currencies, sovereign digital currencies are coming up in many countries. Many countries are coming up with the crypto exchanges also, including companies like PayPal. PayPal is not only allowing the fiat currencies to go through their mechanism, they are also allowing the cryptocurrencies, the sovereign digital currencies also go through the coming in the, for example, the asset, the coinization of the assets. For example, somebody wants to own, say, Infosys stocks. Today, I cannot buy the Infosys stock at this value. If you can do the tokenization of that stock, make the stock into, say, 1,000 pieces, each one thousandth of the piece, somebody can invest and still they can exchange that a small piece of that share. So these are the technologies which are now enabling blockchain technology to really provide the solutions. I am very, very confident the kind of case studies that our respective state governments are bringing onto the table. I think once the standards are announced, maybe after 1 year, there's going to be wide adaptability of the blockchain standards, and many companies today, a lot of companies have adopted the pilots, but there is no actually, the people cannot see that, yes, it has been implemented properly, whether those companies are getting funding from the venture capital. That is not happening because of various systemic issues or standards are not released yet and all that. But I am very confident that because of the trust protocol, because of the security issue, because of the immutability of the protocol itself, this blockchain technology is going to really bring a lot of solutions to the common man and enhance the trust of the common man, so that digitalization of the activities that what various governments are doing, various countries are doing, that cannot take a hit. And I'm sure that blockchain can provide that solution. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Sorry for interrupting, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, we are happy to extend the session for another 15 minutes. If the panelists are ready to share a little more interesting bits on the topic, we'll be very happy to hang on with the session for another 50 more minutes.
Okay, so based on the inputs from other panelists, I suggest that each of the panelists can express their views after listening to the other panelists. Professor Saji, are there any specific remarks from your side based on the other discussions?
I think it is a very exciting discussion, and as I said at the start, the governments and public departments are actually taking the lead into this whole thing of application of the blockchain. But I think what government has set the way need to be followed up by the private sector also. Then only that the large scale demand of blockchain specialists and experts is going to come. Now that we are still not seeing. I mean, it's low in the globe and very low in the country. Mm-hmm. So the experiences and the experiments the government has done in multiple domains, and the very success stories which Mr. Jayesh Ranjan has rightly pointed out, actually should be motivating for even for the private sector to start looking at how do we adopt it into their domain assets. That actually will lead to a large number of options. Like you have options in education, you have options in research, you'll have options of more number of companies coming in. So this whole technology is going to be useful, because today we spend a substantial amount of money in our organizations primarily to ensure compliance. And compliance is coming out of lack of trust. So if a technology can actually ensure trust in a decentralized manner, many of these compliance costs can actually come down. And that is where this actually will be able to be applied as such. And that I think is, and that also requires maybe a relearning market is going to get opened up in a big way. A lot of people who are currently using technologies may have to actually start looking at. And I think at the national level also, we need to look at the other issues which I think panelists have mentioned, which is beyond technology, but on a larger scale, has to be discussed in education and other spaces. That I think is a very big takeaway, because we have seen the success. Now we need to actually scale up the success and start adopting in a big way. That's what my take on this.
Yeah, I think it will be like any technology. If we look at ATMs also, if you look at the history of ATMs, there are some people who are very old. They will still prefer to go to the bank and do not own an ATM card. So it is see, from on the personal front, it's like that. So it will take time. Like the EVMs have gotten that level of trust in people. It is going to take a long time for people to adopt it. And Sri Jayesh Ranjan, any specific remarks based on the other panelists' views?
Yeah, I will also make one additional point, listening to other eminent panelists, which is the need to build an ecosystem. See, if you are doing standalone kind of projects here and there, then the kind of impact that you intend to achieve, that will really not happen. So own experience. You mentioned also in your introductory remarks about blockchain district. So I would like to take a minute to explain what this blockchain district is. So as the name indicates, it is not a geographical entity. There is no district, there is no physical pin code or whatever. It's a conceptual district. But the meaning is that multiple players, diverse players have been brought into that network. And we have been very fortunate to get support from different kinds of stakeholders. So, of course, the initiative is led by the state government, but we have a Government of India institution in Hyderabad called CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing. So they are one of the partners of the blockchain district. We have two very eminent academic institutions. And again, we are very keen to ensure that technology comes out of typical engineering institutions. See, normally, when we talk about any technology, we think of partnering with the IIT or IIIT, etc. But in our blockchain district, there are two partners. One, of course, is a very important technology partner. And Mr. Gopinath also pointed out, IIIT now plays a very important global role also. They are in a global consortium, which is working on blockchain. So they are a very obvious founding partner and stakeholder in the blockchain district. But we have included the Indian School of Business also. See, ISB, as all of us know, is a management school. It is a business school. But people who come out of ISB, who complete their education and then move out to corporate world, they are typically people who hold key decision-making responsibility. So they may not be technology leaders, but they are people who will decide about adoption of technology. And therefore, we have brought in ISB as an important stakeholder and partner in the blockchain district. Then there are private companies. So for instance, Tech Mahindra, which is a homegrown, which is a Hyderabad headquartered multinational, they have a very strong blockchain practice. So they are one of the partners in our blockchain district. Similarly, we have identified something similar to the Kerala Blockchain Academy, where skill development is a very important mandate and responsibility. So we have identified an institution which runs programs for blockchain skilling. It is a European institution, a Dutch institution, and they are one of the founding members. And then we have large number of startups. So Gopinath also spoke about how are we encouraging startups. The number of startups who have blockchain based initiatives are very few. So we are actually trying to change that. We are encouraging more and more startups to look at blockchain solutions. And one reason why startups in general, but particularly blockchain startups, find the going to be very easy in Telangana is because of a very important policy. The policy is that if the solution, if the startup's product or solution is of relevance to the government, then we will procure it bilaterally. There will not be any tendering process or bidding process or RFP. And the government guarantees that we will procure it. It is not an option that, okay, if I want, I'll procure, otherwise I'll not. So all these use cases that I speak about, including the vaccine use case. Of course, the voting use case involved a larger company. We did not, because it's a very sensitive topic, as others pointed out. It is not just about the technology, but people's faith in that technology. So I cannot tomorrow go out in the public and tell that this blockchain solution was done by a startup who has just maybe 1 year of experience or 2 years of experience. So for the sake of public credibility, we brought in a very large company to do the blockchain bit of the e-voting solution. But the vaccine tracking and tracing solution, the presentation which is happening in Delhi right now, is actually the outcome of a startup activity. There's a startup which has done that, and they are right now in Delhi as we speak. So this is the comprehensive manner in which we need to move forward in blockchain adoption, etc. Government has to take the lead, but government has to realize that everything needs to be done in a partnership, and there are better partners outside the government who can accomplish multiple things. So you have to have that kind of vision and understanding that you have to create the platform, but then you have to populate that platform by the talent which is available outside the government. So Telangana example has been quite illuminating in this respect. And I hope that tomorrow all of us will be able to create a very strong blockchain movement in this country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very interesting, because if we look at the genesis of IIIT Hyderabad itself, the success of an institution which can immediately respond to the needs of the IT industry, and it becomes a win-win kind of situation where industry sponsored activities in the campus, and then labs, and then technology gets evolved and it is being used by the government. So the entire loop is completed there, and let us hope that we will also be able to come up with such model where we create a hub which identifies the customers as well as triggers the whole the chain around the customers and users and startups, research and academics, skilling, everything comes together, and it becomes a cohesive entity like this blockchain district. Let us assume that something comes out of KBA and government of Kerala along those lines to take this forward, and as a strong academic entity, the new university that is to promote such futuristic technologies, the Digital University of Innovation, Science and Technology is also coming up. So any specific comments on this, Sri Safirullah is?
Just a couple of points, ma'am. Yes, I agree with the panelists' overall view that we need to increase the partnership with research institutions and also create an ecosystem like what Jayesh was mentioning about Telangana. We are in the initial stages and we have a long way to go, and to create that ecosystem. I feel once that ecosystem is created, we will have a crowding in effect where automatically a lot of innovations through startups and other things will start happening. The second one is about Kerala's startup mission itself. Professor Saji Gopinath was there earlier as CEO. We are giving a lot of support to our startups, particularly in this innovative areas like blockchain and other areas of AI. And we believe they will be what can I say, the torchbearers of this particular technology. KBA through IIIT and now the university is doing a great job and creating the resource base for all the startups, for helping the government also with this adoption. I feel in the coming years we would see a lot of more not only proof of concepts but broad-based adoption of blockchain in general in various walks of life. And we are also in touch with NIC and CDAC also here to use blockchain in e-governance applications. Unfortunately, we don't find any e-governance applications coming up which is using blockchain. So we are trying to see if that can be done. Very simply, as we already discussed, the SSLC higher secondary certificates is something which can easily be done because it's highly controlled, regulated. So to conclude, I would like to say yes, the coming years would be exciting, and we'll have large, broad-based adoption of the technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Shri J. Chaudhary, any specific attempts by Government of India to have a a uniform framework or something to be adopted, which can be used across applications for implementation of blockchains? Any such thoughts or any?
Ma'am, as far as Government of India is concerned, the Indian Standards Organization, Bureau of Indian Standards, they are the ones, when they're trying to come out with Indian standards for the blockchain technology, which will be in tune with the global standards. So we're working on that. We feel that unless we have some this kind of a technology where a lot of issues, as many people suggested, that the public trust is still not there for the technology itself. I think once those standards are released by Bureau of Indian Standards as well as International Standards Organization, I feel that even the VCs also will come forward and look for investment into those companies, because large scale adoption will happen. Once the large scale adoption happens, then the possibility of return on the investment will happen for the VCs. So it's a cyclic kind of a thing. So we feel that today why it's not happening is hardly there are few cases where, except the trade finance in the fintech world, they're not really commercially so much successful blockchain adoption world over, including India. That's the reason why the angel investors are the VCs are not really looking at investing in companies into blockchain. For example, whatever Jayesh Ranjan mentioned, the COVID that application is a very fantastic application. If that startup can implement that application, and if they can make the billions of people use that application, and that can be replicated by other countries. And once we see the success of that, probably VCs also will start getting into where we can see the investment opportunity in the blockchain technology.
Okay, thank you. So we also have a couple of questions from the people who are listening to this. And one is, will EVM come under e-voting? I'll put this question to Sri Jayesh Ranjan.
No. So EVM is the regular voting procedure that you go to a polling booth and there is an EVM, you cast your vote. Remote voting means you can vote from home. So obviously there'll be no EVM at your home. You'll have to vote using your mobile phone. So EVM will not come under remote voting. Remote voting means that you can vote using your mobile device. And obviously, when I mentioned earlier, the device has to be registered beforehand. You as a voter have to get registered. Your photo will be matched when you come to vote. When you get on your phone to vote, you'll have to prove that you'll have to take a self-image and show that it matches with your photo, which is already stored. Then there'll be an OTP through which your voting process will be activated. So we have created the entire workflow, and we have been able to kind of test it also, but it has not been tried in a live election situation, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, another question is the discussion has been focusing more on the adoption of blockchain as technology and how it can bring VC, but not really on the problem which blockchain can solve. So what are your thoughts on that? Probably I'll ask Safi to answer this.
I think panelists brought in various use cases on how blockchain can solve. Basically, it can start with where the trust is lesser, where, for example, the financial markets is one use case where everyone agrees it is done, across the globe now. And what was mentioned about vaccination and about other GI, that is geographic indicators, those are use cases, and I feel over a period of time we'll have more adoption. These are right now proof of concepts in various parts, bits and pieces, and it remains to be seen in coming years. We'll have, I believe, we'll have a broader ecosystem.
Ma'am, I have a question to both Safi as well as Jayesh Ranjan. Actually, the implementation of blockchain in e-governance, why it is not happening? Because we have seen Amaravati land records did not go anywhere. Because of the registration process, the lot of amendments, the local amendments and Government of India amendments on the land registration activity, the whole thing have to be this thing. So this kind of issues are there, the systemic issues. Do you think, respect to state governments and the government of India will come out with some kind of a policy measures to remove these bottlenecks so that implementation of the blockchain becomes more smooth, in the country?
Yeah, so I agree with you, Jay Garu. This is definitely true. I think the solution lies in what Tamil Nadu has tried. Unfortunately, Santosh has not joined us, but Tamil Nadu has started a program of blockchain as a service. So they have their own created their own blockchain platform, which they offer to any department as a service. So tomorrow, let us say, so in Telangana, I'll give you very quickly one other use case. There is in all the states in our country, there is a practice which is called chit funds. Like people make small deposits and then they're pooled and someone is given a part of it. And again, that is a scenario where there is absolute lack of transparency and lots of mischief happens. In fact, I'm sure all of us are aware that in one particular state, I don't want to name any state or run down any state, but there is in one particular state of our country, this has become a very big scam. And in fact, even the government may fall there because of this scam. So all kinds of unregulated things happen. So in Telangana, we have tried out a very nice solution. It is called T-Chits. And the entire business of chit fund is now regulated using blockchain. Similarly, we have found that there are women self-help groups who take loans from the banks. And banks, while they have details about the group per se, they don't have individual level details. What is the credit history or the credit track record or the repayment record of individual members? So there also we have identified blockchain. Then in the civil supplies department, we have tried one use case. You already mentioned about the vehicles life cycle management, etc., etc. So what I am trying to point out is that practically in every government agency, there could be one or more requirements where blockchain can be a very good solution. So if there is a central agency which offers blockchain as a service to the entire government agency, and that central agency takes the responsibility of modifying the laws and rules and creating more public acceptance, etc., then that model works. I guess Tamil Nadu is working on similar lines, though I'm not 100% sure. But I guess this is the way in Telangana, Kerala, and other states also to move forward.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jayesh. Tamil Nadu is working on the blockchain highway, and depending on the need, the respective departments can adopt whether blockchain is relevant or not relevant. I have one more question, if Madam allows. See, we wanted to introduce the digital currency, particularly for the Dwapara women's self-help group, to use the digital currency instead of a regular currency, which can be transferred between one to other, which is a secured digital currency, which will not like Bitcoin kind of a thing, which floats a speculative currency. It's a with a maybe 1 rupee or 10 rupee digital currency. Do you think such digital currencies will have applications in governments like Telangana government or Kerala government to help see a lot of people in the rural areas, they're worried about a lot of hackers are hacking and taking away the money and all that. Going forward, do you see to introduce such using the blockchain technology, a digital currency, having your own fiat currency exchange, is that a possibility, Jayesh Garu or Safi?
In my view,
yeah, go ahead, Safi. Please go ahead.
So in my view, the financial inclusion in India has come to a very high extent. And again, in my view, the public trust in the financial system is good. That Government of India, Ministry of Finance, RBI is there to take care of the deposits and all. So I find that the broad adoption in government sphere for such cryptocurrencies may not be having much traction. That is what I guess.
There's a similar question from one of the listeners also. What will be the future of cryptocurrency in India? I guess that answers that question as well. And is there anything else that any one of the panelists would like to?
Yeah, lot of governments, madam, a lot of countries, they are actually adopting the sovereign cryptocurrency, not a floatable cryptocurrency. And many governments like Australia, Japan, these governments are already adopting, and they're establishing the crypto exchanges also to deal with that kind of a sovereign crypto currencies, not a Bitcoin currency. Maybe I think one day Indian government also should look at the feasibility of introducing that.
Yeah, let us close this panel.
There was
Sorry
a
for
news
interrupting
that
there.
they will come out with a law very soon on the cryptocurrency in the country. But I think that has still not been tabled.
So it is
Some
fundamental.
cryptocurrencies are also used as an assets increasingly. For example, I can think about Neo or things like that. But I think, again, if there is a huge level of fluctuation, even in those cryptocurrencies which are backed by assets, much to the discomfort of sovereign governments today.
Okay, I think that was a really interesting panel, bringing out a lot of issues, concerns, and hopes with successful case studies that have been implemented in some states. And this will really open up a lot of opportunities for academia, research, and startups to come together, and also for government to think of a concrete framework through which this collaborative sort of engagement models can happen. With that, I thank each one of the panelists for their valuable insights, and I'm sure this would have definitely added value to the whole conference, bringing in a very pertinent issue. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear panelists. On
Thank you,
behalf
madam.
of KBA, thank you for joining BlockHash Live 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Sorry, Harsh Rajat, for keeping you waiting. Hello and hi, everyone. Now we have with us a self-made entrepreneur, Harsh Rajat. He's a founder of Ethereum Push Notification, which is the world's first notification protocol that enables users to receive the notifications. Harsh holds 11 years of entrepreneurial experience in various spectrums of tech, including the architecting, development, design, and different tech fields. We are really honored to have Rajat. More on Ethereum push notification system. On behalf of Entech KBA family, I extend a hearty welcome to you to the BlockHash Live 2020. Over to you, Harsh.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I'm really excited. I was actually listening very intently to the earlier presentation, and I had some very interesting inputs. So Ethereum push notification service, we are very grateful and lucky to have just been funded by angels and VCs alike. Happened just a couple of days back. So yeah, VCs are coming to India. That's great news. And of course, cryptocurrency and stable assets and all other coins. Those are some of the conversations I'm very, very interested to have. But having said that, I'm really, really excited to introduce Ethereum push notification service and talk about probably our journey, what we did, how people helped us, how the entire blockchain community, especially in India, but also in globally, they helped us out. So with that in mind, let me just share my screen because I, of course, have a presentation and let's get started. So again, hey, awesome folks, we are Ethereum Push Notification Service, EPN is for short. What are we? Well, we are the world's first notification protocol. Before I dive deep into the tech and how we are creating this on blockchain, I just want to take a moment to talk about ourselves and our journey. So yeah, I'm Harsh. I'm the founder and project lead for EPNS, and I'm joined by Richa. She's the co-founder and marketing lead of EPNS. We are a team of around 11 people. Five of them they are from India, and six of them are joined or are spread throughout the world. The power of blockchain and remote working. So a little bit about the journey. I thought I was not intending to talk about it, but I thought because the discussion was happening a lot around VCs and angels, and how startups can really dig in and get into blockchain, I thought it might help. So yeah, our journey, it actually started from January. We had an idea, and that's the thing. I mean, many people say that you have to start with an idea. I would say that you have to start with that you're not scared of talking about your idea to everyone. So yeah, we took that idea of decentralized notification because we realized that blockchain is still missing the communication pillar. So most of the time when you're talking on traditional services, even the Zoom link, it was a notification. But when you come to blockchain, that part of the problem was not solved. And we realized that we might be able to solve it. And we took the idea to Ethereum Foundation. They became our mentors, and they are really awesome folks. They guided our idea and startup through ETH Global, which was a global hackathon, and a lot of cool teams participated throughout the globe in ETH Global, including a lot of very, very cool teams from India, and they also have got funding. So yeah, later part of the journey, of course, the funding doesn't happen right at the very start. You start with the idea. That idea has to be unique. That idea has to be new. But yeah, once you start talking about that idea, what you'll find is that the Ethereum community in general are filled with awesome entrepreneurs and awesome VCs and angels. So these people, they will try their very best to make sure that your idea works, and that technical implementation is something that the entire Ethereum community will help you with. So for example, after building this idea, the POC in ETH Global, we were selected by IDEO. That's a 40-year-old company. They selected 30 projects from the best 120 projects all across the globe. And over there, we learned how to synthesize our idea, how to refine features. And then shortly after that, we got picked by Gitcoin kernel. Gitcoin is the best platform to promote open source software. And kernel is their fellowship program that runs. And I would encourage each and every one of you to apply. They do have a special sponsorship for women coders. So that's also there. And of course, all coders, they're really eager to meet everyone. But yeah, over there, we found all the mentorship and all the support we wanted, and we needed to polish the idea. After that, we got listed in a Gitcoin grant, which is a community-backed grant. The project or our project was among the top 3 in the entire world. We got love from 214 plus community members. And right after that, of course, we started talking about our idea and going to VCs and angels. And that's the journey. Of course, we met some of the really awesome folks all around the globe. But yeah, especially some of the folks from India, they pushed, helped, and guided us so much that we cannot really be really express our gratitude and thanks to them forever. But yeah, monologue aside, let's come back to EPNS. So exactly what are we building? Well, we are solving the problem of the missing piece of Web3. What is a missing piece of Web3? It's actually communication, or the lack thereof. So as I said, in traditional world, notifications, they are almost everywhere, even when we don't realize it. So even when you have a WhatsApp call or a WhatsApp video call, the thing that pops up on your phone is actually a notification that transforms it to a call. Of course, your emails are a notification, your social items are a notification, your payments are notification, your banking alerts are notification. but that is the traditional world. When it comes to blockchain or Web 3.0, something no one had really addressed the point of notification, and services they still expect the users to come to them rather than the other way around. Some of the example, or some of the communication void it causes is especially prevalent in DeFi, decentralized finance, which is a way to run bank on blockchain. So yeah, in traditional world, when your house is mortgaged and it's going to be foreclosed, your bank will send you notifications. But in the DeFi, that is still not a possibility before the PNS. So even if your loans are liquidated over there, there's no way for you to be notified about, or even when before they are liquidated, no mechanism exists to notify you about it. Same for the governance. So a lot of blockchain projects, they embrace DAOs, or decentralized form of governance, where governance tokens are issued, and you utilize those governance tokens to make sure that the protocol or the entire project core features are well kept, are maintained, and even the code is updated. So again, that is very, very crucial in the blockchain space, but still no mechanism exists for the users to get notified. Same for any services. So yeah, we solved that. And how did we do that? How did we do it? We basically created a protocol or the decentralized protocol that exists on blockchain, and that can send notifications from services to user wallets. This is a middleware which any service, any dApp, any smart contract, or any traditional service, they can integrate and start sending notifications to the user wallet addresses, which are like 64-bit or 64-character pseudo-anonymous identity of yours on the blockchain. You never have a username and password on the blockchain. You have a public key, which is like the 64-digit character, and a private key, which is even longer. That private key serves like your password, and the public key is your username, if you have to think about it like that. But yeah, that was actually the invention. When you talk about innovation, we took it a bit further. What we did also with notifications were two things. First of all, because it was on blockchain, and therefore it could have been retrieved from anywhere, so we made it platform agnostic. That means that the notifications as a user, they can come to your iPhone, your Android, your web browsers, with the end goal being that the notifications come to your crypto wallets like MetaMask and Trust, in case you know about it. And yeah, the second part and the coolest part is we made them incentivized, which means that the users, not only they are receiving these notifications, but they are earning from it as well. Again, this is something which only blockchain can do, not the traditional service. And this is done by DeFi, and I'll touch a little bit into it in the later slides. But yeah. So what are the important use cases? I already told you about that. This is a communication layer, and communication layer is required by almost anyone. But of course, when you're talking about DeFi, DeFi is finance built on blockchain, and therefore, that is something which requires communication or decentralized notification like yesterday. Then, of course, any gaming, NFT, or lottery services that come to blockchain, or any Web 3.0 services that come to blockchain, they are able to utilize our product, and they are able to utilize our smart contract, and just send notifications up to the users. So how does that work? Well, of course, I have a demo for you guys. So I'm just going to start with the demo. And this again is just on our mobile app, but any other mobile app or any other dApp can integrate a protocol. Again, the protocol lives on blockchain, so anyone is free to do it. But yeah, let's see how it looks. So yeah, this is our app. Starting is very easy. I just have to scan my username, which in this case is the wallet address. Right now, I'm scanning the username or the wallet address of Richa. I'll just go ahead and click continue, pick security because of course industry best practices, biometrics of course while optional, make sure that the login is quick, and that's it. So now your wallet is actually ready to receive decentralized notifications. And yeah, just started sending notifications, but let me just switch to staging. The onboarding, which I showed you, that was on our main project. And of course, because it's getting used by users now, I cannot show you over there. But yeah, let's see how notifications are and how they look. Uh, so probably not the best example to send ENS domain because the the image is expired. But yeah, let's look at Aave. So Aave is a decentralized finance product. It's a DeFi protocol, which means that you can borrow or send loans on blockchain, on Ethereum blockchain. So yeah, when a liquidation of your loan occurs right now, or without EPNS, there was no way for Aave to send this liquidation alert. But with EPNS, Aave can just send the liquidation alert to my ENS domain name, which is a domain name on blockchain. Again, for ENS, I think we should have really made sure that the image was not expired, but that's all right. I think same for YAM. I think a much better way is that if I scroll down and show you notifications, that doesn't show expired images. So yeah, over here, if we look at CryptoKitties, that's a popular blockchain gaming dApp. And whenever they have a super rare card which is available for you guys to get, there was no way for them to reach out to you and tell you that this is something which you can get. But with the EPNS, that is possible. What's also super cool is that we redefined how notification can be. Notifications are flexible payloads, so the content determines how to display them or how to adopt them. Uh, in advanced term, that will mean that it's possible to even send encrypted transactions as a notification in the future, or off-chain governance voting mechanism as a notification, and a lot of other use cases. So in this case, or in the case of Earth Global, I just wanted to show you how dynamic content really helps. Right now, you are actually seeing a decentralized notification coming from the upstream protocol and getting delivered to my phone, uh, which shows you a video. And not only that, this is actually a live broadcast. So yeah, that's EPNS in short, or the product side of it. And that's the problem we are solving. Coming back to why decentralized notification. So you already know about centralized notifications. I guess most of you would know about it. But in the decentralized world, there's actually no standard that existed, and we are the first one to create it. So we are the first, we were the world's first notification protocol. And of course, our end goal or end vision is to make sure that this is embedded in the blockchain or adopted by the blockchain from starting from Ethereum. And all these notifications, they basically come from our protocol, uh, which is based or which is uh, hosted or created on the Ethereum blockchain. Then the other thing, why decentralized notification? Well, first of all, when you are talking about centralized notifications, they require a server, and they require a username and password. Compare that to Web3. Web3 users, they are basically wallet addresses, which is what I just explained, the 64 character pseudo-anonymous code. And services are serverless, which means that services or the contracts or the smart contracts, they are hosted on a blockchain, and they are run through EVM. In this case, EVM doesn't mean the voting machine, but EVM means the Ethereum virtual machine, which basically processes all the code of the smart contract. Of course, decentralized notification also means that the notification can be fetched from blockchain and is not tied to an app. That means they can support any platform. And that is what Web3 is all about. The Web3 is about keeping the internet really open, keeping the data open and tied to you rather than a centralized identity. And that is what we do. And of course, we took it a bit further and we made the deal a bit sweeter by making sure that the notifications are incentivized. Okay, so talking about the product. So the product and ecosystem, as you already saw, the product is already live, but on Dropstream, which is a testnet, we are going to come to the mainnet of Ethereum very, very soon. The dApp, I haven't really spoken about that, but yeah, this is the dApp or the front end listening to the smart contract hosted on the Ethereum blockchain. And these are the services which are basically active in the dApp. If, as a user, I want to receive notification from any service, I just have to opt in by clicking on subscribe. CoinCrunch India, some of you might know about it. It's a very popular India cryptocurrency news channel. So yeah, as soon as I opt in, which I'm not doing because I have to test this channel out. But yeah, as soon as I opt in, I can, or CoinCrunch can then send any sort of notification they want to me, whether it's about cryptocurrency news, whether it's about any podcast they have, or in terms of dApp or smart contract, if they have any bugs, or if they want to tell me that a transaction is completed, or all the other examples I just spoke about. So yeah, moving forward to the protocol technical. So what makes EPNS protocol tech? Well, the first thing is this is a blockchain protocol. This is a decentralized notification. So that means that the service will interact with only the blockchain protocol, and the receiving part of the notification is abstracted away. That makes sending notifications quite easy. In fact, easier than sending it on Web 2.0. Because now you only have to worry about what notification you want to send and not how you want to get it delivered. That is something which we take care of. Again, notifications are stored directly or indirectly on chain, and thus are retrievable. Thus, they are retrievable from anywhere. Now, in this example, we are storing it on IPFS, which is a decentralized storage, but we can store it anywhere else as well. As I told you, the users, they always opt in or they have to opt in before they can receive a notification from a service. And of course, they earn from these notifications as well. And the entire contract or the entire protocol makes sure, and the way it's designed and the way it's coded, even we cannot change it. And therefore, services have a trustless way to interact with their users and do it on blockchain. Talking about the users earning, and that's a fun part. So how do we do it? Well, again, DeFi comes into the place. This is blockchain, so there's no centralized control. You have to remember that. So first of all, if a channel or a service, they want to send notifications to any wallet address, the first thing we have to do is we have to verify them. But because this is not centralized, the centralized method cannot work. So the OTP which you usually get, that will not work. So what's the next best thing to do it? Well, the next best thing is to tell them to stake some amount of tokens. So these are stable tokens, which means that these are stable tokens like DAI or USDC. They are basically tied to the value of either US dollar or to the value of INR or something. And the smart contract which operates them, they basically adjust these token value out. So how does the service activate themselves? What they do is, or what we require them to do is to stake a particular amount of tokens into our protocol. And again, remember, these are stable coins. Think about it like fiat currency, but in a tokenized form. So now when the services want to activate themselves on the protocol, they have to stake a minimum amount of tokens or stable coins on the protocol. This is $50 or higher. Once they stake it, they become activated and they are able to send notifications to their subscriber. But what do we do with this staked money? Well, we take this staked stable coin and we deposit it into the Aave smart contract. Aave, as I said, is a DeFi protocol. And when you deposit something in a bank, which is what technically Aave is, the bank usually starts giving you interest. In terms of Aave or the Aave protocol, we lend this money, which is deposited by the services to us, to Aave protocol on the blockchain. And in turn, it starts generating interest, which is getting back to us. The beauty of DeFi protocols is that the interest rate over here is quite high. Sometimes it goes to 10% or 20% APR. And that's probably because, the technology is quite early and people are really, really excited about the global DeFi bank. But yeah, the interest, because now this staking fee is generating interest. Now, the next thing what we do is when the users subscribe to our protocol, the users automatically become eligible to get a part of that interest. So that's how we have incentivized the entire game theory. So not only you as a user, as I said, you receive notification, but you earn from it as well. The flexible payload, I already showed you the power of it. That notifications are not just text. You can even have images, videos, even call to action. So any other thing which you desire.
Yes,
And
sorry
of
to
course,
interrupt, Harsh. We are
yeah,
really
ma'am.
running short of time, so could you please wrap up
All
in
right,
with
all right,
1
ma'am.
to 2 minutes? If we have any
Yeah.
questions from the attendees, we'll be very happy.
No
Or if
worries,
we-
ma'am. I thought I had 40 minutes, but that's all right.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, no worries, ma'am. So guys, I think I can probably jump on to our journey. So of course, very thankful to Matic and Aave and our investors. We just closed the seed funding at a valuation of 5 million. And we are very, very grateful to all our investors. Some of them are from Web3 leaders, including Balaji Srinivasan, Mariano Conti, Scott Moore, and a lot of other awesome VCs and angels. In case, guys, you have any questions, feel free to just reach out to us at EPNS Project. That's our Telegram handle, or EPNS Project on Twitter. Feel free to check out our websites, and we are always hanging around on Twitter and Telegram. So feel free to just nudge us and talk to us about anything, including how to pitch your projects, how to make the next best blockchain, or the world's first something on blockchain, especially from India. So yeah, on to you, ma'am.
thank you so much, Harsh. We are really honored to have you today. It was very pleasure being with you. Thank you. Thank you. We
My pleasure.
really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Dear panelists, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir. We'll start the session in 5 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you. Arif,
Professor, I'm audible?
Yes, Shiv.
Right. Hi, Ron.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, I had an arbitration that was going on simultaneously. Ma'am, how are you, ma'am? Hi.
hello and hi everyone. Welcome to the second day of BlockHash Live 2020. Myself Anju. It's my privilege to walk you through the panel discussion on legal framework around blockchain technology applications. We are really honored to have you with us today. A few respected personalities from the Indian law unveiling the interplay of law and blockchain technology. With no further ado, let me introduce the distinguished speakers of the hour. Honorable Justice Pratibha M. Singh. She is a sitting judge of the Delhi High Court, specialized in intellectual property. She acted as a managing partner of Singh & Singh, handling a number of cases dealing with patents, trademarks, and copyrights, among others. The Honorable Justice was also appointed as amicus curiae by the Delhi High Court in order to streamline the work of the Copyright Office. Over the years, the Honorable Justice has authored the leading articles in the IPR analyzing the status of the intellectual property laws in India. Also, she has been a hand in the drafting of India's national IPR policy released in 2015. It's an honor to have you, ma'am, on BlockHash Live 2020.
Hello, good morning.
Next, we have with us Advocate Napnai Ennis. She's an advocate of the Supreme Court of India and Bombay High Court. She's a leading lawyer in cyber laws in India and helped shaping its development over her career over 30 years. Since 1991, she has practiced in a variety of fields, including the constitutional, criminal, IPR, and cyber laws. She is also the founder of Cyber Sati, an initiative focusing on cybersecurity on digital spaces. Also a prolific writer, Ms. Napnai has published many articles in the field of cyber law, analyzing the legislative perspective. Ms. Napnai's long career has provided her with astute knowledge of the niche area of cyber laws, and her contribution to the field is undisputed. Welcome you, ma'am, to BlockHash Live 2020.
Great to be back on this platform. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Nextly, we have Rohan Bagai. He's a practicing lawyer and a partner at AZB and Partners. Mr. Bagai has extensively dealt with the issues of financial technology, advising clients on a host of legal, regulatory, and compliance issues. Mr. Bagai has also played a key role in advising the blockchain technology and smart contract platform operators on legal as well as regulatory issues. He has also published a variety of articles discussing the fintech and blockchains and regulations therein. He provides a keen insight and the knowledge of the law surrounding blockchains and have worked in the field for the last 11 years. Welcome you, sir, to BlockHash Live 2020.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to participate.
Thank you. Next, we have Aparajita Rana. She's currently a partner at AZB and Partners. With over 11 years of experience, Ms. Rana has advised the clients in corporate, commercial, information technology, financial data protection, and the e-commerce sectors, guiding them through the various stages of business development. Some of her practices include developing sustainability and ESG frameworks, monitoring reporting for corporate entities, developing permissible structures and grantee operations for the international charitable multilateral institutions in India. Ms. Rani has published numerous articles on cybersecurity and data protection. Her practice areas provide her an immeasurable advantage in understanding and guiding clients on the nuances of the law when it comes to blockchain and cybersecurity. Welcome you, ma'am, to BlockHash Live 2020. Last but not least, we have with us Advocate Shivshankar Panikar. He's a partner at Panikar & Panikar and practices at the Supreme Court of India and Kerala High Court. In October 2020, Mr. Panikar was appointed as a Senior Central Government Counsel by the Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India. His growing interest in adopting the intellectual technology to streamline the people's access to justice had led him to the founding of Quick Pleas, an online dispute resolution center that is powered by a software custom built for virtual arbitration and mediation. His vision is to leverage the technology to make the dispute resolution process quicker and more affordable, also reduce dependency of the cases in courts. It's an honor to have you all today at BlockHash Live 2020. It's my privilege to welcome you all to this panel discussion. Over to you, Advocate Shivshankar.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to see that everyone's from Delhi. So before I personally and officially invite all our panelists, let me just give a brief of the format that we propose to follow. Both our senior panelists, that's Honorable Justice Pratibha M. Singh and Advocate Nippanai, will be given 10 minutes for their opening comments, followed by Rohan and Aparajita, who will be given 5 minutes each. This will be followed by my questions, and finally, we'll be taking questions from the audience. Our first speaker today is Honorable Justice Pratibha M. Singh, and ma'am, I'd like to briefly invite you and welcome you to this event. And ma'am, your contribution towards development of intellectual property rights in India is significant, to say the least. From advising many a parliamentary committee entrusted to develop and frame India's IP policy, you have been instrumental in framing India's IP policy. Above all, your effort to nurture the younger members of the legal community is reflected in their adulation and reverence towards you. Therefore, for all the audience, without further ado, let me invite Honorable Justice Pratibha M. Singh for her opening address.
Very good morning to all of you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Advocate Nippanai, the senior most panelist with me, and Shivshankar, my young colleagues from the bar, the organizing committee from the Kerala Blockchain Academy. You know, the last 4 days have been kind of, apart from my judicial work, I've been dreaming and living blockchain. So it's been an amazing period, and I must say I'm completely floored by the entire concept of the Kerala Blockchain Academy itself, because I didn't know such an academy even existed till 1 week ago. And I must really commend the government of Kerala for having even taken up this initiative through their institution, that is the IIIT Kerala. And I think it is very natural that the first block of the blockchain had to start from the lowermost part of the country. And I'm sure it will kind of replicate, and we will see blockchains going from Kerala to Jammu and Kashmir very soon. And I must compliment everybody for this amazing event, which has taken place in the last 2 years. I did get to see some clippings of it on the internet. And I'm glad to be here, and thank you, Shiv Shankar, for having introduced me to this academy. And Napinai, of course, I've known you and I've met you many times before. And your prowess in this field is also quite well known to me. And it's wonderful to be on this platform. When I had to write a speech, I obviously wanted to understand what blockchain meant and everything. So I did know some things about blockchain in terms of a technology, but the way it works technically wasn't known to me. So how the the hash functions are created, and how the keys are generated, and how the entire authentication and verification process itself takes place is something that I technically and technologically tried to understand this week. But I don't want to make my speech very technical, because I'm not sure of the kind of audience that we have here today. I really wish we could have been in Kerala for doing this academy. If not for Corona, I'm sure next year there'll be a chance. But knowing that the audience could be consisting of a mixed kind of audience, which could be law students, lawyers, technical people. So I've kind of looked at it from a person who has some knowledge of IP and kind of a lay person kind of perspective. So I have a little written speech here, which I hope, because Shiv Shankar was very particular, I have to finish in 10 minutes. I decided I'm going to write down what I'm going to speak. So I have got it written, but I'll just add my comments in between. So the perspective that I would like to give to you all about blockchain is in my speech, which I'm going to read out just now. In ancient times, when democratic societies were yet to evolve and provinces were ruled by chieftains, local kings, or emperors, messages that were to be conveyed from one king to another or from one chieftain to another were sent through a series of messengers. The recipient of the message would first check the authenticity of the message and verify the genuinity of the messenger by asking for a code. And I'm sure these we've seen in our old movies, etc., and in our old legends and books and comics which we used to read. It is only if the messenger was able to give the correct code that the message would be treated as authentic. In modern society, such verification is done by establishments such as defense services, intelligence operations, and investigative agencies by using different types of codes and keys. We all know these. In the last 30, 40 years, there are codes and keys which have been used. And I'm sure these were used even during the world wars when people had to communicate with each other. This code and key combination has also found its application in the dark web, where it is also used by unscrupulous elements for trading of arms, drugs, or even hawala transactions. But this has completely now changed. And on the fundamental basis of codes and keys, the conversion of this real world code key function for the purposes of verifying and authenticating transactions on the internet by using a series of entries in a ledger is the basis of blockchain technology. The said blockchain technology, of which the audience here has greater knowledge than me, is used for various transactions. It is common knowledge that Bitcoin and other forms of cryptocurrency are based on blockchain technology. Without going into the technical aspects of blockchain technology, suffice it to say that the said technology is now being used in various banking and finance related applications. Its use is also expanded into the insurance industry. Estimates suggest that there are more than 100 million users of blockchain technology worldwide. Apart from banking and finance related industries, blockchain technology is also being explored and used and developed for purposes of various applications such as issuance of birth certificates, tracking of convicts, maintenance of land records, streaming of transactions relating to vehicles, and even for the purposes of maintenance and growth of tree saplings in Delhi. Several states such as Andhra Pradesh, Delhi, Telangana, Karnataka, Jharkhand, and God's own country, Kerala, have announced policies for integrating blockchain technology in governance, or they are in the process of doing so. When the organizers of this event contacted me for addressing this audience, I needed to open a whole new world for myself. My team of law researchers and interns attached to my chamber were asked to prepare notes on this technology. Even my son, who is an engineer, was not spared from making his contribution to explain the technical aspects of this technology. One cannot claim an in-depth knowledge of this complex technology. However, from a legal point of view, blockchain technology raises several questions in one's mind. The first and the foremost question that blockchain transactions would raise is that there are no borders, and hence jurisdiction becomes a vexed issue, just like in the case of the internet. Though verification and authentication is the fulcrum of this technology, there is no enforcement in a court of law. How does one enforce this in a court of law? It depends upon public and private keys allotted to users and their interface with the hash function. Mistakes cannot be corrected, and hence the entire jurisprudence under the Indian Contract Act relating to mistake of fact or law is alien to these transactions. How is one to be held to a promise made in an entry in a ledger? When does the promisor and the promisee relation get established? These are all questions for which answers would have to be found. What happens if a private key is misused or is tampered with? Are there any legal remedies? One doesn't know. There is no central authority which monitors blockchain technology. However, recent adaptations of blockchain technology are being used by governmental authorities for verifying and authenticating ownership of movable and immovable assets. One of them has in fact been, faced with some resistance in the court in Telangana, from what I understand. What are the responsibilities of such an authority? How is privacy of the users to be guaranteed, especially when there's possibility of leakage of data or hacking of data? We need to find answers, and the forums such as this one are the forums for finding answers. One of the defining moments for blockchain technology was the judgment of the Supreme Court in Internet and Mobile Association versus Reserve Bank of India, which set aside the ban imposed by the Reserve Bank on bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies. A perusal of this judgment would show that the court was mindful of various aspects, including the fundamental rights of persons involved in dealing with bitcoins. The court clearly held that while regulation of this trade would be within the domain of the RBI, banning of the same would be violative of fundamental rights. The budget speech of the then Finance Minister, Mr. Arun Jaitley, given on 1st February 2018, finds reference in the judgment. It was said in that speech that while the government would denounce use of crypto assets to finance illegitimate activity, it will definitely explore the use of blockchain technology for ushering the digital economy. The announcement of use of blockchain technology for ushering the digital economy marked the arrival of this technology on the national stage. The court found that the RBI's acceptance of this technology and rejection of cryptocurrency was actually a paradox. Justice Ramasubramaniam judgment said, this is a paradox that on the one hand, you accept BT, but you would reject cryptocurrency. Another important aspect of blockchain technology is the prescribing of standards. There are no globally acceptable standards, either governmental or non-governmental, for the purpose of creating these applications. In the absence of standards, the technology is likely to be used in the dark web for indulging in criminal activities. Even today it is happening. The blockchain technology therefore has two faces, the yin and the yang. For it to be technologically viable, acceptable, and easily usable, various steps would have to be taken at the international and national level for creation of global standards, use and implementation of blockchain technology. Let us rewind a little bit. You know, at the beginning of the internet, there were various apprehensions about the manner in which it would work. I remember when we all used to live through this, even as IP attorneys in the early 90s, we all used to wonder, how would trademarks be protected on the internet? How will, counterfeiting be stopped on internet? So, but various tools have been employed over the last 20 years to ensure that the internet operates in a structured manner. The content on internet is not regulated, but the architecture of the internet is clearly defined. The role of private individuals, organizations, as also commercial enterprises in creating this structure is absolutely commendable. Whether it is the governance of the ICANN, participation in ICANN related activities, licensing for registrars of domain names, adjudication mechanisms such as online disputes through the Uniform Dispute Resolution Policy, the path was laid and it is working very, very effectively. More than 80,000 disputes of domain names have been just decided on online complaint mechanisms. The biggest achievement of the internet is that it is regulated without actually being regulated by any governmental authority. There is accountability and answerability, though owing to the complex issues, it's always a work in progress. Similarly, for blockchain technology to succeed and to enjoy legitimacy, The first and the foremost requirement is laying down of standards. All players and stakeholders ought to be consulted at an international level to lay down standards. Unregulated technology can pose enormous risks, especially in the banking and the finance sector. The recognition of technology and applications based on blockchain, which are not involved in illegal, nefarious, or unlawful activities, would be the first step to ensure that this technology becomes a boon and not a bane. There are various positive uses which blockchain technology can be put to. Each of us is aware of the number of times we have to submit our identification cards. I recall very clearly, every time you open a bank account, they will ask you for a cancelled check, they'll ask you for an Aadhaar card, they'll ask you for all your certificates, your licenses, and even for the smallest of functions, these have to be submitted repeatedly. And please imagine the amount of manpower which is spent on verification and authentication of these documents across the country in various institutions again and again and again. This can be completely eliminated by using blockchain technology. The submission of one identification should mean automatic authentication and of all the data relating to an individual. Similarly, verification of banking transactions across multiple bank accounts can be made easy. E-commerce transactions, insurance, all this could be connected together through blockchain technology. The power of mathematical applications in the collection, authentication, verification, and use of large amounts of data can be realized with blockchain technology. This technology also can have various applications in the legal field, especially in simplifying transactional work. Smart contracts, for instance, could be used to automate payment in transactions involving sale and purchase of goods upon satisfaction of conditions. Lawyers could also use this technology to store legal data instead of emailing sensitive personal data back and forth. There are nearly 112 patent applications in blockchain technology that have been published in India. Transactions using this technology can be used to resolve contractual disputes, consumer disputes, and even disputes under the Negotiable Instruments Act. However, presently, I'm not aware of any mechanism to deal with them at this point. Now let's come to a subject which is very close to my heart. That's intellectual property. There are two dimensions of blockchain technology. One, whether it is entitled to any form of protection. And secondly, who would be owning the IP in this technology and its implementations. As you all know, BT is a large conglomeration of data, which could even be construed as a database or even a software-based database. And it could be a literary work under the Copyright Act. The foundation of this technology being computer software, various jurisdictions in the world have also granted patents for most of the innovative implementations of blockchain technology. Companies such as IBM, MasterCard, Bank of America own several patents in blockchain technology. However, the question arises as to whether these applications are even patentable. In India, the provision which would immediately come to one's mind is Section 3K of the Indian Patents Act. The Delhi High Court in Farid Alani versus Union of India had the opportunity to consider computer program-based inventions. And in that context, the court had observed that bar of Section 3K is not on all inventions based on computer programs. In today's digital world, most inventions are based on programs. It would be retrograde to argue that all such inventions would not be patentable. Innovations in the field of artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies, and other digital products would be based on computer programs. However, they would not be non-patentable simply for that reason. It is today rare to see a product without a computer program, whether it's a car, whether it's any other automobile, a microwave oven, a washing machine, a refrigerator. Almost all of them have computer programs built in them. Thus, digital and electronic products have to be protected in some form. And so long as the implementation has a technical contribution and it has a hardware-based application, then the bar on patent on this kind of technology would not apply. Do you know, if you look at the history of this provision, in fact, the Joint Parliamentary Committee had said that the words per se in Section 3K have been included because programs may per se not be patentable, but if they include other things such as ancillary products which are developed thereon, they would be given patents. And you know, our inspiration to this provision is from Article 52 of the European Patent Convention, which uses the words as such. Historically, the insertion of 3K took place in 2002. A joint parliamentary committee which considered the patent amendment bill observed that computer programs per se are not patentable. And this was again followed up in 2005 when the Statement of Objects and Reasons said clearly that when software related inventions have technical application to industry or are in combination with hardware, the bar would not apply. In fact, one author, Adarsh Ramanujam, a lawyer, has recently opined in the context of Section 3K that addition of the words per se is clarificatory in nature after a reading of the parliamentary committee report. And this would mean that per se would have to be read for algorithms, for business methods, and for mathematical methods. And therefore, so long as there is a technical contribution or it is used in combination with hardware, EU, UK, etc., we all follow the same kind of, jurisprudence on this. In the US, of course, the Alice judgment of the Supreme Court of US would be the applicable judgment. And I'm sure all of you can check that judgment out. So the question that arises in everyone's mind is that, would a blockchain technology-based patent application be granted in India? There cannot be a definitive yes or no to this. It depends on the nature of the invention, what is the technical contribution made, and whether in combination with the hardware, it produces a innovative and a novel result. The question sometimes has also been whether specialized hardware is needed or even general purpose hardware is enough. But that has been decided that even general purpose hardware is sufficient. And this is also clear from the 2005 amendments. So the question as to now who would own the IP would also be a vexed question. And it would depend on the contractual arrangements between developers and entities who are getting development done. Section 17 of the Copyright Act would be very important, whether it's a contract of service or a contract for service. One has to check this. The question of ownership of IP is not different in blockchain technology as it is in other technologies. There are various dimensions of blockchain technology that could even be covered under the Personal Data Protection Bill, which one has to look at. In terms of the IT Act, any hacking, tampering, etc., this would fall under the provisions of the IT Act. The banning of cryptocurrency bill, the draft of which is in public domain, would be a legislation to watch out for. Use of blockchain technology for research, education is legal as per this bill. A digital rupee is also being contemplated. Various countries such as Japan and Australia have legalized bitcoins and other digital currencies. However, regulatory agencies do keep a watch over such currency exchanges. The path that India is to take is a question of policy. And I'm sure academies like yours would contribute a lot in defining that policy. The positive implementations and applications of this technology cannot be ignored and ought to be recognized and used. I would only conclude by saying that technology is like water. Its flow cannot be stopped. Only dams can be built to make use of its power for the benefit of mankind. Blockchain technology is no exception to this. The technical aspects of blockchain technology need not be understood by one and all. We have the engineers for that. It is a technology which helps in the authentication and verification and gives them a sense of permanence for transactions. This technology is here to stay, and in the legal world, we only have to learn how to deal with it and use it for the benefit of the people. I would commend the IITM Kerala for the creation of this academy and the organization of such events. Thank you for listening to me patiently.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for setting the premise of this session by touching upon some of the most significant developments in the last year or so. And for the information of the audience, we have to give credit for the Farid Alani judgment to ma'am itself. So I have to put it out there. Before I invite Advocate Nipinai, I'll call upon Rohan to address the audience.
Thank you, Shiv, and good afternoon to everyone. I would first start with thanking the organization, KBA, for this unique opportunity given to me to participate in this distinguished panel and share my thoughts on the legal and regulatory framework around blockchain. During the course of the last couple of days, I think we would have recognized that blockchain technology, as I call it, the chain of blocks technology, is a disruptive technology. It has a potential to change the way we interact, the way we transact, the way we do business. And I think enough has been said that it's a distributed ledger which manages, but I think it is not singularly, or it is not limited to only a storing of transactions kind of a function. Yes, it is immutable, it is traceable, it has no central authority. All these characteristics are there, but it has a huge potential beyond recording of transactions. So far, blockchain technology has received a lot of attention, both on the positive side as well as the negative side. A lot of negative attention has been attached, especially as far as the Indian regulators are concerned, on the cryptocurrency or the virtual currency side. But it's important to know that there is a section within the government and the private sector which is exploring potential of this blockchain and has a very favorable outlook towards this technology. Honorable Justice Singh talked about use cases which have actually been implemented all across the country, including by state governments, where they've looked at maintenance of records, vehicle registrations, etc. But I think, to me, being a practitioner in the fintech space, the biggest beneficiary of blockchain is the fintech sector, and as we call it, the financial services sector, which comprises of not only the banks and the big techs, but also the insurance and the other telecom players. I think from our perspective, if we look at the fintech industry, it has focused on bringing out blockchain solutions in order to bring speed, security, transparency, and traceability. There are also scenarios where a lot of the criticisms which are drawn to a blockchain technology are tried to managed by bringing in a certain permission-based blockchain framework, where participants in a framework are allowed to decide their rules and at the same time have the benefits of the technology. Especially as far as fintech is concerned, there has been a lot of emphasis on use of the technology for KYC, for trade finance, and especially clearing and payments. And something which personally excites me is the use case of the use of blockchain technology for cross-border payments. I sincerely believe that this technology is borderless, and it is going to help bring frictionless payments within our domain, which reduces transaction fees but increases the speed at which these transactions happen. Currently, if you look at the mechanism where you have to transfer payments between different jurisdictions, there is a heavy dependency which the sector has on banks and financial intermediaries. What blockchain does is reduce the role of these intermediaries in the cross-border payments, as there is no central authority, and it also adds to the security of the transactions. This is as far as the technology in the fintech is concerned. Now let's talk about some regulatory issues. I'm glad Honorable Justice Singh has already talked about a few issues, but I would actually want to bucketize the discussion into two broad regulatory issues which have actually been highlighted. One, those issues which pertain to virtual currencies, and the others which pertain to the legal framework which is required to embrace blockchain as a technology in general. I think enough has been said in the past about the stance which the Reserve Bank of India and the government has taken in terms of highlighting the risks and cautioning the users of the downside of having a virtual currency which has characteristics of, let's say, a currency, but it still doesn't fulfill the RBI test of a legal tender. Justice Singh talked about the bill which has been introduced by the Interministerial Committee. That, I think, is an initiative to promote a central bank digital currency, a digital form of fiat currency, but at the same time imposes restrictions on private players to bring out their virtual currencies. I think all in all, I think Honorable Justice Singh talked about the RBI directive, where there have been restrictions in the past imposed by the central bank on banks to deal in virtual currencies. Thankfully, that has been struck down by the Supreme Court. But I think it is important to recognize that the Supreme Court, while striking down the directive, recognized the wide extensive powers of the regulator to regulate financial systems. It may have struck down the RBI directive on the ground of proportionality, but I think it still recognizes that the central bank is here to stay as far as financial systems is concerned. So I think that from our perspective is important, because if there is going to be an initiative by the government, there will be significant changes required in the regulatory framework. There are issues which arise due to the characteristics of virtual currencies, which span across jurisdictions. Because of the distributed ledger technology, because of there being no territoriality to this technology, there are issues pertaining to cross-border payments, which come under the domain of foreign exchange management laws, in terms of how does one person who's transacting and trading in a virtual currency realize whether he's doing a cross-border transaction or is it a local transaction. I think the question of recognizing under the law will come much later. I think the first question is, in case of an anonymous transaction, where you do not even recognize the other party to transaction, what kind of reporting mechanisms which will be there? What kind of due diligence mechanisms will need to be put in place by stakeholders in the industry as far as anti-money laundering laws is concerned? There are laws pertaining to payment systems. There are issues there. RBI as the central bank offers its guidance and provides a license to the regulated entities to operate payment systems. So the question which will always arise is, if we are to legalize virtual currencies, are they operating payment systems? What is the nature of this token or this currency, so to speak? Is this in the nature of a security or a commodity? Is this to be regulated by the SEBI? So I think there are a lot of open questions as far as the law and the regulation is concerned. I think from our perspective, I think as lawyers, I think it is important to understand that all laws guaranteeing trust place in a certain centralized agency or a regulator. Any change in these frameworks will require a massive shift, where there will need to be recognition of a certain model which recognizes decentralization, which tries to weed out issues, as Honorable Justice mentioned about jurisdiction, in terms of where does the transaction conclude, what is the situs of the transaction. And unless and until we are able to solve these issues, these complications which arise out of blockchain technology will remain. I'm hopeful that the regulatory approach to not only blockchain technology but virtual currencies will change in the times to come. Yes, there is uncertainty in the space, but I think I'm confident that with partnerships and stakeholder discussions like the current discussion which we are having, and if we promote awareness and the benefits of this technology, there will be an initiative by the government to not only introduce blockchain technology in spheres which are relevant to government, but also embrace this technology and realize its full potential. Government should be mindful that if it waits for perfect solutions without exploring the opportunity of using this technology, it could miss this opportunity. Honorable Justice Singh talked about smart contracts. Yes, smart contracts is a way to automate execution of contracts. It brings efficiency. It brings ease in enforcement, because there is an auto execution when the conditions are met. But I think it's important to understand the current Indian contract law heavily relies on human intervention. It talks about certain aspects, elements which are required to fulfill a valid contract. There is a very important principle of consensus ad idem, there is a meeting of minds. So the question which will arise is, when you talk about smart contracts, which are actually code or software program generated contracts, how do we meet those essentials? All in all, I would want to conclude by saying that there is hope that this blockchain technology not only results in changes which are brought in our day-to-day lives, but it also brings efficiencies which are intended to be met by this decentralized platform. And I hope during the course of the discussion today, we are able to find some solutions and some proposals which we can, as stakeholders, build and start, I think, venturing with the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rohan. Next, I'd like to invite Prajita. Prajita, we request you to kindly stick to the time limit because we're already at 12:30. And Prajita is going to further add to the regulatory part of the blockchain framework in India.
Thank you so much, Shiv. And I hope I'm audible clearly. And very happy to be here on this distinguished panel. It's always nice to see a majority women participation on a technology law panel. And so I think that's a plus from the word go. And I think it's also, as Justice Singh ma'am mentioned, it's great what the Kerala Academy is doing, because I think internationally also there's a lot of consensus about how, when the development of the internet happened. Even today, we have a lot of gaps in our understanding about what are the various regulatory areas that we can focus on when it comes to the digital medium. I think development of fintech, development of even blockchain technology, these are all extensions of the gap areas or the progression that were possible with the digital medium. And today we are looking at a scenario where we need to discuss what should be the appropriate law for this kind of technology. So I think just like regulatory developments for internet and for transaction in the digital medium took a very long period of time, even today there's lots that can be done. I think at that point of time, there was a lot of collaboration between engineers, between lawyers, people who are developing these applications and people who understand the risk associated with these applications to get together and understand that how should the law continue to be relevant. Because the solution for a hesitation from the, the legal framework cannot be that innovation has to stop. And I think it's great that institutes like Kerala Blockchain Academy are working in that area, because of course, the audience that we have today includes academia, people from the judiciary, people in the industry, developers, lawyers like us. And this is a great opportunity for us to understand from, cross-jurisdictional and cross-disciplinary area as to what should be the right way to go forward. As some of my panelists also mentioned, blockchain technology is something that I think has various facets. Today, I'm going to talk about one particular aspect that is interesting to me, and I think that requires a bit more work internationally as well as in India. So I think a lot of times how we understand privacy internationally as well as in India is always that there is a general understanding or an assumption that privacy somehow compromises innovation. So I think that is a fallacy, because definitely there is a possibility to develop technology to the extent possible. And privacy law itself is pretty dynamic. Today we have a very extensive regulation in Europe, which many of you would know about, which is the EU GDPR. And countries like India and even US are taking inspiration from that. So I would say even privacy law is on a developing trajectory. So this is the right time to come up with a technology like blockchain, because honestly, I believe that privacy regulators are ready to listen as to what is it that we can do better. So I think my personal view is that, it's how privacy law will treat blockchain is a bit complex, because while there are some commonalities in terms of security of data that blockchain manages to attain, there are also some privacy principles that blockchain fails to address. So I think I'm going to just quickly summarize these things so that, it could be interesting for some of you to understand that, which direction are we supposed to follow when we think about privacy compliance when it comes to blockchain technology. So to my mind, I think generally today, privacy law has a very centralized perspective in mind. So how the law approaches privacy compliance is that we look at every technology from a very controller perspective. There needs to be a decision-making body. There needs to be somebody who's answerable as to what information is being collected, how is it being processed, where is it being stored. And only then can an individual like you and me understand that what is the level of risk that I'm signing up for. And that is the legal interpretation of how protection is to be granted and how privacy compliance is to be maintained. I think blockchain, on the other hand, takes a very different interpretation about how to keep your data private and how to give you protection. So the perspective they have is that forget about privacy. I'm more interested in keeping your data secure. And that security can be obtained by essentially distributing your data either with you. You will have complete, individual control. Whatever you give is not possible to be changed. There is absolutely nobody who can tamper with that data. And by the technology providing individual control to each person, it cannot get more secure than that, because that ultimately that is what privacy law is all about. Because even what the Supreme Court has talked about is that unless and until we recognize that an individual data subject has control over their data, the fundamental rights of an individual can be breached. So I think that is the dichotomy that regulators have to think about, because the laws are focused on a centralized framework. However, blockchain handles a decentralized framework. And some commonalities, I think, that blockchain manages to attain, general concepts that we talk about when we talk about privacy compliance, things like anonymity. Anonymized data is anyways not regulated under any privacy law. While India is talking about, coming up with a regulation to talk about non-personal data, which arguably could be anonymized. Today, we don't know how the upcoming privacy bill is going to regulate that area. So if we look at personalized data that belongs to people like you and me, especially these identity and these KYC solutions that a lot of blockchain companies are coming up with in India and abroad, I think there is definitely a possibility that this kind of data, if anonymized, you don't really have to worry about the data protection law. However, that is, I think, not a solution that works for all kinds of technologies. In addition, transparency. The fact that all transactions that occur on a ledger are clearly visible to everyone is, I think, something that is great for privacy, because blockchain ensures that there is a certain integrity, there is a certain trust. And instead of trusting a centralized authority, I'm just going to, decentralize the entire trust factor. And I will rely on some people in the network who can make an add-on to the robustness of the network. So I think that is also an example of how blockchain technology aligns with privacy compliance. And of course, the encryption, the cryptography compliance and these kind of measures that they believe in, which I think ultimately provides a lot of control and a lot of security to what data you provide. Having said that, there are a lot of gaps. Today, the current Indian privacy law is the Information Technology Act. Technically, it does apply to blockchain technology, as Justice Pratibha ma'am also mentioned, because it regulates transactions happening in the internet, in the online space. Having said that, when I would advise a blockchain company as to where exactly do you have to do what you have to do, if someone has an entirely public network, it becomes very challenging for us to apply that law. So while technically it is applicable, but where exactly am I going to allocate the responsibility, I think is a gray area. And so I think going forward, since I'm mindful of the time that I have, I think it's important for innovation not to be curbed, of course. And it's going to be like a journey wherein the privacy law regulators would need to understand that what is the possibility with this technology. I think either side has to give in. Either the law needs to think about privacy compliance and protection from a decentralized framework. And if that is not possible, then unfortunately, blockchain developers need to think about how can we build in privacy compliance in the technology that we are building. So some examples we are already seeing of making sure the data is stored off-chain, for example. There are people who are working on entirely permission networks where there is a lot of protection, there is a lot of consent frameworks, there are knowledge proof frameworks and solutions that are being discussed in the industry. So definitely privacy compliance would not be an issue for all kinds of blockchain applications. And to my mind, the law has to change definitely, but voluntary compliance and self-regulation is a great idea to in order to be able to be better prepared with the eventual reality of regulatory coverage. Because the last thing I wanted to mention is that in terms of what we can expect the regulator to think about data privacy, a lot of you would have heard about the RBI sandbox, wherein they were averse to cryptocurrency. However, they encouraged the setting up of sandboxes so that blockchain developers can come forward and they can enjoy certain relaxations from the general legal compliance that apply to a company, and then they can use that sandbox to develop applications. It's interesting that compliance with cybersecurity and privacy standards was something that was not a relaxation. It was something that RBI expected, that during the sandbox itself, you will have to comply with that. So I think that is a great indication of what the regulator is thinking. India is definitely very obsessed about privacy, and the government finds data very important. So I don't think this is an area in which there's going to be room to maneuver. So it'll be interesting to watch the developments. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry if I've exceeded my timeline. I was watching the clock like a hawk.
Thank you, Aprajita. Now I'd like to invite someone who's been an integral part of the KBA family from the very inception. Advocate Nipinai. She's been an advisor to IIITM and KBA. She's an advocate, an author, a commentator, advisor to many a state government, scholar, and of course the founder of Cyber Sati, an organization which is intended to educate and empower people through the awareness of cyber law. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Shiv. Justice Pratibha Singh, thanks you so much for that introduction and very warm welcome and a fabulous presentation. And Shiv, thank you for putting me last. I particularly requested for it because then I get the benefit of the perspectives of all the other speakers, which I can then coalesce into a whole and present it from my perspective. And I'm going to try and attempt that now. We've had some very interesting conversations through this panel. We've had the perspective from an intellectual property aspect and also to use cases and data privacy. So when we just step back a moment, and when I also look at some of the questions and also my journey with respect to blockchain, etc., the initial phase was when I had to explain what was blockchain technology. So I can very well relate to Justice Pratibha Singh's concern when she said, I think I'd better keep away from the technology aspects and stick to the legal, because we would rather do that. We'd rather speak about that which we are familiar with. But then I had to first start explaining blockchain technology in terms of judicial training. So when a technologist comes to explain the technology, I can tell you, it just gets more complicated. So you need to address it in a manner where we as lay people can also understand it more in the context of how it is applied rather than in the context of how it is built. And that was my first foray into explaining blockchain technology, in my training sessions. And in those days, I'm talking about nearly more than a decade back or so, the perspective was from the issue of cryptocurrency. It is indeed a fact that blockchain became more familiar. All of us became more familiar with blockchain. If I may use this phrase, it became more popular because of its usage in cryptocurrency. But to assume that blockchain does not have a life of its own without cryptocurrency would be fallacious. Over the last decade, all that has happened clearly demonstrates that it has cut its umbilical cord. It never had it in the first place, but even that which was an assumed or a presumed umbilical cord is now cut. Blockchain exists and thrives independent of cryptocurrencies. So when we have a discussion with respect to both, we could possibly take it in terms of how and in what manner blockchain made cryptocurrency a use case, one of its most successful usages, if I may put it that way, and how it then delineated itself and evolved independent of cryptocurrencies. Today, even in the questions, I was following that, and I'll definitely try to address it within the 10-minute slot given itself. When I look at the questions and look at the kind of issues or concerns that arise, there is an assumption, an automatic a move to again link blockchain with cryptocurrency, and we automatically assume that the questions are interlinked. So even when we talk, therefore, about law and blockchain, and we talk about the evolution of legal frameworks, the automatic focus then becomes about money laundering. It becomes about whether these kind of alternate forms of payment mechanisms should be permitted. When we speak about fintech also, there is an underlying concern in terms of, in the very first instance, equating fiat currency, including a digitized form of fiat currency, with cryptocurrency, right? So this kind of continuous interlinking, in my opinion, and to a large extent, which we are seeing practically, actually acts as an impediment for the development of blockchain as a technology. If we are really serious about encouraging the innovation and implementation of blockchain as a technology, the very first step mentally and then through legal frameworks or policies, the delineation has to happen, and it has to be a clean cut. It cannot be a cut which is going to keep going back to its parent use case. Unless we do this, we are going to continuously have governments which are going to be deeply concerned about to what extent blockchain usage can be permitted, to what extent may it become a concern, and do we even allow it at all or not? I have already spoken a lot in terms of including in KBA, and in fact, over the last 3 years where I've been addressing sessions for KBA, I have talked very specifically about these various things, which I'm just going to sum up in a minute. One is the importance of understanding how blockchain technology works in cryptocurrencies. You may wonder, she just said delink it, why is she linking it again, right? Just go back to cryptocurrencies only for the limited purpose of understanding how the use case works and why you need to delineate it, and then look at it differently. Because when blockchain is used in cryptocurrency, the mode and manner in which it functions is very different from when you use the same blockchain technology for various other purposes. I'm not just talking about a decentralized or permissionless to a permission blockchain, etc. All these are variations are there, but it goes much deeper than that, and I've addressed it as a 1-hour session in the last KBA, so you could go back to look at that. The next thing is, when we are talking about blockchain and we are talking about tokenization, to what extent are there similarities between tokenization and cryptocurrencies? Is token also a virtual currency? And therefore, does it have to be regulated or looked at with the same lens as cryptocurrencies? And as you have all seen from the IAMAI judgment, it talks about virtual currencies. It just doesn't talk about cryptocurrencies. It moves to the VC construct there. So the minute you look at virtual currency, it becomes a much wider application. In fact, when I addressed this topic in my book, I first started off with this explanation about how cryptocurrencies would probably form part of the larger genus of virtual currencies, and they in turn could even be categorized as digital currencies, an even larger framework, right? When you look at these boxes, and you understand how you delineate them and whether there is a possibility of delineation, then creating a legal framework becomes very easy. What seems very complicated, what seems insurmountable, actually becomes very, very simple. It is because of this continuous linking and the fear factor that cryptocurrencies bring up that blockchain, including as a permissionless blockchain or a much more decentralized and wider framework, suffers. Today, we are looking at a situation where a lot of finance and investments are being pumped into blockchain technology. As was already pointed out by Justice Singh, there is a lot of adaptation by governments of this technology. Therefore, there is absolutely no fear, there is no restraint, and there is no concern in terms of accepting the technology. It is only when it comes to cryptocurrencies that concerns arise. And the primary reason that these concerns arise are because of, first and foremost, the kind of threat that a privately issued payment mechanism, unregulated payment mechanism, if I may put it that way, poses to fiat currency. And it is not just to fiat currency, not just to the valuation of fiat currency, but it is actually the threat that it poses to the sovereign itself. One of the inalienable rights of a sovereign is the issuance of currency. And the entire governance of that sovereign entity, of a sovereign nation, is contingent on the control that the sovereign has over fiat currency and the manner in which they can ensure a thriving economy through recognition of the value of fiat currency. So when we talk about alternatives, when we talk about rerouting this kind of a valuation to a privately issued mechanism, then it certainly poses a threat not just to the fiat currency, but to the sovereign itself. So when you ask a question about self-sovereign identity, therefore I was thinking, when we are talking about the threats with respect to sovereign issued fiat currency versus privately issued currencies, and if your question is about self-sovereign identities, are you really looking at an identity document dehorse a sovereign? Are you looking at an identity document which can be self-replicating, but which is facilitated by a sovereign through the use of blockchain technology? Or what exactly do you mean? So you may want to evaluate your question in the perspective of what I just said, that you have to understand that you also trace your identity to a sovereign. Your identity and your very existence is anchored to land which is within a territory which is bound by the laws and regulations of the territory. Much as we may want to live in this virtual world, and I have quoted this Declaration of Independence by John Bartholomew, and you may want to go and read that from the book. And he talks about, all ye people of the world, keep away from the world of mind. We may want to do that, but a Declaration of Independence cannot be from us, our virtual reality, from our virtual self. Right? So in one of the interviews to a Japanese publication, I was talking about how all of us, when we sit in front of a computer, may want to talk about self-sovereignty and may want to talk about our rights. But the minute you step away from your computer, outside your home, onto the road, who do you expect to protect you on that road? Who do you expect to do everything for you in terms of governance and regulation and safety? It is the government. So how can you live or function without this protective mechanism that a governance framework gives to you? So when we talk about a governance framework for blockchain also, it's actually emanating from this very same need. We have use cases today. We can have a lot more use cases tomorrow. We have a very limited applicability that is accepted today because of these constraints in terms of how do you make it more open-ended the way cryptocurrency functioned, right? For that, you need a payment mechanism, how you can create an incentivized blockchain. And for that incentivization, you go back and you come a full circle again. That's why to the payment mechanism, and whether it's tokens and whether that's digital currency or not. And the minute you anchor that payment mechanism or an incentive mechanism to fiat currency, you may actually then lose the narrative. So you may want an alternative which is not necessarily just a cash-based or a fiat-based mechanism. So in the larger construct, what is it that we can look for today? One, all of us as developers, and I don't mean to say I'm a developer, I'm just taking us all as a whole, each of us forms a part in this polity. In that part, we all come in to give our contribution. So be it your contribution as a technologist, be it your contribution as a legal person, be it your contribution as a governance agency, right? Which is going to look at bringing in laws or regulations or guidelines. Whoever it may be, we have to look at blockchain as a standalone technology and not about how it can be used, and then delineate the technology from its usage and have laws or regulations which are dynamic to be able to adapt to such evolving use cases. We can't constrain it and constrict it in a manner where it only identifies what is the use case for today and then provide for it. We need to have a long-term perspective because laws are glacial. It takes a lot of time for us to formulate and to also pass it. So you can't go back to the drawing table tomorrow just because, by the time you have drafted the law, by the time it has been passed by Parliament, the technology has changed, its use case has changed. So that's not how technology or laws for technology can function. We need dynamism. I'm going to actually go back to one of my quotes, which I had used in the last session also, and then address a couple of things that have been raised. I had drawn from Joy B, who in turn had drawn from Thoreau in terms of, Joy talks about it in the perspective of nanotechnologies, and I have rehashed that quote in the perspective of emerging technologies. It's not just for blockchain. Today, we are already talking about blockchain and AI, blockchain and smart cities, blockchain and IoT. So blockchain can play a role in terms of every other possible emerging technology. It's not really a standalone technology solution, and it doesn't have to be. It can evolve into multiple parameters. But in doing so, technology may be propelling us into a new century with no plan, no control, no brakes, and it may now very well be the time for reprising control before we cross the fail-safe point. And when I give this quote, I also use this picture of a speeding car which is just going to run off a precipice, right? And I always tell people, law is like brakes. We would not get into that speeding car, much as I may love my very fancy car or whatever. And for the sake of brevity, I'm going to use the example of a Batmobile. Like ultimate, right? For any car enthusiast. You may want to get into that Batmobile, but if I tell you there are no brakes in that Batmobile, would you even get close to the door? You won't even open the door to get inside, right? So law is like the brakes in a car. It doesn't impede the car. It doesn't slow you down. It doesn't stop innovation. It is actually something which encourages innovation. It enables innovation. So today, when we are looking at a legal framework, we need to look at these things. And this is where we are today in India. 2018, Niti Aayog came out with its AI national policy document, right? We have had two old IoT policy documents and a new one has already come in. We have had policy documents coming from multiple government entities, including for every possible emerging technology and one small one for blockchain. Two very important developments happened in 2018 itself, apart from AI, was for blockchain. TRAI came out with its proposition for use of blockchain for telecom to ensure transparency and immutability, in fact, right? So these two things which blockchain brings in, transparency and immutability, it needs to be looked at. And when we are talking about, Rohan spoke about fintech, I wanted to take some of that perspective and also bring it into civic tech. We are today talking about civic tech. And that's why I said when we move from 2018 to 2020, and you look at all the policies that are coming forward, you will see this very clear move of the government towards creating a framework which will enable use of technology or growth of technology for common good. Whether it's a utopian mean or whether it is feasible is something that only practical application will show. But this is where the move is. And this is what we need to capture for blockchain also. So today, as did Germany, we need to also look at a national blockchain policy. We need a strategy document. The National Cybersecurity Center, which is attached to the PMO's office, is looking at and is likely to come out with its National Cybersecurity Strategy document for 2020 to 2025. I've presented before them, I've also contributed substantially in it, but it is still pending a release. I would really want to see blockchain addressed in this strategy document too. One of the states for which I am advisor and which I'm very proud to say I'm also from, Tamil Nadu, was not mentioned earlier. So it would not be right for me to close without mentioning that. Tamil Nadu has been in the forefront of adaptation of blockchain technology. Today, they are looking at a policy document and also use cases which will go way beyond only that which is in virtual domain. They are looking at expanding the application of blockchain technology from virtual to real world transactions. So when we are talking about a situation where policies are evolving for identifying and adapting the use of emerging technologies for public good. Aparajita mentioned a lot about the data protection aspect, very important, and also on non-personal data. So the non-personal data policy document also, when you look at it, again focuses on public good. AI talks about it as AI for all. So we need a strategy document today for blockchain for all, and that will give certainty to an innovator, certainty to an investor, and also certainty to the users in terms of adaptation of this technology. And this is the support and strength that law can actually bring to the table. So on this positive note, and considering that India is poised to bring in new criminal laws, new cybersecurity laws, and its national cybersecurity strategy, my hope is, be it with respect to cryptocurrencies, because I know all of you all have a lot of thoughts about the IMAI judgment and the concerns that it brings up, right? But very clearly, all that it has done is it struck down an RBI circular. I've always mentioned that there was no ban on cryptocurrency in India. All that RBI did was it blocked the use of banking and payment systems for the use of cryptocurrencies, and that has been struck down. I do have my reservations about the correctness of the judgment, but that is irrelevant. Today, we are in a situation where there is still uncertainty with respect to cryptocurrencies. Possibly the amendments to the criminal law provisions may bring in certainty in that aspect. One way or the other, I always believe certainty helps. Whether it is a yes or a no, we need certainty in terms of how law is going to be applied to technological innovations and its adaptations. We need certainty in terms of cybersecurity and the mode and manner. And there are huge use cases for which blockchain can come in, immensely useful for cybersecurity aspects also, including rooting out some of these financial frauds that are happening. That's why I touched upon Rohan's mention about fintech also. So there are huge potential for the use of blockchain for security and not just for facilitating fintech. And finally, for national security and for India to get its big part of the huge technology pie. So let us have law evolving a lot faster than what we have seen now, and certainly a policy document to begin with, which will enable and guide how laws could possibly evolve in this field. On that positive note, thank you all for having me here again, and over to you, Shiv.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I see that Pratibha ma'am wants to weigh in at this point, and before we move to questions, I'd give that opportunity to Pratibha ma'am. Ma'am, please, your comments.
I'm okay to take questions at this point. I've enjoyed all the presentations. So,
right. Thankfully, the organizers have given us a little additional time. So a couple of questions that I have, ma'am, specifically to you, is with respect to issuing trademark protection to blockchain technology innovations and cryptocurrencies in India. What are your thoughts on this, ma'am?
no, I don't see any difficulty in trademarks being given. These are trademarks can be taken for any business. The question whether the business is legitimate, illegitimate is not something which the trademark office will go into. If it's a brand which will which will satisfy the basic conditions of the Trademark Act, any trademark can be protected. I don't see any difficulty in that.
Would anybody else want to weigh in?
See, I think the issue that has been raised primarily is about the patents aspect and not the trademarks. I think Justice Singh has clearly mentioned that about trademarks, there can be no issues. But the minute you talk about patents, now the very basis of blockchain technology is open source software and cryptography. So with it, I mean, as the name itself says, it is open source. The issue that or concern that arises probably is with respect to whether patenting a use case may result in blocking out the program, the software which is otherwise open source. So whenever you take an open source license, the license terms predicate what the usage can be. So we can talk about and what Justice Singh's judgment in Farid Alani case refers to is the possibility of a patent, which is too important. So when you look at the way 3K has been interpreted and the perspective that, you know, even from international perspective, when you look at it, and when you look at it particularly from the perspective of an innovator or an investor, you'll realize the importance of the judgment. You need the possibility, whether that is practically feasible in a given case. And that's why she said it's not like it's open and shut. It can be applied. It may or may not apply, right? And when she spoke about the Alice Corp judgment also, I would also strongly advise you to look at it because it's very interesting in terms of perspective also. It talks about how an aggregator's rights are much lower than that of an innovator. So we are really talking about balancing an innovator's right as opposed to just somebody who's aggregating patents and trying to enforce it, etc. But anyway, coming back to the question that was asked, you have to understand that the license terms will also dictate whether there is a possibility of a patent at all or not. So there is no need for concern to automatically assume that there will be a kind of a closing down of the black box and, you know, of constrictive innovation rather than the kind of situation we have today, which is open-ended.
Right. Ma'am, just one last question to the entire panel. The recent the order of the Telangana High Court with respect to the Telangana Land Records Management System, which is one of the first applications that we see in the public sphere, and the apprehensions of both people who are owners of agricultural and non-agricultural land, and in disclosure of their public documents, we see a lot of conflict there. What are your thoughts on this, ma'am, and how do we mitigate this?
The way I look at the order issued by the High Court, it is primarily deriving from case Puttaswamy and whether you know, you can insist on an Aadhaar card being Aadhaar number being given for a immovable asset registration. So it surrounds around the same discussion what Aparajita raised about privacy, whether privacy should be you know, protected and whether giving of Aadhaar is violating privacy or not. So it is just an interim order. The way I would look at it is the case would have to be argued finally, and they'll have to see whether, and I'm sure this is going to travel right till the Supreme Court. And you know, Dharani as the portal, I would see is a portal based on blockchain technology, from what I understand, and therefore this is the first thing that we've seen, and this kind of a conflict, in fact, leads to a proper evolution of the law.
Correct.
And I think that the law will evolve, and so long as privacy can be protected, and we should obviously not make privacy kind of a ghost which tries to block technology. We should always have the balance in mind and then proceed further. That's what I would think.
Again, see, the one issue that seems to be missed out in terms of this concern that is raised because of this judgment also is, automatically, when you develop a blockchain technology or a use case, you would take into account whether it is going to involve a privacy issue. You would not and you would not develop a blockchain technology, privacy is going to be an issue. So naturally, the protection is built into it, and we don't have to apprehend that because the technology ensures transparency, it will violate privacy, right? It's about how the technology is going to be used and for what purpose. So the purpose will naturally be restricted based on what will be the outcome.
Right.
So I really think, therefore, the explanation to the technology, of the technology to people involved in the legal sphere is what is important. Because as Napina is saying, blockchain has transparency coupled with security. Right? It's like the ultimate form of non-privacy compromise with transparency. So therefore, I think that this element of the technology needs to be discussed and put in public domain to be able to be appreciated by us judges and everybody. And when we start talking about it, I'm sure we'll all realize it.
Right. It's I guess it's about awareness, ma'am. I think awareness is the key factor here. Ma'am, shall we just move on to a few audience questions quickly? We're running short of time. Shall we take the first?
There are many which talk about policy issues here.
I know, I understand. But what about the first one by Vimal Suresh? What about the legal stand of contracts and agreements created on blockchain smart contracts with the consent of parties? Rohan, do you want to come in on this?
Sure. So, see, as far as the legality of smart contracts is concerned, as I mentioned earlier, as long as the smart contract fulfills all the attributes of a valid contract under the Indian contract law, which is an offer, an acceptance, a lawful consideration, and the parties being competent, I think that should fulfill all the requirements. I think the issue which will need to be addressed as and when we do look at amendments in various laws is that issue of whether human involvement can be done away with when it comes to consent. Because the smart contract is actually created on a computer program, a code. So the question which really arises is how do you fulfill the meeting of minds requirement as far as that is concerned. So I think there has also been a lot of discussion in terms of some contracts or some kind of contracts being good for smart contracts use case, others not. To my mind, I think there could be scenarios where hybrid solution could be carved out, where a traditional contract is subsequently converted into a smart contract to make certain automatic execution possible. So that is also something which has been discussed. Unfortunately, we don't have too many use cases in India so far, but I'm sure the jurisprudence will evolve once we have these applications coming in India.
Right. Ma'am, I think we are running short of time. Is there anything else that anyone wants to weigh in on or speak about? Good. So to conclude, thank you so much, everyone. Let me just, firstly, I'd like to thank the Kerala Blockchain Academy for this opportunity. And specifically, Dr. Elizabeth Shirley, Director, IIITM Kerala, Mr. Madhavan Nambiar sir, Director, IIITM Kerala, Professor Ashraf and Adarsh for this great initiative, Mr. Franklin, who helped us with the tech support, and every member of the organizing committee for putting on such a great show. I wish all the attendees across the globe a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. Happy holidays to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. It was truly an insightful and momentous presentation. Thank you once again on behalf of KBA. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Hi everyone, the next session will be from 2. The link to join the session will be provided in the chat and question box. Dear attendees, the next session will be starting at 2. The link to join the session is provided in the chat and question box. Kindly click the link and join the link as soon as possible. The next session will be starting at 2 p.m.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, Felix. Hey, everyone.
How is it going? Very good. How are you?
Yep. Going good. Hope you're doing great as well.
How was the event so far?
I think it was great. By the way, I'm going to join you for the panel
Felix,
discussion.
can you hear me?
Fantastic. Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Robert. How's it going?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Very good. Where are you, Robert?
I'm in Paris.
Ah, nice.
Yeah. Where are you guys? I think Felix is in Thailand right now, right?
Exactly. In Bangkok.
Awesome.
And I'm in India, guys. So, yeah.
Good to meet you all, guys. Harsh, where are you exactly in India?
Yeah, Mumbai.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. And great to meet you guys as well. I'm quite excited about discussing DeFi.
Yeah, absolutely. I see your profile. That looks really amazing. I really want to let's connect also after this. It looks really like a super cool project you're having there.
Yep.
Would like to
Thanks.
learn a bit more. What exactly you're working on, and what can be done with it. That would be fantastic.
We actually closed our seat a couple of days back. So we are very, very happy about it. And yeah.
Feel free to promote. That's what we're here for, right?
Hey, everyone.
Yep.
Hello.
Hey, Albert.
How's it going?
Everyone, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
Hear you, see you. You got the crisp mode on again, Albert?
Sorry again?
Do you have the crisp mode on?
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes.
It looks very good. No, it really looks good. You look very sharp.
Microphone. Yes. Well, this is mainly for the sound, but yeah.
We are waiting for one more to join the panel. Okay.
I also checked out EPNS. It looks awesome.
Thanks. Yeah, we are quite excited. I mean, here goes the shilling. So the round was actually the round saw notable Web3 leaders like Balaji joined the round, Scott Mariano, DeFi Dad, Anthony Sassano, Mariano Conti, and yeah, quite happy about the round and what we are building. So yeah. But yeah, I think we should probably stick to DeFi. If you guys ask me about EPNS, I don't think I'll be able to. I don't think I'll be able to talk anything other than that, and I really want to talk about DeFi over here. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we all feel a bit the same.
Yep. Yep.
Do you still sleep? Come on.
At this time of the day, the light is straight to my face. I can't like just open it a little bit. It's ridiculous.
Albert, where are you based?
We'll be starting it within few minutes. Okay, we are waiting for one more guy.
Thank you.
We'll start soon.
Yeah, I'm based south of Spain. South of Barcelona. Sorry, not south of Spain.
Nice.
North of Spain. Yeah, I don't know. I've been here for a bit, and normally I live in Andorra, super tiny country between France and Spain, and it's like super small, like 70,000 people, something like this. And now with coronavirus, it's like pretty much completely empty, you know. So yeah.
Is it like is it independent? Like, what's the situation with Andorra?
Yeah. So I think it was since the 1200 that they got like their own independence, and they've been their own country since. It's completely it's a protectorate between France and Spain. So like the leaders of the country are within the country, but they're kind of ruled by the guys in France and Spain, right? So the president of France, and then I think it's like a guy from the church in Spain, like, you know. The light here is so bad. Oh my god.
You look
Where are you guys
good.
based? Yes. Yeah, but the light is in like,
yeah, in your face. Yeah, I see. Yeah.
That's not good.
You have to use it dramatically. DeFi. Oh.
Yeah, no,
like the halo.
There's no middle ground. Let's see.
I like the way Felix has put a Dash logo behind him.
I just got this whiteboard. I'm so proud of my new whiteboard.
I tried to put like a virtual background with Fuse in the background, but it was all like fuzzy and stuff, so I got rid of it.
It looks always weird, especially if you're wearing headphones. It's always like something is cut up on your head.
Just like a bad Photoshop.
Yeah.
Like very bad Photoshop.
Where are you guys based? Where are you, Robert?
I'm in Paris.
Okay, then not too far from here. That's good.
Yeah, it's not too far. Yeah, I usually wouldn't like. I'm kind of based here, and I've been for a long time, like 10 years. But I like to sort of use Paris as my base and then travel a lot. So normally I wouldn't be here. I'd like to be somewhere like where Felix is in Thailand or Bali,
very
or somewhere like that. But obviously, 2020 came, so.
Let's see.
But it's possible again now. I just heard from the government they're not reopen, but you can get an application and the long-term visa. You have to quarantine 2 weeks. But
yeah, so everybody have joined us. Yeah, welcome, Mark.
Mark.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey Mark, great to meet you.
Yeah, so can we start? Yeah. So hello and hi everyone. Welcome to the second day of BlockHash Live 2020. Myself, Melvin Sunny, Research and Development Engineer at Kerala Blockchain Academy. It's my privilege to walk you through the panel discussion on decentralized finance. We are honored to have some special guests to lead the discussion. A warm welcome to the respected delegates and a small brief on the panelists. Felix Mago, he's the co-founder of Dash Next and Dash Thailand. Felix is pioneering to enable and scale crypto payments on all verticals with a cooperative approach involving partners all over the world. He's author of the Bitcoin Handbook and co-founder of Futurio, a Southeast Asia-based gateway to blockchain, and co-founder of the German Blockchain Institute, helping startups and corporations from all sectors finding and implementing their blockchain potentials. And Harsh Rajat, he's the founder of Ethereum Push Notification. Ethereum Push Notification Service is the world's first notification protocol that enables users to receive notifications. Using the protocol, any DApp, smart contract, or service can send notifications to users in a platform-agnostic fashion. Harsh holds 11 years of entrepreneurial experience in various spectrum of tech, including architecting, development, and design in different tech fields. And Mark Seller, longtime Ethereum enthusiast, weighed in on the future of DeFi. He is currently working as integration lead at Aave, an open source DeFi protocol. Mark Seller is an active associate and contributor in the Ethereum community since 2015 and co-founded the education nonprofit Ethereum France. At Aave, a decentralized non-custodial money market protocol, his job is to make life easier for third-party developers building on Aave. Albert Castellana. He's a corporate investor, entrepreneur, and developer with astute knowledge in Atura blockchain and Ethereum. He is currently working as CEO of StakeHound, a first tokenized staking platform that enables the use of staked proof-of-stake tokens within Ethereum's decentralized finance ecosystem. And we have Robert Miller. Robert Miller is the PR and communications head in Fuse.io, a finance company that connects everyday payments to the blockchain. Fuse.io was founded in 2019 with a mission to bring the power of mobile payments to communities around the world without compromising any user experience. Robert Miller has over 10 plus years experience in working with successful companies like Kronos, Trustpilot, etc. He's also the co-founder of GrowRight Digital, a course marketing agency focused on helping crypto brands grow. So welcome all, and thank you for joining the panel. So before we start, just a little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them in the question box in your Zoom control panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Also, you can raise your hand in the end where you can shoot your questions directly to the panel members. With no further delay, let's go to the discussions. Over to you guys.
Awesome. So probably I'll start first. First of all, I'm really excited to be with you guys. And I think because Avi and Mark is here, maybe they can talk a little bit about DeFi and what it is, because these guys have started it from the Ethlin days to Avi and now Avi V2. So Mark, probably on to you.
Do you want me to intro what DeFi is?
Yes, sure. I think everyone would like to know that.
I think if it all boils down to one very simple thing, is that giving back to the user the ownership of their own assets. So basically, we are kind of using traditional finance to, when you have some money into a checking account, for example, you basically do a free loan to your bank so they can play around with your money, and you get nothing out of that. And in a few parts of the world, you even pay to do that. And DeFi just changed the shift of powers between the liquidity provider and the borrowers, and say, okay, if someone wants to use my money, I should have a fair share of that service, because it's a service. And basically, you remove the intermediary, or at least the unnecessary ones, and every cent that is paid by our borrowers goes back directly to a liquidity provider. And all of that is permissionless, decentralized. Most of it happened on the Ethereum blockchain. And I think that's a good start for the discussion.
Hi, guys. I'm back. I'm sorry. My internet went down. It's not DeFi. Maybe that was the reason. So I hear you just started asking the opening question, what is DeFi for you? And just give a couple of sentences. So please just go on.
So yeah, was like defining that the main point for me is like giving back the ownership of the asset to the users.
For me, it's more like the industrialization of finance, right? So we in the traditional finance world, what you have is that when you go and have a mortgage, for example, right, the bank is going to do it kind of tailor-made for you. Obviously, they have templates and things that they're going to do, but the reality is that when you, for example, have something like Aave that allows anyone to be able to participate in this system, then what you have is that yeah, anyone can just go in, for example, fork Avid, change a couple of things, like, you know, start improving on top of it. All these Lego building blocks that we're doing, all these different pieces that can be composed together, all these different components that can become something bigger, only can exist because of the standardization of these pieces, and because, as I say, it's just so easy to produce new ones, right? So I feel like, yeah, for me it's more about like, you know, when before it was more like everything was handmade, and well, it still is, right? Now everything is kind of pre-produced, and you can just like package it however you want, and you can do things with it, which, you know, creates new different products, new different concepts that we haven't seen before.
Great points. I agree, Albert. Harsh, did you go already? Please, I was if you went already, excuse me, but please go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, I mean, I see DeFi as the next innovation over money, not like something that will kill money. So the way I see money is, if you look at the history, the paper money which we talk about, it's not even. This is not actually the first iteration of paper money. This is iteration 3 without gold. If you go back a bit further, you know, you had gold coins. But between paper money and between DeFi, there was another innovation that happened, which was credit cards. And all of a sudden, you guys, or we all had the ability now to pay service providers, even when we didn't had that much of paper money. Credit card opened up a whole bunch of avenues. Imagine if you guys had to go to Netflix and, you know, queue up with the paper money. That certainly is something which we don't like. Blockbuster days are long gone. And looking at that pattern, I see DeFi to be the next innovation. If you think about it, what paper money can do, gold coins weren't able to do, then what credit card used to, paper money cannot do. And then now DeFi, what DeFi can do, the paper money and of course credit cards cannot do. DeFi in general essence is decentralized finance. But if you look down at it, if you take the concept of flash loans, which are zero collateral loans, there's nothing like that which exists in the physical world. So it's an innovation over the current iterations of money which we have.
Great answer, thank you. And you already dropped some words. I hope we are getting there, like flash loans. I think this is really next level stuff. And from my experience is that for us it's very normal to drop these words, but also most people try to explain it. It's such a next level concept. So let's take it easy and slow, and I hope we'll have time to come there. Robert, what are your thoughts? DeFi in a nutshell.
It's an ongoing trend, right? That's been happening money's always changed for millennia, right? And Bitcoin came along 10 years ago, and it sort of was intended originally to compete against the original, you know, the financial system. It's now turned into more of a store of value. And DeFi now is doing everything else essentially. You know, 10 years ago, if you'd have suggested the idea of going out there and creating your own money, it would have been seen as, or let's say 20 years ago, would have been seen to be absurd, but Bitcoin managed to do that in a way which is decentralized. And it's kind of serving as a sort of shining light to the rest of the industry to say it's okay now. We're seeing change, and we can start to disrupt other areas of the financial system. So that's payments, lending, exchange, derivatives, and everything else basically, and doing it in a way which is decentralized and which ultimately allows us to compete. And I think that's the key thing. It's all about competition in finance.
Great. So we've heard already quite some important arguments here, like automation, the next level of finance. Maybe it would be interesting for the crowd to understand a little bit what you guys are really, like, from what you just explained, working on, and maybe you can help us understand a little bit what exactly you do within your project, and maybe tell us a little bit about what the project is about. Mark, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So with Aave, we are specialized in liquidity markets. So basically, we are a financial middleware that allow people to provide liquidity and people, other kind of actors, to take and use that liquidity. And they can use it in a very simple way. Like people can provide liquidity, we call them lenders or liquidity providers, and other people in an over-collateralized way, so Lombard credit system, can borrow some funds and pay interest to the first one. So that's the simple stuff, and that's basically what was DeFi last year. And in 2020, we had a lot of innovation inside the ecosystem. So with the technology of flash loans, the ability to borrow inside a single transaction as many as you want, and since the version 2 of the protocol, as many assets as you want, so up to almost $2 billion with a few lines of code. You can do as many actions as you want inside the transaction and then give back the money, and you pay a fee for that. It's called a flash fee, and that fee goes to the liquidity provider. You can also use that base liquidity and that base yield that you get into Aave and use that as a building block. That's the financial middleware vision. And that's basically what a lot of application and cool stuff inside DeFi, that all the cool stuff that is behind me at the moment is doing. So for example, if you are Y-Earn and you do some yield farming, maybe we'll have time to talk about that. Well, when the money is idled in your system of vaults, that money just doesn't sleep there in the form of USDC or DAI or cryptocurrencies. That money sleeps inside Aave because you get the passive yields of Aave, and on top of that, you get your active strategy yields. And those kind of synergy is a brand new thing inside finance, because decentralized finance created by the system of incentive and cooperation between the protocol, a system where cooperation is just more efficient and you make more money on average when you cooperate with other protocol than when you try to work as silos and when you try to compete. And I think it's a huge financial revolution that we have a system that values more cooperation over competition.
Amazing, yeah, amazing, and all honestly very, very complex. I think it's always important that you really spend some time, and I can only recommend you guys try it out. Don't only read about DeFi, try it out. Mark, you just mentioned flash loans. You heard it now several times. So for everybody who don't know, a flash loan essentially is a loan that happens within the block time and has to be closed within one block time, right? So you can do many crazy things, and you could even say this is kind of loan that never happened because you open it and you close it. Maybe Mark, give us a little, like, for your mom, how would you explain a flash loan to your mom?
Oh, my mom doesn't understand how to use a computer, so that's a tough one. Can I try with my dad? He is an engineer.
Okay.
So a flash loan is basically a line of credit. Basically, it's a line of credit. You can use money. You have to use it in a very fast way. And if you use it in a profitable way, you will end up with more money than what you borrowed. So you can pay back what you borrowed, keep the difference for you, pay a small fee for the service, and that's it. And if for any reason what you've done with the money doesn't provide you more money at the end, because it failed, because the arbitrage, because you try to buy an asset in one marketplace to sell it into another marketplace for a higher price, and the trade didn't execute it for some reason, the transaction failed. And that's why it's really interesting as a financial project, because flash loan only exceed when they succeed. Because if for any reason the transaction doesn't end up in a situation where you made money, well, the whole system will reject the transaction, and it's never included inside an Ethereum block and never exist into the eyes of the blockchain. So we only have one kind of flash loan, the successful flash loans.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you. Robert, do you want to go next and tell us a little bit about Fuse and about your role within Fuse?
Yeah, so I deal with partnerships with Fuse. I've been involved with the project for about 5 months now. I came on board as an advisor originally, and then moved more and more into the team. It's an open source technology stack that's focused on empowering literally anybody to compete in the mobile payments industry. So we're competing against the likes of long-term PayPal, Stripe, that kind of thing, Visa, MasterCard. Why not? So we've got at the base level, we've got a high throughput, low fee blockchain, which is bridged to Ethereum. And then we've got a easy to use interface called the Studio, which allows anyone to customize their payments community, as we call it, to mint their own token if they like, or to import existing Ethereum-based tokens, and then to put things, integrations such as fiat on-ramps, to put both, incentivization systems and schemes, and then of course we've got the wallet, which is focused on onboarding users. So it's really about allowing anybody to compete in the industry. We've had huge traction so far. So over 2 million transactions in the last few months, given that we went public in October with the public liquidity release. Well over 2 million transactions, over 100,000 wallets downloaded, amazing projects all over the world, in Spain, in the UK, in Peru, in Trinidad, in Thailand. We had a huge festival just 2 weeks ago. Over $1 million transacted over 3 days during the festival. Over 15,000 transactions with some amazing projects going. We think we've got a good chance of competing in the blockchain-based payments industry, but then the wider payments industry in general.
Yeah, that's fantastic, right? There was just, you guys had the cooperation with the Mystic Valley Festival here in Thailand, right? That was on the Thailand mountains, exactly. And you enabled the whole payments on the festival, is that correct?
Yeah, so everything was done. So food, drinks, merchandise, activities, everything was done through Fuse. It was a really easy deployment in the sense that everything was set up. In a sense, they forked the wallet, rebranded it, launched it on the App Store, on the App Store, on Google Play, under the Bitaza company, which was the partner we worked with. Added customizations that were festival features in the wallet that were made for the festival. And in the space of 3 days, we had huge success. All payments were run through the wallet. So it was a very successful deployment.
That's amazing. Happy to hear crypto adoption is happening, especially because now that we talk about DeFi, it's always so funny that it's going back to finance and really to kind of a nerdy niche. Exactly. So I really love to see examples that have exits in the real world. Albert, exactly. What about you? With StakeCount, you're the CEO of StakeCount. So what the role is clear, but what's the mission?
So I'm sure you all have been hearing about like Ethereum 2.0 staking, for example. No, so staking is a technology that allows people to not have to spend a large amount of energy kind of finding what the next block should be, right? It's just like blockchains use proof of stake as a way to get organized and who should be voting as the next node, instead of just using the hardware trying to find 18 zeros at the beginning of a hash, right? Now staking is an important technology that's going to be coming even more and more every day. All the new protocols are actually going to be using proof of stake. So Ethereum 2.0, Radix, Avalanche, Solana, Polkadot, all these guys. Staking is important. The problem is that when we're discussing DeFi and with the growth that we're seeing in DeFi right now, DeFi has a real product market fit for the users, right? So like users really want to be using projects such as Aave to be able to borrow against their assets. That is important for the users, right? So users essentially have to choose. Do I want to be locking my assets on staking, or do I want to be using my assets on DeFi? What we're doing right now is we're tokenizing a staked asset so that you can be earning from staking while participating in DeFi. So for example, right now, an Ethereum 2.0 load costs more or less like $19,000 right now, right? Would you like to just buy a fraction of it, just go into Uniswap and buy some STETH? Would you like to capitalize on it? Well, just go into Aave, deposit some STETH, and then you're going to be able to get a loan from that STETH while the STETH is actually distributing rewards. So the way this works is just by holding some STETH every single day, you're going to be getting more rewards directly to your wallet. So this is a rebasing coin. That's why that's how we distribute the rewards among as many people as necessary with a single transaction every single day. But it's just like the simplest way to be able to eat the cake and have it too, right? Like be able to earn from staking and be able to earn from DeFi at the same time. Yeah, that's what we do. We right now are officially partnered with Dash, with Nem, with Matic, with Radix, with Zcoin. We're trying to bridge as many to build as many bridges between layer 1 protocols and DeFi as possible, so that you have a choice. Essentially, you can be participating in other layer 1 protocols. You can make the most of it within the DeFi ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love the cake example, and obviously I love that we're moving forward also with Dash, because I mean, for me, the way I always explain it is that, look, it's like having a bank account, and you go to your bank. If you lock away your money for a couple of months, most likely you will get a little higher interest rate, right? So in crypto, it's a bit of the same move happening now, but now you don't have to lock away your money. You just can copy the money and you can use it for something else, right? So I mean, as Stake has this masternode system, we're producing yields on this Dash blockchain, and now we are taking this and enabling essentially those yields on the Ethereum blockchain. You could also say, right?
It's much more democratizing as well, right? Like right now, like a Dash masternode costs what, $70,000, something like this, right? To just have. A lot of people can't access that, right?
100,000.
100,000, imagine, right? So like by allowing people to just go to Uniswap and buy some ST Dash, just a fraction of a node, and knowing that they're going to be getting the rewards regardless, it is just allowing anyone to participate in that market, not only the whales to be able to participate in that market, right? So for me, like decentralized finance is not just like decentralized, but actually democratizing finance. And this is, in our opinion, a very, very good way to achieve that.
Amazing. Harsh, what about EPNS? What are you guys up to, and what's the game plan?
Felix, and by the way, I think Albert just described yield farming. But yeah, EPNS, Ethereum Push Notification Service. So what are we building? Well, we are building a decentralized middleware, or a middleware protocol, through which dApps, smart contracts, or even traditional service, they can send notifications to wallet address. This is a problem which blockchain still has, and that is communication to wallet address, and we are here to solve it. Some of the cool things which we are doing along with that is we are making, and because this is on blockchain, so this is of course platform agnostic. The end goal is that MetaMask or Trust or similar wallet support us, though we already have our apps and we are already live on blockchain network. But yeah, the cool part about these notifications is that we made them incentivized. And that is actually where Aave comes into the picture. We already have a grant from Aave and Matic. And of course, we closed our seed funding a couple of days back. But yeah, the way incentivized notification work is how Mark just described it, that you have some tokens or some stable coins. So what we do in the protocol is that whenever these services or smart contracts, they want to send notifications to their users or their wallet addresses of the user, the very first thing they have to do is they have to activate themselves on the protocol. And the way they can do that is by depositing this some amount of stable coins to the protocol, which we then lend out to Aave. And of course, as Mark was telling, that once you lend something out to Aave, it starts generating interest. And that is exactly the same thing that happens on our protocol as well. And once the users who want to receive these notifications from a service, they opt in, they get a part of the interest. So it's kind of like connecting or touching the DeFi aspect in a way. What EPNS is doing to make sure that the users, they are able to receive notifications and they are able to earn from it as well.
So, yeah, I gotta say, from my personal experience, it's really complicated to keep up with stuff in DeFi, because it's so, it's very easy to forget, oh my God, I put money in this and that kind of yield farm, right? Suddenly your browser crashes and oh my God, it's like, what was the name? What was the name? So I'm happy to have something like that. I really feel it has a purpose at this point in time. Very, very good. Guys, all of you have amazing projects. I feel 2020 has changed a lot in the blockchain space. I keep saying that for me, 2020 is finally the year where blockchain is more than just a dream. It's really running applications, protocols, products, services out there. So I was really blown away by many of the projects I have seen this year. Year-end Finance was already mentioned. That's definitely for me a lighthouse project in terms of it's a very simple use case, straightforward, and you can see how hard that hit the market, and everybody obviously understand it, and it's like, wow, what's happening there? What are for you the top 3 projects? Mark, you want to start?
Well, it's very hard to only say 3. I mean,
we have only 1 hour, unfortunately.
In which category? Only finance? Like, it depends of the category.
Choose wisely. Just 3 and a quick brief intro what they do, maybe.
I can cheat, because if I say why earn, for example, I basically, with all the merger and partnership that happened, I basically choose 8 because you have inside why earn, you have sushi, you have acro, you have pickle, and all the other ones. So that's one I have my eyes on, and yeah. I'm a very huge fan of what SNX does, and they are just about, if we believe of what is happening in the GitHub, about to release a major update on the mainnet on the layer 2 of Ethereum. So that will be for me the next step of DeFi, because what happened this year is that DeFi proved a product market fit and proved that there's a user base for this kind of services. There's some demand, but right now, let's face it, the harsh reality is that if you have less than $2,000 or $2,500, it's not worth it to use DeFi. And that's a huge problem, because what you will gain from DeFi will be completely obliterated by the transaction fee. And DeFi on layer 2 solve this. DeFi on sidechains solve this. DeFi on what we call the new frontiers, or maybe outside of Ethereum, solve this. And that's going to be the main challenge of 2021. And I'm very pleased to see that SNX, once again, is leading the way of innovation. And all the Spartan community will probably, in the next few days or weeks, have some kind of large-scale innovation there. So they deserve the highlight, I think.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mark. Robert, what about you? What are your top projects?
I think what we're seeing is that a lot of the most successful projects in the space are, a lot of the mega high yield earning, 2,000% APY products we've seen during DeFi summer. From a sort of high level perspective, the things that interest me most are some of the obvious things that I can see real utility for long term, which are Uniswap, like huge innovation. DEXs have been a problem, if you like, for years. I personally worked on DEXs back in 2000, projects linked to DEXs back in 2017 through atomic swaps and automated money market making. And this idea of incentivized liquidity provision, I think, was a huge breakthrough and something which was mega important for the space. Fuse, by the way, we forked Uniswap. We've got our own version, so FuseSwap, which you can check out. Allows people to transact with low fees. Another project for me is Nexus Mutual, so insurance on the blockchain. Obviously, insurance right now is focused particularly on some of these high yield earning protocols and ensuring safety there. But I could really see utility for that in the real world very soon. So I can see sort of short-term utility for Nexus Mutual and protocols that are similar to it. I won't show Fuse. Another one that I'll say is Loopring. So order book based trading. We've got things like Uniswap and KyberSwap right now. They're awesome to buy tokens. They don't allow you to day trade tokens necessarily. And I think that stuff like Loopring is we're going to see a lot of traction. Obviously, we've seen quite a bit so far. But we're going to see a lot more traction with that kind of thing going into 2021.
Thank you, Albert. What are your thoughts?
So in terms of massive innovations, right? So AMMs are massive innovations. Decentralized lending is massive innovation. There's a lot of different things that are happening there. But I'm sure you all know about this. There's a lot of different projects that are struggling as well, that they're not so out there, and that are bringing massive innovations as well. For example, one of them for me would be Melon protocol, right? So allowing people to have a decentralized hedge fund, where you can just have, you can just set up a fund, you can allow people to invest in you can use this money, to invest in other things, and they know for sure that you can't run away for me, that is absolutely a game changer. Until now, it didn't have sufficient maybe number of assets. That was a problem. I think that they're not going to be changing that. But to me, like this is for sure going to be one of the most important things going forward. For me, obviously, in the scalability side of things, I was the chief product officer at Radix DLT. Scalability is critical. We need 7 billion people to be in the same layer one, in my opinion. You need composability. It's the essence of DeFi, in my opinion, and you need composability on a single layer. I don't know how we achieve that if we don't have a highly sharded environment, fixed sharded space, and so on and so forth. The last one, I mean, I don't know, like there's really so many different innovations that are happening as well. What I would like to see very much is us being able to trade actual like normal commodities and stocks within the blockchain directly, right? So I believe that Synthetix is going to have a hard time doing that, just because, well, you know, the team is known regulation is going to be very big problem. There's a couple of brokers that are trying to do this. Like one is like Cap Finance, that's trying to build essentially this from a completely anonymous point of view. The problem is, you know, if they're anonymous, like, can you trust them? Can you not trust them? Like all these different things take time to be kind of demonstrating into the market that these are solid solutions. So yeah, a lot of innovations, a lot of things that are big, and a lot of things that we don't even talk about that much that are super important, in my opinion.
Very interesting. Harsh, do you have any projects to add that were not mentioned yet? Or even from the ones that were mentioned?
Sure. Can I cheat and call my own project? But just kidding. I mean, for me, DeFi, I like the projects that actually drove adoption to DeFi. So my favorite projects would be, of course, Aave. It's going to be Uniswap. It's also pooled together because, you know, who doesn't like a lottery in which you don't lose anything? And I would also like to highlight DAI and MakerDAO, because that is a very first coin which is backed by Ether, and it's still stable. So it's a stable decentralized coin which basically created the entire DeFi space. So those will be my picks. I realize there are 4 instead of 3, but yeah.
Thank you. And actually, it brings me directly to my next point. You know, like we talk about DeFi in terms of, now we have kind of a money Lego, and I strongly believe in a sense that's very true. And it's also true because the whole financial system we know is kind of built like that, right? You need some base layers, you need stuff in place that you can build something else. It's, you know, you cannot just launch a stock market. You need an order book to launch a stock market, right? But now you mentioned now many things that are kind of new building blocks that enable other things. We mentioned automated market maker, a decentralized hedge fund, right? Obviously needs something like that in the background. Obviously oracles are something that are super important. Yield maximizers are one building block that enable a lot of use cases. So from your perspective, you know, what are kind of the most important building blocks, and where we really need to go further? Mark, you want to start again?
I think I want to react to what Albert said about we need 7 billion people inside the same layer. We need to have access to give access to DeFi to 7 billion people. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense, because I think we all share like the same ethos to have something that is decentralized, distributed, permissionless, and accessible to as many people as possible. And scalability is a way for that. But I think as the 2021 will be the year of the expression and the democratization and expansion of the layer 2 solution and the sidechain, you will end up with like some kind of shards. You have some protocol that is there, some protocol that is there, and so on and so forth. And what makes DeFi strong at the same time is what we call the composability. The fact that Yearn deposit the vault money inside Curve, and Curve deposit their money inside Aave, and then you end up with 3 yields instead of 1, because you get the Aave and the Curve and the Yearn yield. And if Yearn is on Matic and Curve is on XDAI, and and Aave is on, I don't know, the OVM, well, you lose all that because you have to pick one. And that was not supposed to work like that but it's a tough problem to balance things out. And I think the solution is also already here in terms of technology, because now you have like the batch flash loan and you have the credit delegation. So let's say you have a position inside Matic, and in Matic, which is a very good project, to the best of my knowledge, you have to wait for a week to withdraw to the layer one. What you can do is that using credit delegation, you can withdraw to a smart contract inside the layer one. And basically that smart contract will give you money on the layer one right now. You don't have to wait, but you will get slightly less money because you will pay 1 week of interest and or a very small fee to do that. And your money is available right now. And in 1 week, the smart contract inside the layer two will withdraw directly to the layer one inside the smart contract that lend you the money to pay back your loan on autopilot. But you're already long gone because it's been a week that you already have the money, and maybe switch from 5 other protocols and 5 other chain to do your stuff. And people don't realize how seamless DeFi is becoming and how the technology is bringing more composability and fluidity of the assets to the crowd, to the point of, I think next year, a lot of people won't understand anything about the blockchain. They're just going to use the apps because for them it's going to be decentralized or digital saving accounts that makes much more than what the boomer banks propose to them. And they won't care about the technology because great technology is invincible. And I think we're getting there.
I couldn't agree more with the last point you just mentioned. I think every single technology we see out there, usually people can't explain it, people use it, and there's good reasons for it to use it. Albert, do you want to react to what Mark just said?
No, I mean, I think we agree that the thing is, the problem, we agree on the problem, right? Composability is essential to DeFi, and we, because of using layer ones, break composability to some extent. What you're saying is that there are solutions to bring this composability back if the interfaces of those applications already understand each other, which is not always possible from a technical or even business standpoint. That's kind of where, there will be some fragmentation regardless, right? At the end of the day, if your layer one is not scalable to an essentially infinite amount, like we're talking millions and millions of transactions per second, imagine the effect of flash loans, multiple hundreds of thousands of actors doing flash loans, automated flash loans, while at the same time real transactions are happening from exchanges going back and forth in the network on a single, let's say, 100,000 TPS network. It is not enough because all the flash loans can essentially be taking the whole space of that, right? Like the moment that you have any type of bottleneck on this, because of your essential product, which is amazing in my opinion, it immediately breaks this because it will take to the bottleneck, regardless of what the bottleneck is. Right?
I have to disagree on this on the technical layer. I will not get too technical, sorry for the audience, but just for this, a flash loan happen inside the transaction, not inside the block, just inside the transaction. It starts at the beginning of the transaction and it ends at the transaction. And because of how a blockchain works, a blockchain is updated by each block. That's a chain of block. That's the name, blockchain. And inside the block, you have a bunch of transactions. That's what a block is. And each block has indexation of transactions. So you have the transaction at index 0 and 1 and 2 and so on and so forth until the block is full. And basically what happens if your flash loan is at the index 14 is that you are the only one in the world at this instant, at this moment, at this point of time, that interact with the whole blockchain. The blockchain is yours because this is your transaction. This is your index inside the block. And something happened before you, something will happen after you, but at this point of time, you are the only one in the world. So there's never collision inside a flash loan because people performing a flash loan have the whole blockchain just for him inside his very time slot inside the block.
I completely agree. Can you see though a world where every single transaction on the block are flash loans.
Doesn't collide.
No, I'm not saying it collides. I'm saying it doesn't allow other people to participate.
Well, you can batch things, I think. But yeah, I agree with your point.
Yeah, it is like I do believe that having a layer one that allows you to have everybody, like regardless of the amount of people, the more nodes, the more throughput, rather than breaking it up into different shards that are not composable. That to me is a fundamental problem. That because of your amazing technology, we will get there. The problem is it doesn't matter if we're doing 7, 14, or 14 million transactions per second, because like with your technology, we're gonna get there. We're gonna need that, right? And
yeah.
Let's get not too technical, guys. It's
yes,
yeah, especially with flash loans thing. It's always so funny. There's so much articles out there on flash loans, and it's really so. It's like it's kind of so niche, but it has become so big, right? Because the story to tell here, I feel, is also so big. I mean, what's happening, and very, very interesting, definitely. Robert, what are for you the most important building blocks, and what do you think we need to see more to see DeFi work better?
I definitely can't speak with the same level of technical expertise as our friends Albert and Mark here, that's for sure. I think this just shows the beauty of open source, right? Because we talk about priorities within DeFi, but we've kind of flipped things on its head a little bit. In the business world, in the sort of, in the traditional, let's say, enterprise software world, we start with a problem and then we try and find a solution, but we need to ensure the solution works pretty well because we can't constantly iterate with that kind of technology. With open source, we can. It's complete. Everything is shared. So we're constantly trying to iterate on what other people are doing and trying to find better ways of doing things. So the priorities now that things move so quickly in DeFi and in blockchain in general. So the priorities we have right now might not be the same priorities in 3 or 6 months' time. I think one of the biggest, in terms of building blocks or Lego blocks, I think one of the biggest innovations is oracles, because it really spreads right across the industry. This ability to track to put price oracles in place, something we're using. For example, we target 1 cent on the dollar transactions with Fuse, and regardless of the amount, whether it's $1 million or $1, you pay 1 cent per transaction. And it's something we'll be implementing with a Oracle provider such as Chainlink or another one. So I think that's a huge innovation, something which can also be used for our AMM for Fuse Swap. But yeah, it just shows the beauty of open source, right? This ability to constantly tinker and deal with things in a very sort of scientific manner. And constantly try and come up with new ways of doing things without it costing millions of dollars to try new things. We can just try things basically, and that's what I love about the industry.
Thank you, Harsh. What do you think? Anything we forgot in terms of building blocks? What are for you important things?
Sure, definitely, Felix. So, just on the side note, that was a really interesting discussion between Mark and Albert. And I do agree with Mark on some aspects based on the game theory, but again, not going to go over there, but I would love to, get into a different brainstorming section, because that's the beauty of open source. If you feel that something is not working, you can pitch it out. And, if it really isn't working, then, you can start to create solutions for it. That's how we have gotten here. I mean, 10 years ago, blockchain didn't exist. So yes, that's the innovation. For the building blocks, I feel and I see a lot of pattern whenever it comes to tech. So I already see the building blocks of Web 2.0 or the traditional services. And you can see that, there are many services offering many different type of things. Like you have Google Analytics, and they are one building block of your website. Then you have some widgets, then you have, your technology stack. And that's how I see DeFi to be progressing as well. You'll have protocols that will be able to handle a specific thing, like, for example, Aave for lending or borrowing. Then you might have oracles, which will handle the pricing, like how you have Chainlink. and so on and so forth. The beauty of DeFi, I mean, is that all of a sudden anyone can try a different philosophy on the traditional bank. And if, as game theory dictates, if it's liked by everyone, then, it will be adopted. And that's what is so fascinating for me. And that's where I think we are headed.
Directly answering to this, let me maybe play for a moment now the devil's advocate here, right? DeFi is so big and it's so hyped this year that kind of, if you're in blockchain, there's no way around DeFi. Yet, if I talk to anyone out of blockchain, it seems nobody ever heard about decentralized finance. And if I ask people in the blockchain space, like really people I know for a long time, and they're active since 2015, 16, something like at least mid-game early, it seems only a few people really have tried it out. Like everybody kind of heard it, but if you then ask 2-3 questions in direction what we were talking here, it's so specific that usually, no. Have you ever tried farming on Sushi or Uniswap or whatever? I was like, no, I didn't. Okay, but why not? Yeah, I don't know. And then many people who have tried farming or using any DeFi products, I feel they were super hyped between somewhat May and September, and then suddenly were very frustrated, saying, this stuff doesn't work. It's so expensive. I spent $5,000 in transaction fees, and my transaction was just canceled a million times. So, and then even looking at the user base, and that's for me actually the strongest point. If we look now at the user base, it's kind of a joke how many users are there in DeFi, right? Compared to, let's just take the big platforms, Coinbase, Binance. So, I mean, what do we have to do to make really DeFi a mass adoption thing? What are your thoughts on that? Maybe Harsh, you just want to go on?
Sure. I mean, what to do to increase the user adoption? So over here, I mean, we have to remember this was the same thing with Bitcoin. In 2011, not many people would have heard about it. And then the network effect took place. And, because Bitcoin was a better way to manage money, right now we all love and use Bitcoin. I see the same with DeFi. I mean, it can go both ways. So I see going at the other end and, becoming adopted. And here are the reasons for that. As I said, any technology you want to adopt, when it's invisible, that's already been put out, and when it's 10 times better. And DeFi does that for you. I mean, if you look at the interest rates which are offered in US, sometimes bank offers negative interest rate, almost not as much as what the current DeFi offers. I'm not saying that it will go on for long, but for even right now, if you consider an APR of 5% or 6%, which is very, very modest, it's still much, much better than what banks offer in certain countries. And India, of course, you have a higher interest rate, but that is also going down through time. So all of a sudden now you have a global bank that can offer a global interest rate on stable coins. So you're not usually looking at speculation. And that to me is a better feature. It's a better technology. So, of course, time will decide whether this takes the route of Bitcoin or Ethereum or, it goes down. But to me right now, I'm extremely bullish in DeFi and, I look forward to trying all the protocols and all the smart contracts and, making sure that, just like how we solve scalability, we are able to solve things as they happen.
Yeah, great answer. And honestly, it's also always my main argument is, look around you and how do you save your money? And then like, yeah, I have it on my bank account. It's, okay, let's talk. That's usually the point where people start understanding that stuff. Albert, what are your thoughts? What do we have to do to make this thing fly to the masses?
I think it will happen by itself, essentially because of the partners that, like the people that are already in the space, how they are pushing things, right? But in my opinion, it's mainly about the user experience, right? People don't know or want to care about their keys, We can tell them and we can educate them on the thing, but the problem is they don't want to take on that responsibility. That's always going to be stopping people to do that, right? People are very comfortable downloading a mobile application and just like putting some like wiring some dollars from their bank directly, exactly. Wiring some dollars directly into this application. That's something that is very, very easy. So what I'm really keen on seeing, and there's a few of them that already do this to a very, very good extent, like I don't know, like Celsius, for example, or like there's a few of them, is that you can kind of have an interface that's just like the mobile application that's just going into the world of DeFi and making all the magic there, right? Precisely on behalf of the client, right? I think that what we see right now with Yearn, for example, I am a user of Yearn and I'm a user of many, many different protocols that I never use personally because Yearn is an interface for me. But I'm a bit geeky, so for me, it's fine, right? The moment that you have a mobile application, like let's say WhatsApp, for example, that has a Yearn interface and people can just like immediately say, hey, I want to open a savings account for this much, that's going to be blowing up, right? But like, it needs to be scalable first as well, and that to me is still a blocker. The fees are a massive problem. I think Mark was saying before, like less than $2,500, you can't even participate. Like it's just like you're paying $50 for a single transaction exchange on Uniswap. It's ridiculous, right? But at the same time, all the innovations that we're seeing, like this democratization of finance, it's all about pools, right? You provide liquidity into a pool. You always have find ways to make money from that, and that's something that didn't exist before. So by itself, will find product market fit, and I believe, and will on itself just create all these different things. But yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, for me it was also a bit funny that suddenly Binance launched Binance Smart Chain, and if you use it, it feels a bit like the Ethereum should be, right? It's super cheap, it's extremely fast, but it's just less traction, obviously. So is it better or not, Robert? What do you think?
Definitely resonate with what you were saying earlier, Felix. This idea that like DeFi just came out of nowhere like this year. I mean, I've been in the space for 4 years now, experienced the full bull market of 2017, spent all of 2019 traveling around the world to conferences. I was working with Cointelegraph at the time, well involved in the space. And there was this moment in around May or June this year where I was like scrambling to try and find out what was going on. I didn't understand Wi-Fi, understanding what was going on with Uniswap, all of this yield farming and stuff going on. It was manic. So if it's complicated for people like me who've been in the space for a long time, I can't imagine how complicated it must be for brand new entrants to the space when they arrive on sites such as Wi-Fi or other, and they see all these numbers flying around, and then they've got to use MetaMask and transfer funds over, and you've got wrap Bitcoin which you can send over to Ethereum. I mean, it's crazy. So the innovation's been amazing. Now there needs to be a lot of work done to simplify everything and make it usable. And otherwise it's C5 will continue to reign for a long time, I think.
Love it. Yeah, actually I just tried to explain to a friend yesterday how to do it, and the amount of passwords and passphrases alone you have to, you fill a whole book before you even able to do your first transaction, and that for somebody who hasn't, for whom it's not that normal like us, it's really funny to explain it and to see the expression in their face. Mark, we almost must round up, so maybe a quick statement on that. What do you think should be done?
First thing, try to take screenshot of what DeFi is today, because nobody will believe you in June next year. Because at the end of the day, everything you describe, obviously, it's going to happen. It's not a possibility in the future. It's going to happen. And I'm saying it with deep confidence, because good technology that reach a point of maturity become completely invisible. Like we are using Zoom right now, we are using the internet every day. There's a lot of complex stuff involved, but we don't care because it just works. And DeFi will reach that point very soon, because very, very soon, people will just have an app on their mobile by an entity that just got this year EMI, so electronic money institution license in the UK, and maybe other companies like that that will allow you to do a very simple scan your face, show your ID, KYC, to have IBAN account and send fiat money to there and transfer that fiat money into a digital saving accounts, and you start earning money directly. And this is not happening in 2023. This is happening very soon. And the experience of that will not be, we're gonna talk about crypto all the time, we're gonna talk about seed, private key, all this kind of stuff. If you want to do that things, it's always open because you have the permissionless layer. You have the option to download MetaMask, have your own private key, have a ledger, and here it is. You can have it and do the things the right way in the cypherpunk way. But if you want the easy experience, you will have the KYC, IML, and right on track, easy to use experience. And I think there's a user base for both, and both are gonna thrive. But what is running inside on the background is the permissionless decentralized protocols. And for the first time in financial history, you have the choice if you want to go full permissionless or if you want to take the easy path. It's up to you as a user. And that financial freedom is the first one, and we should be very glad it's happening.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what you say, Mike. I would add one more thing, which is, for a major difference is that now you have a bank account and you kind of are insured in a way, right? If you're a European person with a bank account, you can be sure that the government will pay up to $100,000 for every savings account you have, and this is kind of an insurance, right? It's kind of because it is like what it is. We are kind of in a situation where we are all a bit lazy, right? If something happens with my passport, somebody is responsible for it. That's kind of often the reaction I get from my experience. So it's a very hard step to tell people, now you are responsible. And this is a bit, I honestly have to say, it's a bit challenging to convince most people.
Yeah, I'm part of the 2% that want their own ledger and control their private key, but I fully understand that 98% of people just doesn't care, and that's fine. Just like I use the internet freely and the normal way, and a lot of people around me, they all want a VPN, have their own Linux distribution, and all the fancy techie stuff, and that's just not for me. I know they are right at the end of the day, because we should only use open source stuff and very techie stuff, but we all took our path. We all took our own decision, and it's gonna be at the end of the user to be free to choose.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt,
guys. Yeah,
can we conclude it in 2-3 minutes? It's almost the time's up. So can you
let us wrap up, guys? How about you tell us where we can reach you? And I have to say thank you very much for the great discussion. We could go on forever. If you can, just...
You're muted, Felix.
Yeah, Felix, you're muted.
Sorry. So to wrap up, guys, thank you very much. This was an amazing discussion. I could talk for hours. Just for the audience, please go one round and tell us where we can reach you. Harsh, you want to go?
Sure. So guys, of course, you can reach me at harsh@epns.io. Or you can just visit the website or join the Telegram and Twitter. And just to say a very big round of thanks to Felix, Robert, Mark, and Albert. I had an awesome load of fun discussing DeFi.
Amazing. Albert, where can we reach you?
Thank you, Felix. I would suggest anyone to just join our Telegram channel at StakeHound, or visit our website, or just message me at KSTELLANA Castellana. Thank you.
Perfect. Mark, where can we reach you?
Yeah, feel free to join our Discord server. You will find all the right link into aave.com. And if you want to reach me directly, Twitter is always cool. I try to balance out the heavy technical stuff with a few memes and jokes. So feel free to get in touch there.
Perfect. Thank you. Robert, what about you?
Yeah, thanks again, guys, for the awesome discussion. If you go to fuse.io, you'll find me on the About page. My LinkedIn is open, my Twitter is open, and I also suggest joining our Telegram community. You'll find me in there as well. We can discuss openly in the chat there.
Amazing. You're awesome, guys. Thank you very, very much for the discussion,
Yeah,
and
so,
thank you for hosting us.
So we have a question in the Q&A session. So somebody could answer that. Could someone explain the impairment loss? Will it have any impact to the DeFi liquidity? That's a question from the audience.
Who wants to go? Albert?
Could you repeat the question, please?
What can you explain impermanent loss?
Oh, for sure. Yes, impermanent loss means selling on the way up. So you feel like you're selling too early when it's up, right? Or you feel like you're buying on the way down, which means that you're buying too expensive all the time.
Yeah. What is really important to understand is that automatic market makers, because that's where we talk about impermanent loss, is a system that is designed to guarantee you lose money in the near term, like in the immediate term. When you provide liquidity into Uniswap, the first trade that happens, you lose money. That's how it works. And you exchange that for this very high probability to lose money in the very short term to a higher and higher probability on average to make money on the long run. So if you are looking for a quick trade, don't bring liquidity to Uniswap or SushiSwap because it's not designed for that. If you bring liquidity to an automatic market maker, you're here for the long run. So at least 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. And on average, you will make money.
Thank you. Do we have other questions? Are there any other questions from the crowd?
It looks like we have covered all of our questions, so we should wind up. Right? So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Harsh. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Albert and Robert. We appreciate you being here. Thanks again for joining us live. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We appreciate the invitation. Have a fantastic evening, day, or wherever you are.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thanks all and thanks, Felix. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Robert. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. Hello and hi, everyone. Great to see you all. Welcome to the second day of BlockHash Live 2020, the third International Blockchain Summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself, Melvin Sunny, Research and Development Engineer at KBA. Thank you, everyone, for joining us live. We have with us Robert Schwertner, CEO of InnoMagic GmbH. Robert is a frequent speaker at the international blockchain-related conferences, including TEDx Talk and the OECD Global Blockchain Policy Forum. He serves the crypto community as a social media influencer and blogger, focusing on cryptocurrencies and startups built on blockchain technology. His critical insights are published globally. Robert is fondly called as Crypto Roby after he started the initiative to support blockchain use cases with an added value to society with the hashtag #ReturnOnSociety. The amazing blockchain technology offers wonderful new opportunities and way to organize the world, brings astonishing decentralized approaches and a democratic distribution of power. It's an honor to have you, Robert, at BlockHash Live 2020. He'll be keynoting the conference on first experience in Europe on Ethereum 2.0. So before we start, just little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them in the question box in your Zoom panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Also, you can raise your hand at the end to directly shoot the questions to your presenter. Now, without further ado, over to you, Robert.
Thank you very much, Melvin, for the introduction. I'm very glad. First of all, would be glad to have feedback. You can hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, as you said, my name is Robert Schwertner. It's a bit hard. So Crypto Robbie. I created this brand in 2016. So from crypto and Robbie, my name. So what we just heard the decentralized finance panel, which focused very much on cryptocurrencies, decentralized finance, new ways of finance. I come from industry. I worked many years in different industry sector, energy, material science, nanotechnology. I was 10 years head of the Austrian, located in Europe, Austrian Smart City Research Program. It was a quite large funding program for smart city technologies. This included new technologies for houses, new energy saving solutions, new planning of areas, new city development approaches. So there was on the one hand side building technology, on the other side technology, material science, and of course ICT, IT technologies linked to building. And then it's to explain how came I entered the door of blockchain, not through the money entrance, but through the technology entrance from the industry side. So I found we had in this research program the question in 2015, it was a government, can governmental subsidies be used for blockchain technology? Because at that time in 2015-16, the only functioning blockchain was the Bitcoin blockchain, which led to the problem that Bitcoin had even a worse reputation those days than it has now, that it's only for criminals, only to buy drugs, to hide money laundering. But we decided by the time already to at least start some research projects, fund universities and research institutes and also companies to explore energy applications for smart cities. So that when we started in 2016 with the first energy blockchain solutions, peer-to-peer trading, how could that function? Ethereum came up with smart contract solutions. So that's how I got into this space. And I found it so wonderful. It was so amazing to see. For me, it was so clear a new type of internet will come. And as you have heard the guys maybe from the decentralized finance, how motivated they are, how confident they are that decentralized finance will come, will be the next big thing. For me, it is not only the finance side which will come, but also the technology application. We will see not only the money side of blockchain being applied, but we'll definitely see also that industries will adapt. What I do also is I do a lot of consultancy now since 3 years. I'm independent consultant with a group of with several tech teams. We do consultancy to many industries, and it is kind of surprising in what kind of bubbles we live. Because now when this blockchain conference and when I listen to these experts, we live in this blockchain bubble, but there is the outside world. And maybe 99% of the population in India, in Europe, in Austria, the small country where I come from with only 9 million inhabitants, maybe only 2% really understand or have an idea what blockchain is. When talking about, so the adoption is still to come, but it can be compared with the internet. At the moment, things go very slow and underground and not so well known to the public. Just if Bitcoin hits a new all-time high, then you have some media coverage, but then then silence again. On the technology side, a lot of things are going on. A lot of things are happening. My topic today will focus not so much on Ethereum, but I will give also an overview on Ethereum 2, where it stands and how it will continue. Ethereum 2, to understand Ethereum 2, one must talk about Ethereum 1. Ethereum 1 is the blockchain founded by Vitalik Buterin, an amazing coder, amazing visionary, very young. which enabled that smart contracts could be used on the blockchain, so that whereas Bitcoin is just able to transfer funds from A to B to address A to B, actually to speak in banking language, from one account to another account. Ethereum can also transfer funds from one account to another account, but in the meantime, so-called smart contracts, which are neither smart nor contracts, we know this, these are little commands or macros you would use. So if something happened, then transfer the funds is the easiest macro. If I buy this car, then funds are transferred to a certain account. That would be a very simple application of a smart contract. So Ethereum enables this smart contract system. With the Ethereum blockchain, the problem is linked that it uses a lot of energy to make that blockchain safe. Same applies to Bitcoin, as they use the consensus mechanism, a special kind of voting mechanism or cryptographic encrypting mechanism, which is used, which is called proof of work. So you have to do a lot of calculations, a lot of cryptographic calculations to encrypt and decrypt this every block of this blockchain. With the Ethereum 2, which will I cover in this speech a bit, the next level of blockchain is to be seen, which could be compared when we talk about the internet. First, we had the browser solutions, but when the internet came to the mobile phone, it was a new way of creating apps there. And this app creation is a new level where you have, and with Ethereum 2, we see this kind of new level now, and to have a faster and more, let's say, efficient use of a blockchain. This proof of stake includes so-called stakers, which are validators. And recently, since December 1st, this new staking mechanism started step by step to be implemented. This staking mechanism is not going to happen all in once. As you can imagine, it would be like building a new car out of old parts. Yeah. So the problem is you have a car which is already running, and then you build the new car out of a running car. It may never stop. And that's the problem with Ethereum. On Ethereum, thousands and thousands of actual implemented smart contracts and applications are running already. You cannot just say, no, let's stop it and let's make out of this old one a new one. The problem is the car is running, and during this process, this car is renewed by still running. So you have to renew the engine somehow, but the car must be running, and the wheels, and so step by step, this shift may go on. So that's in complexity, it is, I would say, more complex than just renewing a car which is on the road. The complexity is that a lot of value is involved. And as Ethereum has a long and very famous history of being hacked. Yeah, one hack, they lost more than 100 million US dollars. This is the experience we had in the past, and they want to avoid by any means this to happen again. But shifting blockchain, Ethereum 1 on the next level, Ethereum 2, it involves a lot of, let's say, risks. The risk of being hacked can be manifold through validators, through the blockchain itself, through mistakes, through failures in the new code, and that has to be done very carefully. One of the concern of the core team of Ethereum is, of course, always that new updates could bring new possibilities for hacks. So they are very careful in updating the problem. And there are regular meetings, by the way, they are online. You can find them on YouTube there, or you can share, you can listen to their regular meetings, so it's quite transparent. It's not like a company like Microsoft and Google. You wouldn't find that meeting online. That's, by the way, also another difference. With Ethereum 2, we will have stakers involved, as I mentioned, and so far we have a lot of enough stakers boarded. It was necessary that that they hold some. What is staking? Staking means that you put a bunch of money on that blockchain, you lock it in. It's like you put some money on the bank account and then it's blocked there for a while. And that gives some security for the ones who use you as a staker, that you don't cheat. The minimum amount of money to be involved is 10,000 US dollar. And these 10,000 US dollars are linked in form of Ether on the blockchain. When you, and we have first experience, and that's what we have first experience, how do you make sure stakers do not cheat, do not validate blocks which they should not do, or they just don't do the job properly. What we see that they are sometimes thrown out, they are slashed out. Yes, it's how it's called. What happens is, if, for instance, there are many, if you have a key phrase, yeah, a passcode for your validation program, and you are suspected you cheat, this could happen in the way that you have your validation code on 2 different servers at the same time. That is not allowed according to the rules. And then you will be thrown out of the, and you lose at the end your 10,000 US dollar. This mechanism is on the one hand side very useful to avoid hackers, to avoid cheating. On the other hand side, it creates the problem that sometimes in the beginning, the system doesn't work so smoothly. And we have reports already in Europe from some stakers that they were thrown out unlawful, or they just couldn't explain, or yeah, I just forgot that I had to turn on one server. So there's no, for instance, overlapping period which would allow stakers to correct the mistakes. But the system is very, very strict. To my opinion, too strict, and we have to find solutions that stakers also are treated in a fair way. But we shall never forget that stakers are very important, and they must, of course, validate blocks in a correct way. So that's very, very important, and we see that it will be a long way till this system will work. What is the advantage? Why do we shift from browser application to apps, from Ethereum 1 proof of work to proof of stake? First, the main problem is, as we heard in the decentralized finance panel, DeFi panel, heard that there will be a lot of decentralized finance going on the Ethereum blockchain in future and other blockchains. The first is speed. Speed in blockchain technology is calculated in transactions per second, or TPS. The problem is that Ethereum can only handle 10 to 15 transactions per second, maybe more. Yeah, some say more, some say less. It depends on the network situation, but that's way not enough to cover the world. Just a simple calculation. I'm in a room now in an office, yeah, my home office here. It's a large building, and what would happen if we use Ethereum for sensors, yeah? And we assume in one building 1,000 sensors, and in a city of, I don't know, Mumbai or Chennai, we have millions of inhabitants, and they're all in these smart buildings. And then there would be sensors which would transfer their data on Ethereum blockchain. And you can imagine that could happen even in one city, that the sensors would need more than 10 transactions per second. So that would the system would be immediately blocked, and the applications would not run. There would be combustion, of course. So the new blockchain, the new Ethereum, is is when we have blockchain is one chain and with blocks. Yeah. So it's a very simple way of, we have blocks of data, it's encrypted, and then the next block, and then the next block, block after block. That's a chain of blocks. Mathematically speaking, this is completely dumb way of storing data. Why? Because this linear in one way it tells us already my room is so big, but I just can't have data stored in this way. Why not using another branch or another network or the full room like we have the room here? In mathematics, the room is not only 3 dimensions, but it's n dimension. You can have in all n possibilities. You can use that room, and blockchain does not make use of that. With Ethereum, you can see that for the moment, it's still one chain. The new Ethereum, it will be 64 parallel chains, to keep it simple. Yeah, you see, it's a better way, and the transaction jump from different lines, parallel lines, 64 chains. Yeah. But that's just the beginning. You can also imagine how the future will be of blockchains. It will be much more complicated. And I'm just speaking of one blockchain, Ethereum. There will be much more blockchains in the future. So this parallel enables that you can be faster. You can increase, and that's the idea is to increase at least to 100,000 transactions per second is what the objective is, and some say that's possible. Just to give you an example, the transaction speed of Visa card and MasterCard Visa card is estimated at 10,000 transactions per second. So that would mean that Ethereum is 10 times faster than Visa card. You see also the problem, and my example from industry is that this would be fine for financial applications. 100,000 transactions is a lot, and we can imagine that in future, maybe in 2-3 years, there will be even faster solutions possible. But for industry and covering cities and data for industry application, still 100,000 transactions per second is not enough. I'm an electrical engineer. In the energy business, 100,000 transactions per second. Just imagine if we have in one city, everybody's turning the light on at the same time at night, 6 o'clock, it's getting dark, you turn on the light. It would be one switch and everybody turns on the TV and turns on the, I don't know, the stove. In future, this could be connected, and these electronic signals would be stored on the blockchain with sensors. And not only that, so 100,000 transactions per second is way not enough. So the Ethereum 2 is a nice solution on a way which we have in decades to still make blockchains more efficient. For industry applications, just imagine a big works with machines. I work a lot in the machinery building business. You have in seconds sometimes millions of transactions necessary for one factory, because you have combustion and then you cannot cope with the general big network. So of course, Ethereum 2 and the experience now we have, and that's what I have to speak about experience, is we are on a good way. The Ethereum 2 will still take maybe 1 or 2 years to fully be implemented. We will see big problems with Ethereum 2. We will have, as we have Ethereum 1, yeah. By the way, a little side note, Vitalik Buterin was in 2014 in Vienna at the Technical University, and a friend of mine met him those days. I wasn't there at the Technical University, and that's what he told me. Yeah, it was the time when Vitalik Buterin decided in Vienna to make to do a shift from proof of work to proof of stake. So there was a clear shift in the decision has been made in Vienna, it said. I'm not sure whether it's true, but at least it said so. Another point is, what would be future applications of Ethereum 2? I work a lot with industry. I had projects with retailers, large retailers. One had 25 billion turnover. We tried to find blockchain solutions for this big retailer. I worked with a road tolling company. They do road tolling, so the payment, automatic payment would be a solution. I worked in real estate. We tried to find solutions in real estate, the blockchain for real estate technology is, what's there in fashion now is building information modeling. It's a type of digital twin for buildings. And there, it's still not implemented. It's a very static model of buildings, but it should be more dynamic in future. So you can have predictive maintenance, and you can have data collected from modern buildings, which are equipped with special sensors. So this new modern way of making the buildings more digital and more controllable, they have not yet entered the blockchain space, but that would be an opportunity. I worked with energy companies, and we tried to have this peer-to-peer energy trading in place. Also, lots of, we calculated that for a city, you need at least 64 million transactions per second. You see, with Ethereum, we stand at 100,000 at the moment. So 64 million for an average energy system is the benchmark. So that's what we have still a long way to go. What I see is that, and that was also discussed, is that blockchain, and my vision is that Ethereum blockchain with this new staking mechanism is getting closer to the central bank digital currency, or CBDC it's called, central bank digital currencies. Why? Central bank digital currencies are very much discussed now, and there is kind of race of nations, India also amongst them, and European Central Bank, the Central Bank of China, the Fed, they are all working on different solutions of so-called programmable money. That will be the future, that making money programmable. And that's a question of the future, whether these digital currencies use blockchain or not. There are three types of digital currencies, actually. There's a digital currency which is just not using blockchain at all. There is a digital currency issued by a state, and there is a digital currency issued by a company or by an entity, like the Ether of Ethereum is not a state-run currency, but the currency run by a decentralized entity. It could be also run by a company. So these different types will all, they can use blockchain or not. It's still possible to do without blockchain. Blockchain makes it more secure, and if it's decentralized like Bitcoin and Ethereum, it makes it less controllable for a state. So when we see, on the one hand side, these central bank currencies will be very much controlled by the state and will give more power to the national banks, because now the national banks, central banks, are very much rely on banks, on classical commercial banks. This could shift from commercial banks again back to the central banks, more power, and use this power could be used to make money programmable. China has the lead in that race. I would say they are 3 to 5 years ahead with their applications. They have already test cases in Shenzhen, in Shanghai, and also in other cities with digital yuan on the mobile phone, where you can transfer in a digital way your money. At the moment, we have also on our phone maybe digital banking, but that's not what I'm talking about. There's still a bank behind that. Whereas the central bank digital currency, it's not linked to a bank, a commercial bank anymore, but it is linked to only to the central bank, which could lead to the problem that in future, when such central banks are in place, money in place, that we would of course have this problem, a geopolitical problem and concern, that one nation would dominate. That's why the race is. If you buy something on Alibaba now in India or in Europe, you could be obliged to use digital yuan to pay, because that would be the means of payment. It will not come so fast. Or you could use the digital US dollar, or the digital rupee, or the digital euro. So we will have a race, and it's imbalanced at the moment as China has the lead. I think there's a lot of research going on, and that on the parallel side, you have on Ethereum this race going on, and Ethereum will also be improve, and other blockchains will improve in order to have this money linked to companies or decentralized systems. With Facebook trying hard to enter this this money field, it makes very much sense, of course, to have the largest messenger service of the world issuing a money, because the difference of sending an email, sending a WhatsApp message, or sending a message in the Facebook Messenger saying hello, or saying 100, and I transfer 100 from point A to point B, from person A to person B, that makes very much sense for Facebook and other messenger services. Facebook has been tried in Europe to start in Switzerland, to be specific, with the Libra Foundation, but they failed so far to implement it. There were many companies on board, up to 100 they wanted to have, but some withdrew, like Visa and MasterCard. They were in the beginning on board with that system, but then regulators realized that it could endanger the monetary system. Maybe in Europe, it could not endanger the euro as such, or it would not endanger the rupee in the long run, but smaller economies with a weak currency could come under pressure. Just imagine if 2.4 billion active users of Facebook, and their application, Instagram and WhatsApp, would use that money. It could deprive some weaker nations, economically weaker nations, or vulnerable nations, of their control of the monetary system. It could shift completely to that currency. And by the way, as the US dollar is in this weaker countries still a means of payment for larger contracts. Larger contracts are sometimes expressed in Europe in US dollar. Also, the United States could lose some power. So there is, on the one hand side, the United States do not like that idea, and other large nations, but also very small nations could come under pressure. That's why these privately run currencies will have difficulties in the mid and long run, midterm. But central bank cryptocurrencies, they could be very, very attractive for businesses, as we could see new ways of making money programmable. You could link different features. Just imagine if you have the Indian rupee, and you would be able to program this smart contract, as I told at the beginning, that you have the rupee paid to someone when a car is transferred or a house is transferred, or when you buy your, I don't know, food, your dal or whatever, your wonderful Indian food. And once you pay, you receive the food, and directly this is paid. And that goes via blockchain, and no bank is involved. You just directly deal with the money of the central bank and your account in the mobile phone. So you have a mobile phone account and they are rupee. That's why also cryptocurrencies in the long run will be a competitor to this central bank digital currency. That's what I see. So there will be both. Coming back to the Ethereum 2 and its applications while being faster. I see that, for instance, for the car industry, for mobility services, blockchain will play a more important role. We see now, for instance, in Austria, we have an application, it's called eLoop. They already have a blockchain-based system, electric car rental and car sharing system, and it's put on blockchain. Very few cars, very small, but still an application which is working, which runs on blockchain, and is an example of how this could work. another company, Riddle & Code, is one of the European best coding company for blockchain. They built for Daimler Chrysler, automotive car giant, they built a car wallet. It is a wallet mounted in a car linked to their electronic system, and which has the ability to pay for services. So you come with the car, park somewhere, and the fee is paid automatically by the car, by the wallet, which is not in your phone anymore. Yeah, the wallet or account, yeah, is not in your phone anymore, but it's in the car itself, that the car pays. And the car drives on the highway, and the road tolling is paid automatically. And the car goes to the repair service, and this fee could also be paid by the account linked to the car, by the wallet, the so-called car wallet. Daimler-Benz car wallet, you can Google that. And this sounds very nice, but it's a very important. And then we see, often we have the problem, why would I use blockchain? I can use conventional databases or conventional computer systems, which are working fine. Blockchain is here interesting because what if you have an autonomous car, no driver, no mobile phone inside anymore, then it is clear one needs a wallet in the car. You need a solution in the car itself that can pay. And here, blockchain is the solution. Here we see that blockchain makes sense. At the moment, autonomous driving is not in place, but I work with industry, and for instance, in factories, on airports, on very structured land, where it's very clear to drive on an industrial area, we have these automatic guided vehicles, which are kind of trucks without drivers, the small ones, or forklift cars. So these cars already are in use, and they will come more and more in the next 2 to 5 years. And it's the beginning of autonomous driving. Highways could be used. Here, blockchain is an important part of that system. And we will find other systems where blockchain will be very important stone in that wall, a brick in that wall. It will be very necessary, that solution, because the adoption is so slow at the moment, because we have the Indian rupee, we have the European euro, we have the US dollar in place and money to pay, and the system works. But for some new applications, we will see that we will have to have new solutions, and blockchain is a very safe encrypted solution, a very safe opportunity. What I also see is, when we think about companies, and India has a lot of companies like IT companies and machine building and industry, and Europe has, and the US has, other countries have. So these companies still do very conventional business. But we will see more and more with Industry 4.0, the new automated and digitalized factories with less workers in the factory. I often walk through car manufacturer factories where maybe 10 to 15 years ago, there would be thousands of workers inside the factory. I see now 25. The rest is done by robots, by automated machines with AI-assisted predictive maintenance, AI-assisted machine learning-assisted quality measurement systems, and so on, which a person cannot anymore deliver. It's done by robots. And these automated factories could be managed in the future also by automated companies. We will see that companies will use less and less staff. I would just, my very personal question, I do accountancy, my invoice and so on. This could be perfectly done in the internet by a service which does my accountancy, my tax report. We will see that maybe if not like it is this software, manages the system managed by itself, autonomous. It's a so-called distributed autonomous organization. And we will see more and more companies, and the new competitors of companies will not be the company next door or the companies over the border in another country, but it will be companies on the internet. That's completely overseen. Nobody fears that, but that will come. We will have accountants will not have the job anymore because this will be done in the future by through the internet, automized. Maybe some tax advisors will lose the job because that will be done in the internet through the internet, especially when regulators decide to simplify the tax system. For these companies to pay them, a cryptocurrency is very important. It needs also a transfer from my account, maybe on the wallet, on my mobile phone, or my computer, to their account. And this money on that account is not linked to a person, but it's to kind of a new legal entity, which is called distributed autonomous or decentralized autonomous organization. An organization which belongs to itself, which is paid by itself. Just take the car. A car could be a distributed autonomous organization. A DAO, yeah, a car could be, once you build the car, and it brings me to the very beginning, yeah, the car which repairs itself on the way it's driving. The car is autonomous in a way that when you hire it, you pay to the car on that wallet. When the car needs repair, it goes automized to the workshop and makes sure that it's repaired. It goes to fueling or electric charging. It pays automatically. And maybe some interest. We have new business model in place with new devices. Just imagine not cars, but I work with machinery building. A CNC big machine production machine is autonomous. Does the things by itself and is considered like a company. It's similar to a company. This could lead to a new way of economy, and their blockchain is an important factor, and it will be needed. And companies could decide to make it step by step, their parts autonomous in order to learn how this works, in order to offer services to make things more autonomous. In recent years, in the past, in 2000, we learned that internet, yeah, when the internet started, it was all corrupted and it was cybercrime was a big fear. And we could never imagine that we will order our clothes and food via the internet. Now we just do it. It's so evident. In the future, I think with blockchains being faster like Ethereum 2, we will have also more these autonomous companies in place, and they will be, now maybe it sounds crazy that we will have that, but I'm very confident we will have such solutions, especially when they are linked with AI, more clever mechanism. AI is still very stupid at the moment. Maybe the chess computer can beat me, but they, at the same time, this chess computer cannot repair a car or cannot read the newspaper properly at the moment, especially when it's in Chinese or in. But this will be improved over the time, so these autonomous systems will be more common. Experience with Ethereum 2. It's just started 12 days ago. So we have 12 days of a new Ethereum 2 in place, which brings me back to my topic. So we are at the super, very, very, very early beginning of a new era of blockchain, which will be, of course, very important. What I see that Ethereum 2 could be very helpful for central bank digital currencies, which will be fueling also these distributed autonomous companies or organizations. So you see, this is just an important part of a larger system. What I would think, I would like to stop here and also ask, maybe we have some questions already that you feel free to ask. I did not go into details how energy blockchain works, as well, like mobility in detail. We could do that, as I worked a lot in that application field. Also machine-to-machine communication, that's in fashion now. It's very important application. Melvin, are there some questions already?
No, we don't have.
Yeah, no problem. I will continue. What I would see, is where will Europe lead? whoever Europe lead, first of all, I would also be a bit critical about the blockchain bubble a bit, and take care. I recently had I work in Austria and in Germany. I have a company here and in Germany. We look a lot at the different projects, different blockchain projects, especially ICOs, initial coin offerings. These are coins offered by usually companies. That's this special type of digital currency I mentioned already, with the intention to make it decentralized in the long run. These ICOs, which started in 2016-17 and skyrocketed and helped that Bitcoin also became more popular, and Ethereum, 95%, and that's a careful estimation, yeah, of the project died, dead. We had wonderful, first Austrian ICO in the field of gaming, HeroCoin. I found it really convincing, because gaming is a lot linked to coins, to earn some points, and that point could be expressed into a digital coin and finally a digital money. So it would make a lot of sense, and they had lots of users. But they had to file bankruptcy recently. The so-called HeroCoin, first Austrian ICO, filed for bankruptcy. A pity. It was a good project, but obviously it's hard to say why. But obviously this market is still in a very early stage. We had a mobility application. It went bankrupt. We had a application for wine. Austria is famous for wine. So it was called grape wine, to make certificates on blockchain for wine. Bankrupt. We had an application, was the ATS token, the old Austrian shilling ATS application, with excellent Ethereum coders, really super experts in blockchain coding. But it didn't take off. They couldn't manage to continue it. They still there, their code, but they do other things. They pivoted their business model. So what I see is that decentralized finance, for instance, is maybe the next step after the ICOs, but I would be very careful, as we heard in the last panel, that decentralized finance is the next big thing. It was said, I'm in this sphere since 2015. In 2017, with all these ICOs up and coming, they all died. They're dead. And the reason was that finally, as an entrepreneur, the most important thing, what is that? To issue invoices, to earn something, to really earn for what you do, to provide a service, and then you get money back. And these ICOs failed. They were just collecting monies, like like startups in receiving investors' money, and then they built something, but it turned out nobody's willing to pay for the service. So the investor side was very willing. I see with decentralized finance, similar situation now. There was a hype maybe some 6 months ago on this decentralized finance, but now this hype is over. Some of these it's kind of second wave, yeah, to speak with Corona. The second wave is now after ICO is decentralized finance. Maybe we see a third wave and a fourth wave. But in general, we must be careful, because this is important for some specific cases. The most important thing is that we continue to improve the technology for the industry, for applications for trading, for e-commerce, for maybe applications in health, yeah, for whatever databases for corona applications and other diseases, for genetic databases, for patents, yeah, for encrypting patents and making them more accessible, tradable, and so on. So what we see is in the future, we will see more tokens to be in place, more tokens just linked to goods. You see the bookshelf at my back, yeah, that's really old-fashioned. But in terms, we will have this. We will have physical objects in the future more linked and digitalized. Every physical object, like my mobile phone, will have an IP address. And with having that, we'll have a new way of addressing physical objects. So the main point is to link physical objects to token, and thus we'll have different blockchains, and there are maybe around 50,000 blockchains around, and maybe 25,000 or 20,000 active blockchains, which link token to a certain physical asset, especially in real estates, where it's very important and the value is high of the physical objects, and the tokenization makes sense. And these tokens are at the moment linked to a specific blockchain. So what we have and is in place, there will be between blockchains and between currencies a better exchange. Now it's not possible in a very efficient way to transfer from Bitcoin to Ethereum, whereas we have atomic swap, as it's called, in place, but still on a very, very weak level. It's just if you put a car running on a highway on a train railway lines, it's possible, but it doesn't look good. Yeah, it's not still. So we must make the blockchains and the tokens more flexible and must design the cars in a way that they can shift to different, maybe railway lines or metro lines, or the railway, the trains, more possible to be put on the streets and be more flexible and adaptable and interchangeable. That these different infrastructures, which can completely be compared to the mobility infrastructures, can be interchanged. Yeah, so that will be the next step. With Ethereum 2.0, we will have another Ethereum being more flexible, but a lot of research. And when I speak about the, for instance, Kerala School of Blockchains, they have a lot of researchers. They do a lot of training of people. We need projects where this atomic swap between blockchains, token being more flexible, or token which have a backpack, another token, the token of a token, which mixing of token. And so you see this this science, there is a science behind, by the way, and we have in Vienna since 2018, we have in place an institute. It's called the Institute of Cryptoeconomics. It's a science behind the tokenization of the world, linking physical objects to a token. These tokens will be more clever in the future, and maybe these tokens will be more can be more like a virus, clever in itself. Yeah, very tricky. At the moment, tokens are still designed in a very simple way. Maybe we'll have this science of tokens. Yeah, the token science. The cryptoeconomics is looks at the economic view, but maybe we have to also have design new tokens. There are different types of token. You maybe know that a driving license is a token. It's linked to me as a person. Yeah, nobody else can use a driving license. Whereas an entrance ticket to the zoo is not personalized. Maybe it says adult or child. So either this type of A, adult, or type B, child, can go to that zoo and watch these beautiful animals. So that's also two different types of token. But token in future could be also linked to sensors in the house, to applications. It could be much more flexible, and the token could change in a way on the way they're transmitted. The one blockchain who make tokens more flexible is the EOS blockchain, for instance. I have 5 minutes left. I want to also not only talk about Ethereum blockchain in the way that how can we improve blockchain, but when you're interested in that technology, have a look at applications, startups who serve the blockchain. Let me give you an example. A blockchain is a database which is considered to be very safe. So you can store values, yeah, like money, very safely, so that we can trust that it's transferred safely without any hacks, without any stealing from point A to point B. Very nice. We can also store on that blockchain different token and information. So that would make it very clear that we store on that valuable blockchain something which we put in, yeah, which we put on that blockchain. The question is, what kind of data quality are we able to put on blockchain? We could, of course, use the weather data, and but as we know from data, they can be corrupted. There can be fake news. With this fake news, you can create, let's say, a news platform would use blockchain and encrypt their news. It could say that a certain companies will file bankruptcy or it's weak, and then the share market will go down. It influences. Data can influence the real world. And this data and information must be checked. One project I like for this is Chainlink. Chain, like the blockchain, chain, link. Chain.link. They have a system of validating data which are put on blockchain. Because when you put data on blockchain, you have always the so-called third-party problem. The data may be very safe and transferred, but who makes sure that the data are validated and proper data? And Chainlink is one of these, and there are others, of course. Yeah, they're competitors, but Chainlink is the largest project, ranked number 7 or 8 in total cryptocurrencies. This Chainlink has a system of voting and validators of quality of data in milliseconds. Very important. For instance, data for banks, share values, which are transferred worldwide. These values must be very, very safe and clear. Weather data, data of bets, sport bets, yeah, when you bet on a certain, there's a lot of fraud going on in bets, so the government tries to control. It could be interesting to governments. 5 Korean banks showed interest in Chainlink, and Japanese banks, so there is an interest in this data validation. With Chainlink, as an example, just to give you an idea, that we'll have different other projects which will serve the blockchain. It could be the UX, yeah, the user experience which is improved. It could be the exchanges like Binance, Coinbase, and so on. In Europe, by the way, one of the largest is Bitpanda, located in Austria. It's a huge cryptocurrency exchange. They offer banking services or limited similar services like banking. These companies, this industry is up and coming. And there are lots of new jobs created. So I talked about the factories and that there will be more jobs lost. On the other hand side, we will have a lot new jobs. When my daughter was 10, yeah, she wanted to be a social media manager and an influencer, yeah, an influencer. She that was her dream. But she was 10 years old by the time. But when she was born, there was no social media. It was around in the 2003, 2004. Yeah, there was no social media at all. So we have now jobs at the moment. We don't know. We can talk about jobs, but we have no idea what jobs in 10 years will be there. There will be new jobs we could never have imagined. Like my daughter wanted to be a social media manager, but at the days of her birth, there was no social media. So there is a lot of hope, a lot of future in this blockchain industry. And it's still, let's not forget, we are in a bubble. We are very small. And I appreciate that there are around 48 participants in this Zoom talk. And you see, it's a small core group, but I'm very happy that they are listening, because that's the way we should distribute. I'm very grateful and thankful of Kerala School of Blockchain, Blockchain Association, Kerala Blockchain Association, to talk about this topic, because it matters in Europe, in the US, in China, or in India, in many countries, as this will come, that's for sure. Maybe Corona will also come, but it will not affect us so much. Blockchain will stay forever, that's for sure. We will have this blockchain technology, and it will make so many useful applications, especially when linked to robotic, to new ways of driving, autonomous driving, to new applications in AI. Blockchain is an important part in this big picture. It cannot be seen only isolated. Ethereum 2 is an important step forward, and I'm very happy that they did it, Ethereum did it. Having said that, I would say that I have spoken enough already. I've said enough. Yeah, where can you find me? You can find me on cryptorobbie.blog, crypto like crypto with C, and Robbie with an Y at the end, cryptorobbie.blog. And I'm very happy to have contributed to this wonderful blockchain conference. And I wish all the Indian participants good luck and a wonderful evening. Here in Europe, we have now lunchtime. And thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you, Robert. So if the audience have any questions now, it's time for them to ask. They can share from the chat or the Q&A.
It's late now, dinner time in India. So, oh, there is one.
No, it's from the.
Yeah, others.
Yeah.
Yes.
We got one question.
Thank you all. Thank you for listening. And I would say, Melvin
we have
also.
A question, I guess. No, we have a question. Like, can Swift network be leveraged for money transfer instead of creating another network like Ethereum?
Sorry, can I read it on YouTube? Could you repeat it because I did not hear it properly?
Yeah. Can Swift network be leveraged for money transfer instead of creating another network like Ethereum? It's a question from Nagendra.
Yeah. We will. You mean, so the question is about, can you just help me to understand the question? The question is whether other blockchains could also serve and enable transfers of money. Is that the question? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Any blockchain could. It's just a question which system we use. In the banking system, we have the very old-fashioned SWIFT code transfer, which is used by banks. Yeah, the SWIFT code is an old-fashioned but working system. It will soon be replaced by other systems because it's like the MS-DOS or the early computer coding languages, so we will have different blockchains. We have, for instance, so-called stable coins in place, like the US Tether. It's linked to the US dollar. It doesn't change its value. It just keeps the value linked to the US dollar. There are these coins are very much like to transfer money at the moment. It's already in place, and they're very popular at the moment. They don't change the value. I think there is also stable coins for Indian rupee. There is several stable coins for the euro. There is several stable coins. So we have this. Another payment platform is Stellar. Stellar, interestingly, doesn't use also a blockchain as such, as I mentioned, but this is also used for a lot for payment solution. So we have specific, you have the blockchain Dash, it's used for payment. You have Bitcoin Lite, fast and light transfer of payment. Bitcoin itself will not be the means of payment that transfers so much. It will be more the store of value. Money has different function. The store of value function is also important. Like gold has a store of value, but you don't pay the Indian lunch or the tally. Yeah, the tally for it. Yeah, you would not use gold. You would use money, or you do it electronic payment with a mobile phone. So we have different types of payments, maybe large sums or micro payments. Maybe we have also specific blockchains for the IoT, Internet of Things, where you have, for instance, 0.0001 cent or whatever, rupees, to be paid. Very, very which we couldn't do with paper money because there is not so much small coins to transfer. We need electronic solutions. So then, yes, the answer is yes, we will have different, besides Ethereum 2, there are different solutions. And they are, Could you please provide some pointer and reading references on distributed automotive blockchain? Yeah, okay, I will type it in. For instance, the e-loop, that's an Austrian car sharing blockchain. And they use the blockchain 0PS, zero bullshit network, network.com blockchain. They use this blockchain and the 0BUS network.blockchain, zero bullshit network, because the coders and the founders said, we don't want to have bullshit, we want to have zero bullshit blockchain. We want useful blockchain for industry. The company I was referring to, Riddle and code.com, is the coding company which did the car wallet for Daimler. Mercedes. And you find on their website, you find the reference. That's the solution we have. Distributed automotive, it's not distributed automotive, but it's distributed autonomous blockchain. Distributed autonomous, DRO, it's distributed autonomous organization. That's what we talk about, yeah. Distributed autonomous DAO. This way of companies, actually, Ethereum itself is a DAO, because why? Ethereum is a blockchain, is a code which is open source, yeah. It's open source. It can be freely used. You can also make derivatives of it. You pay the network. You don't pay Vitalik Buterin or the owners who run it. You pay the network. You pay to the code, and then the code runs the smart contract. So, for instance, to keep it simple, and it is the fact, like for subtraction, for addition, for plus calculations and minus calculations, you pay a different value than for multiplication and divisions. So multiplication is more costly than plus, calculating plus on the in a smart contract. So you pay less. So you can, and that's already happening. You pay Ether to run the smart contracts. The more complicated the smart contract is, the little program is, the more you pay. The more simple, the cheaper it gets. So that's the system of distributed autonomous organization. But there is very few literature on DAOs yet, but it will come.
Yeah, so it looks like we have covered all of our questions. So it was indeed a power-packed session. Thank you, Robert. And thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure being with you all. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. CryptoRobbie.blog. That's me. And
yeah,
I blog. You can read. I recently focused on Ethereum 2 and Chinese ranking of blockchains and so on. I regularly publish on blockchain topics. Thank you very much, and good evening to Kerala, and thank you very much for Kerala Blockchain Academy.
Yeah, thank you, Robert.
Okay, ciao, bye-bye.
Hello and hi everyone. Welcome to BlockHash Live 2020, the third International Blockchain Summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself Anshu. Now I have with us a special guest who is sowing the seed of change through her blockchain innovation. We have with us John Levely, the principal founder and CEO of AgriLedger, a fintech venture aiming to empower the agricultural producers by marketing their access to financial services, also improving the transparency of supply chain. Their first product is a distributed crypto ledger mobile application that acts as an incorruptible source of truth. AgriLedger provides farmers with secure digital identity and traceability from seed to customers for farmers, suppliers, consumers, and government. John Levenby is a winner of multiple awards, including the Special Prize from Singularity University, also the Women in IT Awards 2016. The ex-banker also serves as the vice chair for the Tech UK Distributed Ledger Technologies Working Group. Her goal is to create a better life for smallholding farms. It's an honor to have Ms. Joanna Levely, who is an exemplar for setting blockchain for social good. On behalf of Kerala Blockchain Academy, I welcome you, ma'am, to BlockHash Live 2020. Ms. Georgia is key holding on regenerative agriculture on small farms. Over to you, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible to you? Hello? Hello, am I audible to you, ma'am?
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? I've been having some challenges with my headsets today.
Absolutely, ma'am. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So should we go ahead and start? Because
yeah,
I think
sure.
Because so, thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Geneviève Lavelle, and I am the CEO of AgriLedger. And I'm going to take you through a little journey with me on how we're using blockchain to revolutionize the food and really the agricultural supply chain. And I'd like to say thank you for the team in Kerala to have me. It's actually been, I think I was thinking about it today. It was about 18 years ago that I visited Kerala the first time and spent time on the backwaters of Kerala and had such lovely food. I still remember the bananas and everything else. And so I know you guys also come from a food culture like I do, and I will take you through my journey. So I don't know if many of you know about Haiti. And Haiti is basically where Christopher Columbus landed in 1492 on his way to India. I guess he must have forgotten to go right versus left, but anyway, he ended up in this beautiful land. And Haiti was the first island in the Caribbean to be uncovered. And it actually, for many years after that, you started, so that's why you have West Indies and East India and the East Indies. The climate is very much like that of India, and very lush lands and very fruitful. So, sorry. History of Haiti, beside the 1492 little wrong turn by Mr. Columbus, has also been very interesting, to say the least. So it was, so those of you who may not be aware, it was the first Black nation to gain its independence by force. So in 1804, yeah, 1804. Oh, wow. In 1804, the US got its independence in 1776. Actually, in 1797, Haiti kicked out the French. And in 1804, it finally paid the French government to be able to be considered independent, which has also been a struggle, because if you imagine, this is a country made of people of color, where the rest of the world is, if you're of color, you're enslaved. And even though they had great product, because in the early days, and that's why France made them pay, is the GDP of France, which was 40% of the GDP, was based on the goods coming from Haiti. And those were sugar, cocoa, and coffee. And if anybody thinks about when that was, like around the 1700s, that's when Europe was enamored with this. And a cup of chocolate could be something like equivalent to $200 today. So you can imagine, not a very easy thing to give up. And the island also had to make sure that it wasn't overturned or overrun by the other Europeans. So in a way, for almost 100 years, the land was closed, and which meant that from an economic problem standpoint, it didn't prosper. Today, Haiti has been embroiled into what is a political unrest. This picture is from November a year ago. The unrest has subsided a little bit, but still continues. And as you can imagine, it is exacerbated by things such as COVID. So, however, I will say Haiti was under lockdown prior to COVID. They actually had, last year, they had a word called pays lock, which was country lock, which meant you didn't go out of your house, you didn't mingle, and as soon as there might be little thing wrong, you ran back home. That has meant really that the economic reality is dismal. If you think about it, like many of the emerging economies, Haiti relies a lot on remittance, and the ability to actually prosper is limited by infrastructure challenges, and also by the economic downturn that is happening. So what we have seen thus far is a lot of people losing jobs. Now, the down effect of that, and I know that India saw some of this when the pandemic hit, a number of individuals had to go from the UAE back to India because they no longer had a job, they no longer had the visas that allowed them to live there, which meant when they came back to India, they didn't have a job either. But that's not so bad as the exacerbation that it creates in their own personal lives, because the money that they used to make outside of their country was being sent back to help their family, either with their living or any schooling, those kind of things, and that income is gone. Now, when we talk about blockchain, it is really about the decentralization of the exchange of value. And blockchain, distributed ledger technology, I think that the blockchain is like when we call Kleenex tissue paper. Every tissue paper growing up for me was Kleenex. Well, it's because it's the first brand which really made a difference. And I think it's the same thing with the blockchain. The second one who has made an app, and the whole concept is really about the decentralized transactions which are being transferred from one system to the other, allowing for a new level of trust. And I say new level because we need to think technology enables that trust, but at the end of the day, it still requires the validation of a human that that value still exists. So when we look at use cases for distributed ledger technology, we need to be looking at the business decisions. What are the purposes for putting this system in place? What does it actually achieve? Where are our pockets of lack of trust? Or where do we want to create faster throughput? So when we look, one of the places that it makes sense is in agriculture. And in agriculture, it can be everything from the exchange of value, the confirmation that something has happened, such as certification. But at the end of the day, if we look at this ecosystem, it is the oldest functioning ecosystem in the world. It goes back to when men decided to stop hunting and actually start toiling the earth. But what has happened of late is that the one which is toiling, which is the farmer, is the one getting the least. Many of you in India will be very much aware of the destabilization that's happening in the farming now that we have the farming bills. You'll have people on both sides saying it's a good thing because now you have market forces. But the other thing is, are those market forces still going to bring in equity to the farmers? So when we look at agriculture, there are a number of challenges, but the key challenges are first, the lack of trust between the farmer and the buyers and the quote unquote middlemen, lack of information of what has happened, what is to happen, how much is there to be, lack of financial inclusion. And, financial inclusion for me, it's a weird one because it's not to say that these people don't have mobile, because it used to be they didn't have mobile, they didn't have bank account. They have a mobile, but they don't have access to a bank account. Well, in my point of view, a bank account is just a place to store. I can have a wallet, but if my wallet is empty, what's the value of that wallet? So the financial inclusion really needs to be about how do we make sure that they get a fair share and also can keep their money safe. And finally, that liquidity. Lack of liquidity is not just about that physical cash, but the cash that they need to buy the inputs, the access to input, the access to insurance, which then leads us to the biggest issue which faces all of us, which is food waste. You know, when we think of food waste, we might think of it's because a child didn't eat everything on their plate. That's not really, this is one part. Food waste happens because there isn't proper storage, there isn't proper communication how to get it there. And then eventually we do get to the fact that some of us may, in some parts of the world, buy more than we should. I'm very worried about what's happening in the world today when I'm looking at a place like the United States, where has been king of the food waste. And the last couple of weeks, they've been talking that 60% of the Americans are food insecure, which means they don't know where their food is coming from. But if they have a problem, let's not even start thinking about what's happening in places like Southeast Asia and Africa, where we already had seen an issue with availability of food and food safety. So those are things that I think that there are challenges that blockchain can look to address. Let's see. Now, we probably have heard of the value chain, and this to me is the most important thing. So there is blockchain, there is value chain, and the value is really, and when you look at a farmer, it can be either a local market, which is the informal market, or what is now, because of modern society, the way we work, a much more integrated system. But this integrated system does not take in fairly the plight of the farmer. And the customer also doesn't always know where their goods come from. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we did in Haiti. About 2 years ago to the date, we at AgriLedger had been working on responding to a call that was put out by the government of Haiti and the World Bank. It was based on what they call a DAI, which is a development aid investment done by the World Bank into Haiti. If you see the mangoes sitting on the boy's, next to a boy's foot, these are, you know, I know India thinks that the Alfonso mango is the best. I think this is the best. And it can be also proven in terms of both of those mangoes, when they get to places like the US, fetch a very, very high price. But we also know that for the most part, this is not shared with the farmer who has done it. And this young man, if I look, he's probably about 13, 14. This was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He should have been in school. Instead, he was getting those mangoes. And what we want to do is to allow his family or him one day to be able to have those mangoes. Because you see how they're sitting in the sack. By the time they get to market, 3/4 of them are going to be bruised and they're not going to be in the best way. So what we were looking to do is to get that to change. So I have a question for you guys. From your point of view, what percentage of a mango, which sells at $3 from in the US, do you think the farmer or the producer in Haiti gets? So I'll give you 2 seconds to answer. Can't see the chat, but I'm expecting to see some in the chat. So please do give me something. So now for the reveal. 2% of the farmer's earning goes, and then 98% is lost to middlemen. Now, can we imagine a world where it takes only a few seconds to know how much of what you paid went to the producer? And this is what we're doing at AgriLedger. We're helping make it happen with the World Bank. So we did the project, and I have to tell you myself that I was surprised. I was expecting at best to get to where we would be at 32% for the farmer and 68%. To me, that would have been a 30% increase. Can you imagine what it's like? We ran this project in the middle of the pandemic, actually. It started in May 1st and lasted till the end of July. and the farmers were able to earn 68% of the proceed. So what that did was about six runs, so about 8 weeks. There was some clock. 38,000 kgs were actually harvested. Of that, 23,000 actually were sold. So we were able to see the points where there were failures, where the farmer either bought a bunch which was returned by him or lost throughout the process. So if we were talking about food waste and food loss, we can now start seeing what are the problems. There was $40,000 in terms of the total sale, and of that, 7.5%, 750% increase to the farmers. So now I want to take you through a little bit of what happens in terms of communication. So you have the fruits being harvested using just normal text messages. We tell the farmer where the what's happening. And when you, as a customer in the US, receive the fruit, you can QR code it. And one of the things that you can do is learn how to do recipe. I don't know about you, but sometimes I buy things and then I'm like, okay, what can I make with that again now? I have to say I have increased my cooking knowledge. Not that I'm loving it as much as more during the pandemic, but many a time I've had to go and say, okay, what can I make? My curry has gotten much better too. So now we also want to have what is a customer interaction. So just so you know, zaboka is the word in for avocado in Creole. Avocado is also avocat, which is lawyer. So pretty interesting. So ideally, what we want to do is a customer interaction. The customer will know nutritional value, where it came from, how long it took to get to them, and also recipes that they can have. Now, next step for us is to make it go on acid. And some of what we're looking to do is to start looking at working with government, with providers of identity, providing loans and access to finance to farmers. Because if you think about it right now, smallholder farmers don't get access to credit because nobody knows what's happening with the product. Nobody has a view of what is the quality or things like that. So this is about working with investors to be able to get them access to funding, delivering the seeds to them, delivering any kind of support that they need in terms of preparation, drilling holes, satellite information. And then when the farmer actually can pay right away. The idea is that also this is about working with organizations which have a purpose, which is when the organization actually sells, if the profit is higher than what they had stated, then money will be sent back. The percentage of that, which is over, will be sent back to the farmer for him to use for the next year. And this also covers some of the platform costs. Now, it's going to tell you a little bit about AgriLedger in terms of what we do and the benefits about us is, it's about really empowerment of the farmer, improving the margin of the farmer, trying to automate and digitize more, which then leads to cost efficiency and creating sustainability. And this is really working with the producers. And we have gone and done the fresh fruits first. We are looking to move next into stable crops and also coffee and cocoa, so semi-perishable. In terms of now, I'm going to go to the fun stuff, the technology. So technology-wise, we have a supply chain, know your customer, a payment, and the blockchain. And in terms of the platform of the blockchain that we chose to use R3 because we felt that it was the most advanced permission blockchain that we could have and it's also becoming very much of an interoperable network. Obviously, this is very new technology still, so every day something new happens. But I thought that if I was going to make a bet, this was a bet I was willing to. Also very important to me was being able to create the privacy, what is necessary for the producers. And if you think about it also, because we need to have not only the producers, but also the manufacturers and others participate, it was very important that we use an application which would allow people to participate without worrying that their secret information is out. But at the same level of looking to use permission, the data will be open. So taking that data up to doing the anonymization that are necessary, then that data can be used by NGOs, governments, and IGOs to provide the support where it's needed. So our solution is really looking to do an end-to-end traceability platform, has transparent pricing around the value chain, and will look to incorporate and does incorporate sensors, geos, IoTs, and geotags. Obviously, we are just starting, so what we're doing is we're looking at the data and starting to see what does the data tell us. There's certain information, of course, that goes across right away, but we are of the mind that you need to get to learn your data and then start being able to make it available. Well, when I say your data, it's the data for everyone so that we can help the producers also make the right decisions. So in terms, I'll tease you guys a little bit in terms of our architecture. We do not do, we use Firebase as a mechanism of an endpoint for our REST API. So if those of you who don't know REST API, many times you'll go into some certain places and you don't have access to the internet. So what we look to do is to allow for updates to still happen in a asynchronous fashion, which means that securities are there. And as soon as data comes back up, the data gets written into the blockchain. We then provide information back, so we communicate to banks. So we, in case I didn't make this very clear, we not only track the products throughout its journey, we also track what I would call the financial obligations. So which means that when something has been sold, it looks and says, who touched me? Who was involved in my transaction? Or it could be they weren't involved, but who's owed, such as the taxman. And then when the money flows back, those transactions are taken into account, and those calculations are done by the smart contract, and that information is sent to the payment provider. The same way also in terms of communication, we communicate to the farmer when they're supposed to come in with their goods, when the goods have arrived ports, when their goods have been sold, and how much money they're going to be receiving. This means that we have certain participating clients, which can be mobile, web, IoT, front end, whichever. And then we have the reporting, as I explained before, which is non-participant clients, but that data is being sanitized, for a better word, because I may want you to know that this product came from me, but I don't need you to know how much money I made for the year. I may want you to know how much I got paid for this product, but you don't need to know what my wealth is. And this is why it's important when we look at blockchain to not only look at what are we solving for, but also what are the potential that we have for creating, I want to say strife, but what are the issues that we may end up creating? So it's very important to really sit down and think about those things. Now, I mentioned the payment and the smart contracting. So what we're doing is we're working with banks to through the smart contract to be able to send the payment instruction. So once the sale has been fulfilled, that means the bank will send money to producers, but it will also take out any money which is due to anybody else. And the other thing that you can do with this now is you can start layering other services, other financial services, such as factoring. Because usually the factoring is either against the producer organization, or the exporter. And they're not in the country where the money is from, which means they don't have the credit rating. If you think about it, the buyer usually is going to be a big supermarket or someone who has credit. And they're agreeing, and you can demonstrate with the blockchain that they have received the goods, which means the factoring units now can actually go down. The average factoring right now can end up being to the range of about 20 to 40% per annum. And with a blockchain, I've done it on paper, theory, and talking to people, we can get it down to probably the average about 6 to 12. Can you imagine what that does in terms of liquidity? So these are ideas and concepts that can be ways to then support better the agricultural value chain by making it much more profitable. So that's me. I'm Geneviève. If you want to get more information about us, you can always find it on our website, which is agriledger.io. We try to be good about answering any question that you may have. I am on LinkedIn, my first name, last name. I don't think there's only one more person with my name, and she lives in Canada, and she's a nurse. So you should be able to find me. And I now will open for any questions that may be, and happy to take your questions.
Well, thank you, ma'am, for your incredible presentation. You're well tuned on how blockchain technology can be implemented for traceability in supply chain, also empower small farmers. Now we'll go ahead and take some questions. Audience, if you have any questions, please kindly drop them in the question box or chat. We'll be very happy to answer them.
So there's Aluru has asked, could I please go the farmer flow that have been diagrammed? Can Aluru speak? I think he can unmute himself, can't he? Which? Hi.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening, first of all. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you talking the one where I showed the flow of the different things that could be available to the farmer?
No. In the initial slides, you just presented a diagram where there is a manufacturing units in between local markets and the international
Okay, yes,
market.
I'll go back there. Yes. Let me share that slide. Sure. I didn't know where to go, so I figured let me ask first.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, this is one. So could you please explain in simple, like in a high level, where Agri Ledger helps in this process?
Sure.
Yeah.
So right now, what we have done is we're not looking at the local market. The farmer, if he comes in with goods, he gets them through the local market on his own. But we're envisioning something where if something is rejected for the foreign market, he can then be able to actually get it to the local market, which is not the informal market. So what we do right now is we track the transportation the storage, the packing and processing, the shipment, we evidence the custom, then the warehousing, and then the retailer. So how we do that is when the farmer, first the farmer is seen, he will ask, they do a harvest planning, and he sees that he has 5 trees in the back of his house, but those 5 trees are mature enough that probably they're giving about 400 fruits every week or every 2 weeks. He gets a phone number and he's told, when your tree starts flowering, start having fruits, call us and we will schedule you. So he gets a call also to remind him, and then he's told, he's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna have 1,000. So it goes 1,000 in, and that gets written into the blockchain that farmer Joe will have 1,000 fruit that he will be delivering. So the logistics service provider, which is a cold chain provider, says, okay, wait and see how many other farmers in the region, and then they arrange. So let's say there's 20 farmers, and that's going to be a truck full. And they send a mess, they schedule it for 2 days from now. The farmer will get a message telling him, at this time, we would like you to come in with your fruits, and we will get them through. So when he comes over, the fruits are segregated to see what's good, what's in it. And this is why I talk about the de-risking. The farmer now has the risk to make sure he's bringing in the right fruits, not something which is not so good. So it's triage, and out of he actually said he would bring 1,000. He bought 1,200. Out of the 1,200, 1,100 are accepted. At that point, that goes into the blockchain, and he gets to sign a contract which says, we've received 1,000 from you, and he then gives the rights to the transport company, to the logistic company, to the broker to sell for him, and also even the bank to make the payments for him. So he says to the bank, AgriLedger is going to send you information, and that information is what you use to do the distribution of money. So, and for that, you can take out your fees. When the goods now are moved to the storage location, we're measuring the temperature. Then when it's in the package and processing, there is also the triage that happens. So one of the things that happens with mango, and I don't know if you guys have traveled abroad. So if you go and have a mango in the US from India, it's never going to taste the same, because guess what? Before it can come into the US, it has to be boiled for an hour at about 40 degrees so that it can kill any bacteria or any bugs which could be in there.
Yeah.
And then you boil it and then you make it cold, and it's kind of funny. So all that information is captured to say it has happened. Then it gets into the shipment, goes through the custom, goes through the quality assurance, which is done by the importer, and the importer then sends it to the warehouse of the retailer or the buyer. Every fruit at the packing process received a QR code. Every box received a QR code, and every pallet received. So I would know from pallet which boxes are in that pallet and which farmers are part of that pallet. When it gets to obviously when you break down the pallet, you're going to be sending certain boxes to different places around the country. And when the retailer receives it, he's not going to be removing the QR code, which allows the customer to be able to see the whole journey. So part of this also is making sure that it goes fast, because you don't want the fruit, you want to make sure there's no ethylene, and ethylene is the gas which makes, it's a natural gas, but it happens when things are maturing, fruits are maturing. So you want to make sure by cooling the fruit that it doesn't start maturing. But even then, if you keep a fruit at a cold temperature for days or months before it gets to the hand of the customer, it doesn't have the same taste. So this is really about being able to get the product from the farmer to the customer faster in the best way possible, which then means, and I don't know if you've been looking, now it's becoming like 70%. I used to be like a year ago, it was 30%, but I think after us spending so much time at home, we've become even more cognizant of where our food comes from. And so now the latest report are saying 70% of customers would be willing to pay more to know where their food comes from, which means that it turns all the way back into the value chain to make sure that the farmer gets a fair share. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am. That's very fantastic concept in between. And yeah, one thing I want to know is, you said like when a farmer comes with 1,000 fruits and just transport it, like keep in transport, the agri ledger will straight away inform bank, or the bank will send the payment to the farmer.
Yep.
Right. So at the time when transport is done, like when he
No,
just
it depends. It won't be when the transport is when the sale has happened. The farmer gives the right to the bank, because what happens is that there is going to be an advance given to the farmer. So what we're doing currently is, because this is working with the government and the World Bank, they've put in a pot of money so that the farmer can get an advance.
Okay.
The advance is equal to the local price. So let me give you an idea. The local price for the mango is about 14 cents a kilo.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the best price the farmer is going to get is about 14 cents a kilo. So he gets that money. But then what happens is, within 2 weeks, when the mango is sold abroad, and now it's not even 2 weeks, it's going to be like top 2 weeks, maybe 5 days. As soon as the payment is, the sale is done,
okay,
I'm going to leave the difference. So in the project in the summer, local price was 14 cents. After everything was paid, transportation and also cold storage and everything else, the farmers ended up with 186 a kilo. So that's the 750 difference.
Yeah. Yes, that's nice. And another that is the farmer's end. That's fine, actually, very nice. And coming to the consumer end or the retailer, how could a farmer knows the demand? Like, will the retailer have any other interface or a client where he can demand some fruits, like I want these many fruits for so and so?
I think that could be something that comes in the future. What we're doing is, we're not disrupting the importer and retailer standpoint. The importer still receives a percentage of the sales, and the retailer is still dealing with the individuals that he knows. There are opportunities to go direct to customer or direct to retailer, but this is not the goal of this. I should have probably said better that the goal of this project is to create entrepreneurs out of farmers, producers, by giving them access to market and access to financial services. So the market is done through the normal channels that it's done currently. But let's think of everybody in between. So if I look at the transport, the packing, the storage, all those become services that are provided to him. So think almost like Uber. This is an Uberization, a service which is well, compensated, but then gets the goods from point A to point B in quality. What we need to move to in farming is to get to what I call regenerative, which means we produce what is needed, not more, not less, which means it's about quality, over quantity. What happens sometimes is farmers overproduce in order to be able to get enough. And because they're not getting a fair and equitable share of the proceed, that means that they continue to overproduce. With something like this, you can then start being able to see what is being produced, what are the demands, and if the customer demand changes, being able to quickly get back to the farmer so that they understand what the customer wants. You still will need to have, let's say, if it is either the internal market, the formal internal market, or the formal external market, you will still need to have transportation, storage, packing, shipment, custom, all those things are still needed. But these do not need to be the one buying the goods from the farmer. They just need to provide a service to the farmer. Make sense?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So Gokul Gokul Natal asks, how did the farmer and the government welcome the technology? Didn't have to convince them. They came to me. So that's always good when they come to you. And that's actually been one of my observations. I am actually very much of a belief that this is the future. However, it takes us time to make change as human beings. And we only tend to make change when we have catastrophic situation as we've had in the last few months. So I expect to see, I've seen a lot of demand coming in for what I do, and I expect more to come as a result. In terms of the technology, so what had happened is that they did the mango, didn't mean that everybody behaved. I even didn't behave, but hey, such is life. But once we got it going, we realized that actually what we thought was possible was even greater. And it used to be where the service provider was receiving a fixed amount and per kilo. And so actually in September, the Haitian government opened a tender. For the first time ever, Haiti is going to have a commercial exportation of avocado. I'm telling you, those avocados are bigger than my two hands, and they are so beautiful. They're not like the Hass exactly. They're much more nutty, and they are very well priced. And so what they did is they put out a tender for 6 companies to come and work with the farmer, providing the service to the farmer, and then splitting. So the farmer works to grow the fruits, grow the goods, and the service provider works to transport, store, package, and get the goods over to the US. Whatever is now received in terms of a profit is split between the two of them. Depending on the commodities, certain service providers have agreed to a 50-50% split, and others have agreed to having probably a third, depending on what makes sense for them. Now, if you think about this, what's lovely about this is now journey. The farmer grows, the service provider works with them to get them the best money. And at the end, it's still better for the farmer, because before he was going to get 14 cents. With this, he's going to get probably to split $3. So that's still $1.50, which is much better than what he was getting before, because he doesn't have to pay the other guy to do the work. So this is the model that's happening, and we see it expanding much more as time goes by. I can't get to the Q&A, so let's see. Let's see. How does the retailer make profit? The retailer still makes profit. The price I gave you was the price of the wholesale price, and the retailer still sells based on what the customer wants. Now, you could technically, we have to remember also the retailers have been telling us for a lot of years that they only make 2 to 3% in terms of profit, because they have to have the store, the people working, the temperature, and all those things. So what we're trying to do is to really enable a fairer distribution. This is not to say the retailer doesn't make money, but what happens is that the retailer sometimes doesn't make as much money. I'm going to use some of what I know of the Indian market when it comes to onion. If you look at the onion, the farmer might get 2 rupee against the 100 that you're paying in the supermarket. Now, when you go down the line, you found out that he paid 2. The person who bought it from him sold it for 30. Then the next person add a little more, and then us as customer at the end are paying 100 or maybe 150 for that two rupees. So if we can make it to either we buy it from him at 50, or we know how much went in every part of the chain, because that's one of the things that we are able to do. If we can demonstrate what has gone through across the chain, then we can be assured that we understand what we're choosing to pay our money for. See, I think there's another question that came through. Who decides the price of the goods? The market. All of that is done by market forces. There is a site called Thrive, which is THRIVE, which is a global marketplace for commodities, fresh fruit commodities. There are several of them around the world. And it's us as customer who decide the price. Now, if you're asking me what is the market price, how is that decided? Again, that is the market economics. If there isn't much available, and I should have said that, like the Alfonso mango, the Haitian mango is very highly priced. However, the market is only getting 40% of what it demands. A whole bunch of it is going to waste, either because the farmer doesn't have access to market, so it's just falling off the tree, or by the time it gets to market, it's not of the right quality, it's been spoiled. So those are things that we're trying to also address indirectly, because if you're looking at the temperatures and you're looking at the storage conditions, you're then assuring that what gets to market is the best available. So I hope this has been helpful. I think there's more question. I'll stop sharing so I can see the other one. So this came from Robin Thomas. So right now, I'll go with Robin's question, who hosts the nodes? So right now, the nodes are hosted by us in a Microsoft Azure environment. Because we're using Corda, it also has this whole concept of the notary node. The next thing for us is to actually get a third-party notary node, being the third party acting as the notary node. And then it's not really me, it's looking to have a software provider to be hosting those nodes. But the next step will be to allow individual to spin their own node. So you can host your node on Azure or Microsoft, and on AWS or Microsoft, and then request to be accessed to access the network. We thought that it was much more important right now to make sure we had a working system. By the way, it's an open source system also, and we'll be releasing the code probably around January onto the GitHub. So somebody else asked the question, what is the use of AI ML algorithm in the architecture, and how is it useful? Because what happens is that, as I explained, we're capturing all the data onto the blockchain. And what's the point of data? And I think this is the piece that we haven't been talking a lot about in the blockchain space that we need to sort of come to terms with, is the real value is I'm creating data that is trusted and verified. So if I say, if we have somebody write, not me as an individual, say that my goods are organic and there is a trusted body which come and done the organic, now it's part of my record, that information then can help drive decision. So if I look at two farmers doing the same thing, but one is much more successful than the other, we can then start wondering what is it that's different, and then using the AI and machine learning to provide that. The other thing that you can think about is, if I look at, mangoes, not such a big deal, but if we look at things like wheat and rice, staple crops, which are not only used for selling, but also for feeding our population. If you have that information at an anonymized way from a government or an IGO, you can start making decisions in terms of where are their surplus or where is their need. When we had the flood a couple of years ago, which happened in Texas, in India, and so much of the rice fields and also wheat fields were destroyed, how do you then understand how to pull the lever from an economic standpoint to make sure that you have enough to feed the population, that you remove, you might put in tariff for export, or you might also lower the import tariffs. I hope that makes sense, Sveta.
Yes, ma'am. Any more questions from the audience?
So if there is a 10th one.
It looks like we have covered all the questions now, ma'am.
Yes, and I'd like to say it's been an immense pleasure to get to speak with you guys and sort of answer some of this of your questions, and I hope that I was able to cover them well. I should have said also our application is being designed and built by a team based in Bangalore. And so it gives me, I have to say it's not just me doing for Haiti, but India is also contributing a lot toward the Haitian and also farmers around the world. And thank you very much for your time today.
Great, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your beautiful words. It was a great honor to have you at BlockHash Live 2020. It was a pleasure being with you. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Hello, Ryan and Russell. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. This is Russ.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Melon, you sound fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Well, we already got 49 participants. That's great.
Yeah. So, hello and hi everyone. Good to see you all. We are coming to an end of the BlockHash Live 2020, the third international blockchain summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself, Melvin Sunny, research and development engineer at KBA. Welcome to the last segment of the premier blockchain summit, BlockHash Live 2020. The session is exclusively designed for blockchain developers. The interactive session by Algorand Foundation will dive deep into the chapters of blockchain for developers. We have with us Russell Faustino, Jason Withersby, and Ryan R. Fox. Russell Faustino is a technical evangelist at Algorand and CEO for Faustino Brothers Inc. In addition to being a former developer evangelist at Microsoft, he has also been a former Azure Senior Cloud Solution Architect for Obscurity and Windows developer for Director Point. He is highly experienced in developing cross-platform apps using Xamarin and Chash for UWP, Android, and iOS. Russ is a Xamarin certified mobile developer. Ryan Fox is the developer advocate at Algorand Blockchain. He's an expert in building consensus protocols. He holds 15 years of experience in leading cross-functional teams under executive sponsorship within startups, academia, multinational corporations, and decentralized autonomous organizations. He is also an invited speaker and blockchain panelist to many international conferences. And Jason Withersby, he hasn't joined us yet. He's a senior director, developer relations at Algorand Blockchain, the world's first open source, permissionless, pure proof of stake blockchain protocol for the next generation of financial products. He also served as head of developer relations at Mozilla Corporations and as a BIRT evangelist at Actuate Corporation. He has over 15 years of experience in the software development field, ranging from real-time process control to business intelligence software. So thank you everyone for joining us live. It's an honor to have you all for the interaction. So before we start, just little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Also, you can raise your hand at the end to directly shoot the questions to your presenter. Now, without further ado, over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Well, hello, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm actually presenting this from Tampa, Florida, and it is very early here for me, especially at a Saturday, 9 a.m. to be specific. But at least I'm getting an early start to my day. I should get a lot more done today than I would on a normal Saturday here in Florida. I'm very happy to be here. This is a great conference. We have a good turnout here. We're going to go ahead and get right into the content. The very first thing I'd like to do is introduce Ryan. Ryan, say hello to everybody. And
hi, good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for being here.
All right, cool, Ryan, thanks. So Ryan's going to be helping out with the Q&A. So if you have a question, as we already talked about, go ahead and just post it in there. We'll do that. I will pause I've got like about 3 sections to the presentation. I'll pause at the end of each also to verbally see if we got any exchange of information we want to share. So that'll be fine too. I would like to do this first, do a little bit of a poll. So if you can go out to slido.com or just scan in that URL. We're going to go get kind of the mix of the audience here so I can guide the presentation accordingly. So let me go ahead and show you that once again here. And once we get a few folks on here, we'll go ahead and start the first poll. And we have a lot of great information here for you today. We're going to be covering a few use cases that developers should be aware of blockchain type solutions. Then we're going to go into lots of the tools and lots of demos. So we got a lot of good stuff here going on. So let's go ahead and get you all going here. I'm going to actually do this as well here. All right. All right, let's start the poll. So are you a developer is the first thing I would like to know here. Yes, no, and sometimes. So we're getting a good number here. Like about 7 of you have responded so far. We'll see if we'll hang here for a second or two, get some more folks on board. So it looks like it's, we got our crowd here, Ryan, today. It looks like either they are, yes, are developers, or sometimes they are developers. So that's a good piece of information. Let's go ahead and go to the next question. Oh, right here. So how experienced are you with Algorand blockchain? Number 1, I'm brand new to blockchain, period. Number 2, brand new to Algorand blockchain. 6 months or less with Algorand, and more than 6 months with Algorand. So those are the ones. So brand new to blockchain, period. 80% coming in on that one as well. All right. All right, that's good to know. Thank you very much for answering that one. And the last poll that we have is what programming language. This is a multiple choice, so check all that apply. Do you typically like to code in? And we got Python, Java, JavaScript, C#, other, Go. All right, the choices. Good number of you, kind of split between JavaScript, Python, got some Java devs too. All right, good. Give me an idea of what languages to kind of demonstrate today, because we got multiple language support in a lot of our SDKs. And I want to thank you very much for participating in that. And let's go ahead and get back over to the deck. Thank you very much. All right, let's begin this session. So many of you indicated that you are new to not just blockchain, but not just Algorand blockchain, but blockchain in general. So what we want to talk about here is the possible solutions, right, for blockchain, just getting a good understanding of what are some of the use cases that can be utilized for a blockchain type solution. Also, what are the features for developers I might be interested in? You all seem to be doing development type work, so that'll be a good piece of information for you. And what's my toolbox? What are my set of tools that I can use to develop blockchain solutions with? And then how about just getting started? How do I go ahead and get started? Well, we'll keep you on the edge of your seat there and give you some information as we go through the session and get you information about how to get started. And what about just building solutions? I want to get going and start building some solutions. We'll talk about that as well. And brand new to blockchain, well, there is another video I could recommend that I rolled out a while ago on YouTube on the Algorand channel. Everything you need to know, and that has an in-depth section on like an intro to blockchain. I will also verbally do that here today, given the fact that we also have a lot of folks that are new to blockchain, period. So first, let's start out with some blockchain use cases. And a couple of the use cases that I like to talk about, the first one is Props Network. And what the Props Network is, it turns app users into loyal financial stakeholders. And the Props platform attracts blockchain technological complexity for apps. In other words, they have like a widget. They also have an API that is available that really revolves around loyalty programs. It's SEC approved tokens. So the token is the key part of that line. And we'll talk more about how you create your own tokens in a minute. It's an ecosystem for these token holders. And also, the video is up on our site regarding their journey, right, going to the Algorand blockchain to provide this type of service and this type of solution. Now we have more information up at our use cases site on the props. The second one here is a Circle and Coinbase. They have merged forces to create the Center Consortium. And this revolves around payments and treasury infrastructure for the internet. We've got Circle, Coinbase, and once again, Center. It really is what we're talking about. And the deal here is they accept payments, all kinds of payments, send payments, payouts globally, could be through banks, could be through credit cards, but also in addition to leveraging traditional payments, they can go through blockchain infrastructure, which then provides this globally and scalable, and it's very efficient. So now you've got, over 2.2 billion people on this planet that have black access to modern financial services. And by using something like blockchain, you're going to be able to reach everybody on the planet. So this is really a good thing for humanity. And I really feel great about this job I have here at Algorand and helping people, right, get to that point. USDC is the fastest growing stablecoin, 2.3 billion in circulation. So another really cool thing about the Central Consortium. Once again, more information up on our site, and really in general, DeFi apps are exploding in 2020. There's $20 billion worth of crypto dollars and stable coins floating around. We talked about a few of those, but IDEX and stable coins like Tether and USDC and MELD are available. For those that are unfamiliar with stable coins, it's basically they're tied to a fiat, so it could be tied to USD, could be tied to a country's currency. So the problem has been in the past that cryptocurrencies really fluctuate quite a bit, and with stable coins, it will fluctuate with the local economy, basically, which is typically a lot smoother. So that's a really great solution in terms of using the blockchain, and there are many other use cases. It's not just financial applications. I want to be very clear about that. It could be used for charity organizations. Maybe in this case, this was taken from a blockchain report from China for 2019 and 20. And the ministry there is using blockchain right now, right, to improve transparency of social services. The problem is, back, 10, 12 years ago, there was a big misuse of funds of Red Cross at one of the earthquakes. They didn't know where the money was going to, where it was coming from. Basically, in short, it lacked an audit trail. And by having a blockchain, and those are really brand new to blockchain, and many of you are basically, it's a read-only, write-once ledger or a database. And the idea here is there's a very strong cryptographic hash algorithm that goes from block to block, and you can think of a block as a set of records that revolves around accounts and transactions and assets. So we're going to be covering a lot of that here today, but that's really the background really that I wanted to kind of lay the ground with in terms of what blockchain really is. And it's a distributed database. Everybody's got a copy of it. So the beauty is it has things like audit trail built right in. And it's very secure. It's easily detectable if anybody's been tampering with the data. So that's another big feature. So transparency, audit trail, and easily detect tampering. Probably the big three things. Another area would be like a voting system. It's tamper-proof. It's built right into the technology. Healthcare. Having global access to medical records. I go to a doctor and a new doctor, and I gotta spend a half hour filling out all the information, all my medical information, my medical records. Well, wouldn't it be nice just if I was in control of that and I could say, okay, here's my information that only I can give out to anybody I want to. And then boom, here you go. Now you got it. And, I can get in the office a lot quicker to see the doctor. So, but, more importantly, people are not always able to provide that information. Maybe they're severely hampered or injured or handicapped. And so this would provide a really great service for that type of a use case with healthcare. And finally, there are many examples, but automotive is another good one with supply chain visibility. Any supply chain solution, again, another great candidate for working with blockchain. It could be you know, in this case about vehicle integrity. China's putting in sensors into used cars, right? So they know what the service record would be from that point going forward, and it reports that all to a blockchain. So this could be revolutionary in terms of the automotive industry, and so many, many, many more use cases for blockchain. So many more use cases are documented up on our site. You can see few other ones there, like asset block is a tokenizing real estate asset approach. So if you have a hotel, for example, and you want to parse out ownership to many folks, you can parse it out with tokens or assets. Planet Watch, another one that's been very big of late. World Chess we got on our list. USDC we had mentioned, Republic. So these are all big companies that are now coming around. In fact, Algorand's growing ecosystem is really getting to be huge. We are expecting by the end of the year, you know, to have several people, like over 10 million users on the blockchain, estimating 1 million transactions per day. So that kind of summarizes the use cases. I'm just going to do a quick demo here. We talked about crypto tokens. Well, what we see here is a tool that can create these tokens visually. And this is referred to as an Algorand standard asset or an asset manager. And this is done by just simply going, this is AlgoDesk.io. This is a partner had created this particular solution. And all you do is hit the asset manager to create your own token. This will be your private key. You should copy that off, and then you could restore your account at any time. And this is all done on testnet environment to start with. And I'll talk about the different environments as well. So now I've got this asset created. If I go down here or the account created to build my asset with, so I'm going to hit the create asset, and then we just go to the asset name, the unit name, which is a more condensed, and then you have the total supply of these tokens. So you can create your own coin, basically. I'm going to go with 10,000, and then I also want to have a decimal point, so it'd be 10,000.0, you know, is the amount that's represented on the blockchain. And this would be my URL.com, let's say, and then accept all the defaults for the rest. And then you just hit create, and now boom, you're going to have your own token created just like that. And then we come down to the bottom here, and we'll see the information about this this displayed here. This is this RUSC unit. You've got the ability to do sending this asset to another account, modifying it, freezing it, you know, even clawback or revoking it and deleting it. These are all things that can be done. You can also just hit this little indicator here, and this is going to open up the asset in one of our blockchain explorers called Algo Explorer. Again, this one here is a really great tool. And there's a few explorers as well. This particular one also has a API service that you can utilize to access information on the blockchain. This is by Rand Labs, and this comes up with the actual asset that we just created. And so here's the transaction ID, for example. You can click on that, and this will go ahead and bring up the transaction overview. So there you can see the myurl.com site. You can see the number of units, number of decimals, everything that we had just specified. And then also there is a note field too that you can, is free form there. So that's pretty much a quick demo on that. And then the other Explorer, there's actually a few of them now. This is Goal Seeker. This is another one that's available. It does support multiple networks. So you can see this is mainnet, and you can see the exchange rate of the algo. The algo is the native cryptocurrency that's on the Algorand blockchain. And then also you have testnet available too. So that's kind of the lay of the land in terms of a few of the tools. There's one more I'm going to show, which is Algo Signer. This is actually something that comes through in the Chrome store as an add-in. So you can just look up and go out to the Chrome web store. It's an extension. And what this provides is the capability to sign transactions. So what I could do here is you can see I've got a an account. In fact, let's go back and just grab this creator account here. Like for example, we'll copy this off. All right, I'm going to go back to Algo Signer here and I'm going to log in. And then once you can see it, you've got testnet support, mainnet support, and this will get imported from the Algorand wallet, which is an app you can download from iOS or Android. And what I'm going to do is just click on this and I'm going to send some testnet algos to another address. So that'll be the one we just created. And then I'm going to send like one of these there, and this would be like my note I'm going to add to it. And we're going to send that, hit the password. And then what we'll see is the transaction, right, that comes up, and you can just copy that off. Again, go out into one of the explorers and you can actually see that information on that particular transaction, all pretty much instantaneously. You see how very, very robust this is and how quick this is. This is a big difference, you know, from other types of blockchains that require mining and they require a very slower kind of approach to building blocks on the blockchain. I'm going to pause here for a second. I'm going to talk more about that last thought in the next section here. But Ryan, I'm going to ask you if there's anything worth sharing here in the way of questions, everybody.
We had one question that came in that had to do with the blockchain interoperability. It was a very deep question about how do we make some connections to foreign blockchains. Talked a little bit about the hash time lock contract as the standard way to do that, and if the foreign chain is also a smart contracting platform that we can have additional features built onto those chains for watching what's happening on both of those chains and being able to facilitate the inter-blockchain communication. That's all we have at this time, Russ.
Oh, okay. All right. That's great. Well, thanks, Ryan. I appreciate it. And keep those questions coming in. We got Ryan up nice and early too this morning to go ahead and answer these questions over here at the East Coast. So take advantage, and we'll go ahead and continue here. We'll get to more meaty things in terms of developer type scenarios. So we're going to talk about layer one features. So what's layer one? Layer one is built in right on the blockchain. It's part of the protocol. So there's no additional software needed. This stuff just works right on the blockchain, just like algo currency is available on the blockchain. So what we see is the different sections we're going to cover here are the Algorand standard assets. I kind of gave you a preview of that visually, how you create one of those. We'll also take a look at atomic transactions, which are very useful for tying a lot of technologies together, as well as smart contracts that Ryan touched upon, and something called rekeying. We'll talk about those features. So it's important to get a base set of information about these core features, because you can utilize these and really quite significantly in the solutions that you're building on blockchain. So let's talk about the protocol. So the Algorand blockchain pure proof of stake protocol is what we use, and it really provides true scalability. And this was created in parts by Sylvian Macaulay, who's the founder of Algorand. He's also a Turing Award winner, and he figured it out. In the consensus model, you don't need everyone to participate in the consensus. What you need is a representative sample, and you do that with math. And specifically, we have the verifiable random function that does that. And by the way, that is open source as well as the source code for the Algorand blockchain. So it is available and transparent there in that respect. The true scalability part, very, very important, scaling to billions of users. It's amazing how this scales. Then you take a look at the infrastructure longevity. We've had multiple rollouts already of protocol updates. In fact, all those layer 1 features I talked about were actually in Algorand 2.0, right, that we came up with a few months back. And so we got a really good update methodology involved with no downtime, so that's a very important thing. Technical flexibility, same way, built right in, a lot of SDKs available. Transaction certainty, this is really important, and this gets down to really the approval process when blocks are written to the blockchain. There is no forking, unlike some other blockchains. Everything gets written pretty much instantaneously. The blocks are created in under 5 seconds, is what we've been seeing on our throughput. And that really lends itself quite nicely to point of sale type transactions, as well as really most types of transactions that are needed from a business solution standpoint. Also extensible platform capabilities. We got REST APIs as well as the SDKs, and very energy efficient. You can actually run a node in a Algorand blockchain on a Raspberry Pi. I mean, that's how lean and mean it is, and from an energy standpoint. Unlike mining and other blockchains that require very expensive equipment, is not green at all to generate the blocks. Very cost efficient. Transactions are under a penny. 0.001 algos, I think, is traditionally what the cost is for doing transactions. And then really true security, and this lends itself to the nature of blockchain. I had a cybersecurity expert in one of my seminars. I did a seminar for Women Who Code over here in Tampa, Florida, and Brenda was in the class. She's a cybersecurity expert, and she tried to explain to the entire class there really how secure blockchain is, and the fact that many of you are familiar with two-factor authentication, right? So you have a sign-in process, and then it goes to something personal like your device or your email to verify afterwards. Well, it's very similar to that, but you multiply that times the number of blocks in the blockchain, and we're like in millions. So, and the reason that is so secure now, I think you can get the picture, because it's tamper-proof. You can detect tampering very, very easily in the blockchain. So security baked right in, things like audit trails built right in. And so this is really the pure proof of stake protocol in its entirety here. So more specifically, diving down into the features, you have Algorand standard assets, which creates native tokens, and the native tokens could be, like you saw me do a Rust coin, right? And this is an example of that particular site that we just looked at here on the right. You have many functions, including administrator functions, as well as asset spam protection. You can't just blindly distribute these tokens to anybody. The person receiving it must opt in order to receive those particular tokens. That's a very nice feature. The administrative functions, you can have control of managing the account, you can have folks that are in charge of freezing, reserving, and clawback. You can see all those here on the right. Those could be identified by different accounts or handled by different accounts. So it does reside on layer 1. And then examples of assets include fungible tokens, which are all the same in value. So at the same time, so like in-game points or stable coins are examples of that. Loyalty points, system credits, cryptocurrencies, fall into that category as well. And you have restricted fungible tokens, including securities and government issued fiat. And that would also entail the ability to do things like clawback if needed. And then we get to non-fungible tokens is another scenario. And the way you create a non-fungible token is you create a quantity of 1. And this is the case for many different types of scenarios as well. Great for supply chain. When you're trying to monitor, say, drug manufacturing from the facility out to the user. There's several steps along the way in a supply chain, and traditionally this has been done with paper sign off or maybe programmatic sign off with a centralized data authority, but really it gets a lot easier with a blockchain where you have this. First of all, it's globally accessible. B, you can write to this chain and update it, and it would be many players could be involved in part of this process. It doesn't have to be one entity or organization. It could also go to do real estate and same type of thing. You know, that between non-fungible and fungible, the real estate stands out to me as a way of differentiating them, where you see maybe a 4-bedroom house with 2 garages in one locale, and the same house, exact house, in another locale, and they're worth different amounts, right? So they're the same, but they're different. You know, they're unique. Each one is unique. So that's the best way to kind of describe that. Identity purposes, certifications, collectibles, and then restricted tokens as well. Yeah, and I see a question about identity management. I think one thing is not done right on the blockchain is identity management. You as a developer would be responsible for that identity management as part of a solution that you would build, and that would be off chain, and that would be you know, in essence a layer 2 type solution that would integrate with the blockchain. Okay, so then those are some our examples, kind of give you what assets can be used for, and then we get to atomic transfers. And the atomic transfers, what we see here is it's kind of very similar for those that are familiar with, say, SQL Server. It's a transaction on SQL Server where you can have multiple tasks wrapped up into one, and either all succeed or they don't. And so here we can see what we're trying to do is send algos from person A to person B, and then also from person B, we want to send the concert ticket to person A. So this transaction doesn't complete, A, if the first person, person A, does not provide the algos to buy it, and then B, it's not complete unless that concert ticket is delivered. So this really facilitates, you know, lack of trust among players, and it does facilitate a great way to do this. So it's an on-chain native function, easy and secure, and up to 16 transactions can be done within an atomic transfer. This guarantees exchange of goods is the bottom line. As part of this process, you could have one of those transactions be a smart contract. You can have one of those transactions be an asset related transaction. You can have one of those be a regular algo transfer of funds. And you can wrap all of those up into one atomic transfer so that they all complete successfully or not. And that's a very good point to make, is that these technologies you can combine together really to create yourself a killer solution. So there you go, combine it with other Algorand technologies. Examples of atomic transfers, it might be this: simplified, expedited settlements, maybe efficient matched funding. You also have, reduced counterparty risk and enable any multilateral trade. Circular trade, certainly possible. Group payments combined with any Algorand, ASA, or smart contract. And then instant settlement for complex multi-party asset transactions. So distributed payments facilitated as well. Now we get to smart contracts, and let's take a look at the architecture. So I know we had a question in the queue about this. This will explain the architecture process. So there are the smart contracts. There's something called the transaction execution approval language, and the transaction approval language, that stands for TEAL. It's Python. There's a Python enabled compiler called PyTeal, so that'll generate from Python code the TEAL. There are 2 types of smart contracts. One is the stateless, for approved spending transactions, and stateful, which does provide global storage to the entire blockchain, as well as local storage on an account by account basis. You can combine, once again, with other Algorand technologies, atomic transfers, Algorand assets, And you can even combine stateless and stateful contracts together. And I got demos showing this all together. These are all accessible from the SDKs and in Python and Java, JavaScript, and Go and C#. So smart contract values, basically in the financial industry, these come in big for things like trade finance or clearing and settlement, or financial data recording, as well as digital identity. Then in DeFi, you see you got escrow accounts. It could be facilitated payments and credit and lending, as well as stable coins. So this is a big impact in terms of what the value that smart contracts bring to the table. This brings us to Algorand accounts. What are the types of accounts that you can have on Algorand? Well, we start out with the standard account. This provides a cryptographic key pair. One is a public key and the other is a private key. And again, for those brand new to blockchain that are here online, the public key is the one you want to give out to everybody. You don't have any restrictions whatsoever, because that's what's used for people to send you money, right? You want to be able to get money, right? Or get algos or get assets. The private key, on the other hand, that's used for you to do transactions with and spend, often referred to as a spending key, is the private key. And you have to sign off on that in order to send something from your account. So that's the pair key. That's the key, especially you want to guard very safely. Things like the Nano Ledger, for example, is a little device that looks like a USB, and it allows you to store your cryptographic key pair in there safely and access it through Bluetooth when you need it. So very good device. Then we get to a multi-signature account. A multi-signature account in the middle is all about a threshold. For example, sometimes you receive a check and it requires 2 signatures in order for you to cash it. Well, that threshold is 2 people. They have to sign off on it. So let's say I've got a multi-signature account of 3 and I set the threshold to 2. Again, it means the same thing. 2 out of those 3 have to approve the transaction. And then once that occurs, then the funds can be distributed from that multi-sig account. Very useful, if you have multiple parties that have a vested interest in a particular asset, and you want to make sure that you have a certain number of them signing off on that before it goes and be sent. Then you get to the logic account. This is guided through smart contracts. So a program can sign off on an account, and the way it does that is if the program returns true, you're good to go. It signs it. If it returns false, it does not sign the contract, and the contract will not work. So those are the 3 types. And the reason I bring that up, because there's a new feature now called rekeying that's available. And this really solves a problem that we've had in the past, which is you create an account and you get a public key and a private key, which we talked about. And what happens when you want to take this key pair and say modify it? Maybe I'm growing and I've started out with a single account here on the left, but I want to go to maybe a multi-signature account to do the signing. Well, up until now, you've had to create a new pair, and it was very cumbersome to do that. And what we can do now is we separate basically the private and public keys and assign others authorized addresses to approve transactions. So this is a very cool thing. And you can see what we do there up on top in the right in the green box. On the transaction record, there's actually another field now called authorized address. And the authorized address is the one that can that has the spending key to sign off on that particular transaction. So what we see here is on the left, you've got the standard account. This is a picture here of the wallet. Up on top of it, the Algorand wallet has rekeying support. Also, the Algorand wallet does provide the ability to flip between testnet and mainnet accounts. So developers can use that for testing as well now. And then you see the cryptographic key pair in the middle gets separated, and then you can replace that either with a multi-signature account or another account or a logic account as well. So those are all available, and transactions are authorized then by the signing address. No other blockchain offers this way to change private spending keys so easily. Now let's take a look at a scenario that we're developing here with combining layer 1 features and voting. We have voting commission that is going to issue, so for example, this is a voting kind of solution scenario. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to atomically group this entire thing here. We're going to go ahead and then spend our voting token. Then that is going to say vote for candidate A with a voting smart contract that says that does all the legwork to make sure that this is legit. They have the token, or you know, you can think of that, maybe they have the funds, you know, in another type of scenario, also that they haven't voted already or double voting, and then you increment the candidate vote total, and that goes into global state on the blockchain. So there's no you know, second guessing there. Now, what we see here is layer one crowd funding example. So same type of thing. We have a crowdfunding escrow account, which is a stateless smart contract that's going to return true or false, and that's going to do a payment from escrow to user one. Now we're going to atomically group this whole scenario as well. So we see that we take that and we're going to go ahead and say, okay, user one claims the escrow funds. Now that's going to be a stateful smart contract, really to make sure that there's enough funds in there and that that state is maintained on the network as to how much has been raised to this point. And if enough has been raised, then you go ahead and complete the transaction. Otherwise, this transaction will fail, and then everything gets returned back to the investors that want to invest in it if you haven't met your goal. So that is a very, very common type scenario. All right, Ryan, I'm going to just ping you real quick and see how we got the questions going, and if there's anything you'd like to share with everybody here verbally.
We've had as we've been going through here, but nothing is needing answering right now. The questions have been a little bit more about interoperability, a little bit about what does the development environment look like, and some questions about going a little bit deeper into teal. So you've been doing a nice job of covering off on those thus far. So let's talk about developers.
Yeah, developers. I don't know if anybody remembers that that video from Steve Ballmer at Microsoft. I used to work for Microsoft for about a dozen years, and I was actually in the audience live when he did that. I mean, it was a Microsoft kind of a company meeting between sales and the tech folks. And honestly, I was standing on the top of my seat, cheering and chanting with Steve Ballmer, going, developers, because, you know, at that point, Microsoft really realized that developers was really the most important thing that they had going. They had to get developers on board to build all these great solutions that used Microsoft products. And many software companies are in that same boat, including Algorand. You know, we really need solutions that are built. And so developers are extremely, extremely important to us. And I'm so happy we had such a great turnout. So the things we're going to go ahead and cover here. First of all, I'll give you the lay of the land in terms of the type of networks that Algorand has. We have three main networks: the BetaNet, which is used primarily for protocol, new features, to test the waters. We also have the current protocol version in both testnet and in mainnet. Testnet mirrors the protocol or software that's used in both of those environments. And the idea there is if it works in testnet, it's going to work in mainnet. So the thing to be, you know, be aware of is each of these environments could have the same physical account address associated with transactions or whatever, but that account balance would be different. You know, so BetaNet is a different environment than testnet. Testnet is a different environment than mainnet. So in testnet, I may have thousands of algos, and in mainnet, I may only have 5 algos for that same account. So that is something to be aware of, especially when you're working with private networks too, because private networks, then the way I like to consider that is not really from a security standpoint. You think, oh, private means security. It really means it's local, it's personal. It's a personal network right on your own machine that you can develop. And the protocol that you can use, you can start with the protocol from BetaNet or or from testnet or from mainnet, and use that going forward. So it gives you a very nice environment, stable environment to do your testing. I myself used a private network a lot when we have a rollout for BetaNet, and the BetaNet typically will fluctuate a lot in release updates right before it goes live over to testnet. So it's not quite what you call a stable environment. So what I like to do is create a BetaNet, private network based off of that BetaNet. And now, no matter what happens to BetaNet, I've got my own kind of copy of it, and I could go ahead and develop and test to my heart's content in a consistent manner. Another new capability of private networks is more in terms of the sandbox I'm going to talk about. Is the sandbox defaults now to a private network, but also includes access to something called the indexer, which will allow you to do queries. So there's becoming more and more of a use case now for private networks going forward, and we'll actually show you that some of the in the demos coming up. So let's take a look first at the developer portal, and we'll just bring this up over here. This is the developer portal, developer.algorand.org. Oh, look at that. My recent tutorial just popped up here on the banner there. That was the one that reads and write to the note field in, I think it was JavaScript or Python. And we also have Chinese available as a language now on the drop down over there. So that's very new. So we're getting to be globally. That was brand new right off of there. But the thing you want to go to is the Start Building tab. And what that does is it brings you to the documentation right here up on top. So the getting started, this is information to set up your node, your workspace, and then your first transaction, which I'll show you in a minute. But here you can see an example where we've got multiple languages like Python, Java, Go, all supported here, and you got code snippets for each. And then typically all of this code is referenced and available to a link either at the start or the end of most of these. In our examples, GitHub repository. And you want to go to V2, that's the current version, and then you can see all the different ones for Python, so and the other languages, and you can see the samples right there. So that's a great place to go ahead and get your information. Okay, let's go back over here. So we can create your own nodes. We'll talk about node setup here, which was really the first step, and you can do this either on a Mac, Ubuntu, other Linux distros as well. For example, on a Raspberry Pi. I did see a recent pull request come through to do this on a Windows environment as well. And then used to take several hours as well, but now there is another fast catch-up feature that was recently introduced, and rather than taking days to sync the entire blockchain, it takes minutes. So in about 5 or 6 minutes, you'll have a node ready to go. Sometimes it makes sense to do that. Sometimes it doesn't. And for example, if I have a mobile app, I don't necessarily have localhost available to me in an iOS or Android app on the user's device. So I need to point elsewhere to a node to access services. And there are some companies out there that provide these API services. In other words, they have a farm of indexed archived nodes, and you can access from these nodes from SDK code on platforms that do not have nodes. So you don't have to run a node. You can use one of these services. And the third choice here is using Sandbox. And that is very easy to set up. And that is really the recommended approach for developers, and involves 2 steps. One is creating a Docker instance. And then the second thing is it can be used really for any environment. It's really not meant for production like mainnet, although you could start up with mainnet. And it really is a minimal sync time. Again, just a few minutes and you're up and running. The thing to note here though with Sandbox, when you bring it down or when you clean it, actually be more specific, everything gets reset back to the way it was. And that's why really not for production use, because if you're doing any transactions or anything like that in that particular Sandbox environment, that you have to really be very, very careful. So that is, for the most part, used in BetaNet, testnet, and then now private network. So with Sandbox 2.0 recently released, you basically install Docker and then clone the sandbox. That's it. On Windows, I think you might have to install Ubuntu, but it does run on all the environments. This now defaults to the private network. For testnet, you would have to actually put in a parameter, sandbox up testnet. If you drop off testnet, you just get the private network. And again, all the networks are supported. And Ryan actually did a developer office hours, which we do each week. On YouTube, we posted it up about the sandbox, so you can take a look at that as well as more. I will provide a link to this deck at the end of the session as well. And this is what the sandbox looks like. You actually have the host coming up with, these are the addresses that you would use for each of these daemons. So you have the algo D. It'd be using localhost 4001. The token you would use in your application would be all A's. And then KMD is our kind of an online wallet type approach, really useful for kind of wallet testing, but not really useful for, I would say, for production applications. And then Indexer is the query facility that now brings you right off the bat in the private network. If you start up with testnet, you'll need to have your own indexer index, and I have a section on indexer coming up.